Welcome to Talking with Famous People, a place that you might well call home to YouTube's most prolific live streamer who is not just sleeping or whatever. You could, in theory, live stream 24 hours a day and just not even be engaging at all, just showing whatever's going on. But as far as people who actually talk the whole time they're live streaming, I have to be, if not the among YouTube's most prolific live streamers. Hey, let's smoke. You down? I generally do try to start a stream with some preparatory bong rips. So I think will do that. Were you gonna say something, Rachel? I'm sorry.
No.
Hey, Charlie Art Stuff 278. It's me. Hi, Natasha Godfrey Ashford. Any updates in your search for something Harden? I forget what his first name is. Mr. Harden? Any progress? No. What is up, old man? Says JC. Not much. Or, as they say in Mexico, nada mucho. I'm going to pull up this stream on the big screen so I can see your chats without my glasses. I think we'll all prefer that so that I don't have to constantly be putting on my glasses and taking out my glasses and in this weird ballet of blindness. All right, we're going to pop out this chat. Maria HDR is back again, thank God. Roy Demia's brother Taint hurts again. I'm going to prescribe the same remedy they did last time, which is to rub some grundle ointment on it. Hello, please help Big Bird. Seems to me you got in trouble last time you were here. Oh, maybe you didn't. That's right. It was undetermined. Actually, it was undetermined if you did or not. So we shall find out what happens today. Thank you. Winston's mom gave it to me. All right. Can you use beaver oil? You could, but it's not recommended as your normal grundle ointment, obviously. I didn't say you were Mexican, JC. I said, as they say in Mexico, nada mucho. That's different. Okay. Yeah, she is. Am I from Ohio? Let's see. Ohio. Here we go. You hit the bingo card. 01. That tooth good? Which tooth? I've got more than one. Bingo 7. But thank you also for hitting the bingo card. Right here.
Wow.
Teeth. These are unoriginal things people say. Skibbity. I forgot phantom tax. I need to put that on the list.
What's phantom tax?
Phantom tax refers to a live streamer who liked to with his fellow people that he had around his crew or whatever, while he was streaming, he'd steal parts of their food and call it because his name is Phantom.
Huh.
And so people started being like, if they steal part of your food, it's a phantom tax.
Oh, I think that's rude.
Not everybody is, but apparently Spread Dim Cheek 69, you are.
Yeah.
Can you show off your cart on camera? Sure. Where is that cart? Right there. Can you hand me the red thing? So this is called an inspo Mugity Man. Randy's inspo. And the cool thing about it is it pulls out, right? So it takes regular carts like this, if you'd like. That's fine. I don't care. This is the other kind of cartridge you can put in here. Okay, and this one, the way it works is you open up this thing here, okay, and you put in your own concentrate. Like if you have these kind of crumbles, you just scoop some of that in there, you know, like pia. Kind of push it down a bit, pia. Okay, and then it's kind of harder to smoke your own concentrate. It needs to be. I'll get to your question in a second, Universe Factory, which I think is an interesting one. Uh, Bro looks like a Skibidi Toilet JoJo reference. Think about it, like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
You're just mad because he called you out on on terms that are used over and over again.
It's fine, Charlie Out stuff. He can try to be mean if he wants. Everybody gives it a shot, you know.
Yeah, they do.
This needs to be charged, huh?
Oh, does it?
Oh no, it's fine after all. Wait, it's not. There we go. All right, so you put it on this like heat up mode, right? So anyway, what do I value in life? Well, I mean, obviously I value this a lot. You know, I put a lot of importance in life dreaming. Because it's kind of like I must because I do it all the time, right? If you're talking about what values do I think it's important to uphold in the world, that's a somewhat different question. Yes, Alexis, I remember you. Let me see if I can get this done right. All right. There we go. Maybe this will work. Yes, she is.
Well,
Yes,
thank you.
she is. Not quite sure what's going on with this right now. I'm getting a little bit. I got a little bit of a hit around that time, but
I'm wondering if like it needs to be cleaned, the metal part.
that's very plausible. I think I have a good idea, perhaps. Spread dim cheeks. You've got a bit of a bad attitude, you know. I'm not one to be too fussy, but
Yeah. It's like
it's not so much that it's a problem exactly as it is. It's annoying, you know. Yeah, no. This is not my daughter. This is my wife.
We're together. I'm 39.
She's 39. I'm 52. I thought it was a good title, though. I thought it was provocative, since we get that question all the time. Is that your daughter? We get it all the time. So,
and it's like, I'm not a gold digger either. It's not one of those situations.
no, not at all. She's a Talking with Famous People fans, but she is.
Yeah.
So much of a fan that she married the host.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh God.
There we go. Now it's working. about that.
Thanks.
Okay, good stuff.
Hey, Chanel.
Hi, Chanel. So yeah, I had to hit the metal part there. Is it working for you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. You got to kind of keep it hot, you know.
Yeah.
Once it cools down again, then probably I'll have to hit it with a lighter or a torch like that to get it going again, which is fine. It's not that difficult to do. So let me put it on live chat here and do what I intended to do all along, which is bring up the basketball game in the background as well. You cleared your browser history? Oh, Winston's mom. You should never do that. That's a good way to lose track of what you've looked at. Grand Canyon hanging tough with Alabama. Now I am behind real time in the Grand Canyon game. So if you are watching the Grand Canyon Alabama game, don't give me any updates. I'll catch up here before too long. It's going to be halftime soon enough, and then I'll go forward through that, and then we'll have, meowgity meow and meowgity meow.
I hope you don't get disappointed in me, but I cleared my history on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah, because I was getting, instead of like a diverse group of suggested YouTubes, I kept on getting the same thing over and over again, and I was like, I gotta clear it.
Well, my phone asked me the other day, like, do you want to see some new kinds of suggestions different than you normally do? It actually asked me that. And it's like, I don't want you to be asking me this right now. I don't remember what I answered.
Probably no.
Yeah, probably no, because I'm busy right now trying to do whatever. Don't bug me with that question.
Yeah.
My YouTube needs a bit more. My personality and algorithms need to smarten up. Well, I mean, I think they're continually trying to make the algorithm better. Obviously, it's in YouTube's interest to customize things such that the viewer is maximally retained. A lot of YouTube creators don't seem to get this basic reality. YouTube is for viewers. It's not for creators, you know? The algorithm is designed to give viewers what they want to see. It's not designed to give every creator a fair chance or whatever. So they're trying to make it better all the time because they want YouTube to be the very best that it could be at picking the video that you want to see. Whoever you are, whatever kind of shit you like to watch, they want to be right about it. Is it not working?
Yeah, no.
It cooled down too much. It's not the only cart in the world that you have to do this kind of thing with, you know. You used to do this with. I used to have to do this with DMT when I had it. Oh, how sad.
Makes me sad too, because I know that connect is the same connect as ketamine.
Yeah. This is hot now.
Yeah, leave it over there, and then I'll just smoke this for in the meantime. Or yeah. If it's not burning your hair, that'd be great.
Hopefully this should be fine. Let's see. Let's see if it works. Hi, big dog mofo. Hi, Salim Al Kathiri. I am a good father, but this is not my daughter.
No.
I failed in a lot of different ways in life, but I was a pretty good
No,
father.
you're a good father, yeah.
I definitely love my daughter a lot. Want her to be happy. You know, that kind of stuff. Well, I'm not loving the end of this first half here. I'm going to go ahead and meow forward all the way to current. Now that I'm live streaming, there's no reason to have saved up time. Thanks, Celine. I appreciate it. I figured this title might be a good way to bring in people because I get that question. Well, thanks, JC. I get that question all the time. You know, like, is that your daughter, or what? And I've been making good progress with these kind of titles. So I'm just sticking with them for right now. I'm in a good mood, chilling. Yeah, I'm in a pretty good mood. I've lost 3 different bets by 1 point each. These Vegas guys know how to set lines. Oh, sorry to hear that, Death Boy Klaus. I was very disappointed in all 3 close calls that the Pac-12 lost. Washington State lost a tough one. Not that close of a game, but lost to, who was it? I don't remember who it was at the moment, but then Oregon lost in double overtime, and Colorado lost a close one. But I was also disappointed that Oakland lost in overtime. I was rooting for obviously Oakland and Oregon last night, and they were both great games, but still a disappointing outcome, you know. Yeah, it was a great game. I thought Oregon had it won in regulation. Tonight I lost a soccer game 3-0. I did well, though. I feel bad. Well, what position do you play? If you play goalie, you didn't do that well. Because then you gave up 3 goals. If you play something other than goalie, you also didn't do that well because you scored no goals and failed to prevent goals. So I don't know. I guess what you're saying is like maybe you did a good job of say passing it to the guy who should have kicked it into the you mean Dante? I think Dante is a really good center. Very talented. I don't blame Charles Barkley for picking Oregon to go all the way to the finals because he had them versus Arizona in the final game, crazily enough. But they looked good, man. They just didn't look quite good enough. If I were an NBA team, I'd be very interested in that Dante fellow. You know who I hate though? Who I just cannot stand? That horrible lady who plays for the LSU women's team.
Oh, I like you talking about her.
I don't like her.
Did you like her last year? I feel like we were impressed by her last year.
Well, I mean, LSU looked good and stuff, but I didn't like her last year. But I didn't hate her last year. Like she is so classless. Cuisinart, right? That's what I was calling him during the game. Was Cuisinart? Yeah, he had a heck of a fucking game. He was lights out all game. Cuisinart. Yeah, Angel Reese. I don't like the way she like. Okay, like for example, in today's game, um, this this tall Russian girl fouled out based on what happened. This is what happened. Angel Reese, like there was normal contact between her and this Russian girl, and Angel Reese falls over dramatically. They ridiculously call the foul, which is they should never have called, and then Angel Reese really smugly gets because the girl fouled out. It's like fuck you, you horrible, classless bitch.
Classless.
I hate that shit. I just want to go right up to her and smack her in the face. I don't watch American football, but I really hate the Bears. Well, that's fine. Great job, Isaiah Rude. Like, first she pulled this gamesmanship thing, which I acknowledge is part of the game. If you can, if you can get the ref to call it, then yeah. So I didn't really hate her until today when I saw that.
Yeah,
and then
okay,
now I was
that
just like,
makes
I
sense.
hate you.
Yeah,
Why are you doing that?
Because last year I remember like we were kind of impressed.
I'm impressed with her game and stuff, but I think she got super snotty, extra snotty after winning the national championship, Only a few subs until 50, says Isaiah Rude. Well, that'll be fun for you. So, I'm watching the Grand Canyon, Alabama game right now. Obviously, I'm rooting for Grand Canyon. Who wants the Crimson Tide to win anything?
Not me, but I had them winning in my bracket.
Yeah, I don't know. It definitely rubbed me the wrong way there, that boy Klaus. Good evening, good time. Good job, Grand Canyon. Way to score points. Let's play a game. Whoever tells a joke and they laugh wins. That's not a game. That's just life. Right. Yeah, that would be plenty of snottiness right there, that boy Cloud. Hi, Lady in Red.
Hey, Lady in Red. Oh, Isaiah, do you have a new channel? I tried to look you up to follow.
It's the same channel.
It is? It's Jebediah.
No, it's linked right there.
Alright, so I'll go to that one and I'll follow him there because I know he wants 50.
Yes. But here on YouTube, we don't follow, we subscribe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm not really.
I know.
I just thought it was funny that you spend all your time on watching YouTube. I guess you go on Instagram as well, but you spend more time on YouTube.
Yeah.
And you still use Instagram. So. Because you're that generation, you're just in alignment with the gram.
Yeah.
I actually do have 2 small tattoos, one on each shoulder. They aren't good tattoos, but they're small and whatever. Williams is definitely a flashy extrovert. The Bears as an organization are just losers. They haven't always been. They just maybe they need a fresh outlook on life. Maybe they should replace Soldier Field with a different stadium. I don't know what the stadium is called. I know it's called Soldier Field, but I'm not sure if that's the name of the stadium.
Yeah, Soldier Field.
It could be the name of the field, or it could be the name of the stadium. Why do they have CBD face cream? because your face needs to be more high, I guess. Oh no, don't play floppy like that, Grand Canyon. You can do a better job than that. And of course, you turn the ball over. Alabama comes right down and scores a basket. And now, Grand Canyon, you're down by 10 points. Oh, it's goaltending. That's why. 85 is literally their only Super Bowl. The history is just as awful as the Jets, and they have better PR. I like the Jets. Jets, 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 Jets.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the Jets. I felt really bad for them when Aaron Rodgers got injured, like on snap number 3 or whatever.
Yeah, it was.
Like, what horrible bad luck. That's horrible.
It is. I think he's still going to be their quarterback this coming season.
Yeah, I think so too. Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
But, you know what I say about professional football? Professional football, professional schmutball. The best football is college football.
College football is fun.
You know, USC had a terrible season last season.
That's why I think I don't remember watching it as much last year.
Yeah.
Where's Caleb Williams going to? Is he?
Well, that's what Klaus is saying, and that most of the pundits are saying the Bears are going to take him with the number 1 pick.
Oh.
I heard, not recently, but a little further back in time, I heard like hemmings and hawings about maybe that receiver, I forget what his name is, from Ohio State, that he might go number 1. But now I don't seem to hear that anymore. Well, if you make it up as you go, then it's not a new question. It's not a new any question. Because a new any question is something you do the same every time. We can change the topic. Can we change the topic? People can talk about whatever they want. I'll respond to it, In the absence of any alternative things being discussed, I'll continue discussing whatever, Aaron Rodgers is on RFK Jr.'s vice presidential short list.
That's true.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers has had some notions, shall we say. Yeah, I haven't heard it in a while. It was I think like one article I read that was speculating that on this notion that the Bears were going to do this trade to Mia, who we're going to take that receiver, and then Caleb Williams is going to drop to number 2. It was some speculative, thing that I read. It was quite a while ago that I read it. I think that nowadays people just kind of seem to be in consensus that Caleb's going number 1. It's new. I thought it up. It's the same every time, but the parts people get to at first have to make up. I see. Okay, like a choose your own adventure kind of a thing. Cool. Sounds fun. Smooth goatee. Good time. I will tell you, smooth goatee worked well the other night when I took it, and then I don't need to take it right now. I had a very large poo today.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you make up for all the little poos? I had to get a poo too.
I mean, it was nice. It was a nice change of pace from my, one marble of poo at a time.
Yeah.
It was sort of poo that if I had had that in Arcadia, there's zero possibility it would have gone down the toilet.
Oh my gosh! Wow, what a other side of the spectrum.
It was like one of those big French baguettes.
Oh my god! I'm so happy for you. I'm happy that we have good toilets.
Yeah, that's why I took it like a champ. It's just like, off you go.
Who lied about getting vax? Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers was right not to want the COVID vax and to believe he shouldn't have to get it. People need to have ownership of their own bodies, obviously, and saying, okay, well, you don't have to get it, but if you don't, you have to stay locked in your house forever or something. Is not that's the same thing as saying you must, right? That's not even a lie. He just let people misinterpret it as they wanted to. It's like, I did not have sex with that woman. Well, I guess, see, that's more of a lie than I'm immunized.
Yeah.
He was immunized. That's not even a lie.
That makes sense then why he called Travis Kelce Mr. Pfizer.
I mean, the thing is, people need to be responsible for determining whether or not somebody's answered the question asked. Anytime somebody answers an answer that is not an answer to the question I ask, I say, that does not answer the question I asked. But other people don't even know how to do that. And that's on them, not on Aaron Rodgers. What did Rachel say that she got? Oh, about why he called Kelce Mr. Pfizer. That's right. I mean, I will be running, not obviously right now, but in the upcoming cycle. Everything's coming together to meet the criteria I had for that to happen. I'm definitely on track to have 100,000 subs by the next election cycle, and that was kind of like one of the criteria I set. So, because I need some kind of visibility, right? I'm on. If things continue as they're going right now, I'm on track for more than that. So we'll see, but there she is, JC.
I feel like I met you before, JC.
Probably XXXTentacion or Drake. I don't like either of those people. I don't like either of them. Yeah, but no one should be forced to take it per se, but we make kids get a bunch of vax, right? No, that's fine, big dog mofo. Look, it's like one thing that we as a society have come to accept is that childhood vaccinations are a precondition to enter public schools. And it may or may not be a great thing, but it's how we've got it set up. What we also acknowledge, we should all agree to, is that it is never okay to force adults to do that sort of thing or to force people at all. We just have to, we can make it such that there are conditions where their children can't go to public school and stuff, right? And that's not a bad thing. For vaccines that are actually vaccines that work, right? Not for failed attempts at vaccines that do not prevent you from getting the disease. The reason compelled vaccinations are even remotely acceptable, even for children, is because they successfully eliminate diseases like mumps, measles, rubella, right? So the fact that we've come to accept that, childhood vaccines are both necessary and good to encourage. We don't necessarily have to force everybody. People have religious beliefs or whatever, but they have a long proven track record of being successful and a good idea. Nobody should object to mumps, measles, rubella vaccine, chickenpox vaccine. I didn't get chickenpox vaccine because I didn't have one as a kid, and so I got chickenpox instead. Polio vaccine, smallpox, if that were to come back. Yeah, but the reason it's okay to like functionally compel the population to vaccinate their children is because those vaccines work. They have a proven track record. They actually stop those diseases. Society's way better off in the absence of those diseases. Well, I'm not going to disagree with you exactly, that boy Klaus, but I'm going to go have a health tube. There they are. Most of whose comments are nonsense? JC's? I haven't really, I don't know if I have any strong opinion about JC's comments. Says things like wanting to cook a meal or whatever, but I just go, whatever. Or was what just the lockdown? I mean, the federal government has never mandated the vaccine for the general population. What I guess Biden was attempting to do was, force rules in area where the federal government had jurisdiction, like occupational safety stuff. And most of the lockdowns had basically nothing to do with federal dictates, right? I think Trump is a clown too, but I don't think that he was responsible for lockdowns. I think those kind of decisions were made at the local level primarily, state level, I mean, it's super skeevy as a president to try to compel policy that you can't justify in legit ways by warping your role as executive branch authority over OSHA. It's just so fucking skeevy. Yeah. I mean, all this extra legal, just seizure of authority jurisdiction by random like health officials in counties, completely insane, totally non-lawful, ridiculous, and those horrible people need to go fuck themselves. No, I agree that any private business that wanted to make whatever ridiculous COVID rules they wanted to make was entitled to do so. I don't agree that public health officials were entitled to force private businesses to take one or some other course of action regarding the matter. Certainly not entitled to force people to do the same thing. I think they probably meant you hop from stream to stream. That's why they said hoppy. I would guess. That's how I interpreted it. But I'm I could be wrong. Maybe you've interpreted it correctly and they meant hobby. Yeah, you test TE Polar by asking them to ordinate tasks. Break down yeah task into 5 steps. Like break down giving yourself a haircut into 5 steps. And and you know, TE Polar will say, okay, well, first you need to know if you need to get a haircut. And of course, I guess, maybe see if you have any scissors. And then they'll keep saying, I'll be like, how many steps is this? Oh, I forgot to keep track of the steps. That's TE Polar in a nutshell. Peace to you as well, Jenny Farmston. They think you're malicious or something. Who thinks you're malicious? Who is they? Oh, the employers who are discriminating against you because you're mentally ill? Well, are you putting that on your resume? Like, it's been 4 years and yeah, mental asylum. That's probably, it might be something you want to leave off your resume. Because what you're doing, if you put it on your resume or inform them of it, you're saying, uh, I might stop working at any moment, and because it's a medical problem you were made aware of ahead of time, you might have to keep paying me. So they don't want to. There's a lot of hypocrisy there, Shano. Like, it's like the same people who had keep your laws off my bodies. All of a sudden, keep your laws off my body. All of a sudden, that bumper sticker was like not on people's car anymore because I guess they must have realized that it could be interpreted as don't tell me what to do with my face. The weirdo that mentioned me. Yeah, I saw that somebody mentioned you. I don't know if they're a weirdo or not. They did say that you were hoppy. I'm not sure whose interpretation of that is correct, mine or yours. They don't seem to be here any longer, so we can't get any clarification from them. Oh, I need more coffee. I am out of coffee. Keep your laws off my body, but tell me what to do with my face. Because that's not mine. Just my uterus is mine. Keep your dirty laws off my nice, clean drawers. 25K butthole pick. If you were to have a picture of my butthole, it would be worth $25,000. That's true. Right. That's one of the points I made as well early on is if you know if something that is actually serious enough to justify some emergency measures comes up in the near future, sorry, they blew all of their savings on spring break, you know? Hi, James Day. Yeah, the opposite was also true though. Women will do as they're told. Crowd didn't want to be told to wear a mask. Yeah, COVID actually showed how gullible people are and how fear is used as an instrument against people. I mean, that's not really what it showed, Yurgi TV. It showed how susceptible the general populace is to mass panic just because things are framed a certain way, you know? It was a perfect storm of kind of it was a perfect storm of historical narrative lines. So you had these really sanctimonious, I guess you might call them progressives, who felt as though anything that, well, I mean, there were, and then you had this group of idiot people on the right who were saying things like vaccinations cause autism before COVID ever happened, right? And you had this perfect storm of things where there was this history of people on the right being science deniers, progressives being super sanctimonious about it, and then you have people attempting to be responsible in charge of various kinds of social media platforms and thinking, okay, this is our chance to do it right this time. Instead of letting this wildfire of bullshit about like school shootings didn't happen, vaccinations got out to them, like instead of allowing that wildfire of bullshit, this time we're gonna enforce misinformation stuff. But the problem was, and the problem was, of course, again, the people who opposed COVID policies generally were saying bullshit. They were like, "This is just a hoax. It's blah blah blah. It's blah blah blah. It's it's planned by big pharma and a bunch of other bullshit." So it's the same thing with evolution and creationism. Really, it's like because the creationists who are representing the alternative to evolution are making such shitty arguments, sensible people go, well, therefore evolution must be right. you know, except with COVID policies, um, nobody was arguing the right things. So people were always arguing about COVID, the disease, vaccinations, etc. Nobody was arguing about rights. Like, do people have the right to get sick? Do people have the right to free assembly even when a cold's going around? These are the points that needed to be discussed. And the alternative to the status quo that needed to be pushed was let it run its course. That was the alternative. Nobody had an alternative. It was like, well, how much do we panic? A shit ton because of COVID or a shit ton because we don't believe in COVID? We shouldn't panic at all. Let's just let it run its course, acknowledge that it's a real thing that's going to kill some people. Those people who want to take extra precautions can do so. That's their prerogative, you know? Let's stop trying to think that we can make the best decisions sort of centrally for everybody. Respect the basic rule of life. Everybody needs to be in charge of themselves, with some exceptions sometimes, but also respect the basic rule of emergencies. They are for situations that are emerging. Once they have emerged, you can no longer claim any kind of emergency powers. I didn't say you're a bad guy, JC. I did not say that. So basically, a syllogistic fallacy. No, I mean it's like it's the fallacy of utilitarianism. Because I can establish that lives might be saved by doing this and might be lost if we don't, that therefore we must do this as hard as we can. Because there's nothing more important than the sanctity of life. Well, of course, there are things that are equally important as sanctity of life, such as quality of life, such as autonomy, rights. If sanctity of life were really the most important value, then we should just lock everybody up in cages to keep them safe all the time. The myriad of horrible unintended consequences from the lockdowns were were appalling. Like some of them very simple things, such as my dad, who's deaf, was rendered more or less unable to communicate with people because he couldn't read lips at all anymore. He needed that to facilitate the little bit of hearing that he had. My dad was separated from his dying wife for a period of months while they said, oh, nobody can go in and out of the nursing home. I mean, can you imagine? You're not allowed to visit your dying wife. Why not? Because a cold's going around. It's a bad cold. Okay, well, fuck you. You know? Sorry, Mr. Strauss, Eric, you can't go visit your mom unless you get vaccinated. Fuck you. I'm already immunized, as Aaron Rodgers would say. And this vaccine that I have to get doesn't work. I have to get this not working vaccine and wear a mask just to go visit my mother. Yeah, that's a good quarterback. You know who else I respect a lot is Novak Djokovic. He wasn't having any of that bullshit either. I'm not that much of a fighter, right? It's like I fight with my words. I just explain how things ought to be, how this is fucked up, whatever. But I'm just gonna give in. He's immunized by his childhood vaccinations and immunized by his immune system. It's true. If he meant he was immunized by his immune system, that one I'm going to say does qualify as a lie in the sense that it's so nobody ever thinks of being immunized as meaning I'm protected by my immune system. That's not what the word means. So if that's what he meant, then I'm going to call that one a lie. But if he meant I'm immunized like I've gotten my childhood vaccines, then that's fine. That's not a lie. No, the vaccines don't kind of work. Okay, because what a vaccine does is it prevents you from getting a disease. It doesn't do something else, like mitigate some of the effects of it or whatever else. It prevents you from getting a disease. That's why people who get the mumps, measles, rubella vaccine do not get mumps, measles, or rubella. It is not the case that they get it, but it's not quite as bad or something like that. There might be a name for that kind of thing, but the name for that kind of thing is not vaccine. I look like the drummer from Fleetwood Mac, says Hulk Hogan Tights. Thank you. I like my hat too. I don't know what the drummer from Fleetwood Mac looks like. I guess he looks like me. Now I know what he looks like. So, it's like these are basic facts that everybody should agree on. But people were, and maybe to some extent still are, so like emotionally caught up in the subject that they may have, Yeah. So John says I had COVID 3 times. The first time was the worst sickness I've had. The other two weren't that bad. I've had it, I think, 3 times as well. The first time was, I wouldn't call it the worst sickness I've ever had, but I would call it an unusual one. It made us, it basically like made Rachel and I have no energy for a solid 2 weeks. We just lay around. I didn't feel terrible. I wasn't like super coffee or anything, but it just sucked all the energy out of me. Changed the way I tasted and smelled things as well. I got it after being vaccinated. Um, Sean's name is Green because he is a member of the channel. Membership doesn't really come with any benefits, but it does come with a green name and access to special stickers that you could put in the chat. I don't know. I just something I turned on sometime back when they made this new thing on YouTube and said you're eligible for this. All right, I guess I'll turn it on. I guess I'll try to set this thing up a little bit, but you know me. I do what I do. This is what I do. If YouTube wants me to do something else than this, then it's going to be disappointed. All right, now I'm going to urinate and pee at the same time. I mean, urinate and smoke at the same time. Oh. When the spirit of urine fills you inside with the fluids there, you need to go hide away and pee. Yeah, pee like me. Brr, it's cold. There's a cold winter's wind blowing. Brr. This kind of wind makes me wish I were wearing a scarf. You might also say that it makes me wish I could pull scarves out of my sleeves. Because then I would have a long string of tied together scarves to wrap around my neck and prevent my poor neck from getting cold. There. Now I have urinated. Using my penis and skills I learned as a small child, I have urinated. And that puts me one up on you. So you've got some catching up to do. It's a lovely afternoon. cold as heck. Yeah, I know. I used it. I used the word heck. You'll have to excuse me. I'm trying to curse less. I think it's kind of charming to use non-curse words, actually. Like, gosh darn it. Or, well, I'll be a son of a biscuit. Things like that. I think it works in my favor if I were to do that. In my native tongue, I curse a lot. It is a naturally spoken Eric, but it totally is a beautiful act. Talking about not cursing. Oh, I do have my glasses. Ah, I have them. I can see. Bears. Peeing outside just feels better. As the kids would say, it hits different. Yeah. I'm giving to the earth is what I'm doing. The risk of getting timed out, so it is in the woods sex. You know, Sean L., Rachel and I attempted that one time, and what we determined was that there were too many bugs outside. NK sub Eric edits himself. Yeah, maybe to some extent, but it's not even that. It's like, I didn't have informative data as to how things played that it was updating, because I wasn't having new people come in to react to how I am, right? In this rush of new people coming through here, I get various comments that are informative about how, for example, I differ from other YouTubers, perhaps. But anyway, I'm just sort of generally moving towards that direction. It's like, I think it's just kind of a function of slowly optimizing as a person more than as a YouTuber. Profanity can hurt you in terms of your ability to communicate, in terms of your ability to win hearts and minds or whatever. It can rarely help you. So, yeah, I'm not going kayaking anytime soon. Yeah, I'm getting cold chills right now. It is cold out here. At least I got a jacket on though. But I do have thermoregulation struggles. If I change temperature dramatically, I might start just like kind of violently shivering, uncontrollably shivering. Wow, Grand Canyon up by 3. Good job. Foul. This has been a rough and tumble game. It's been very physical. Let's see. 48 is what it says it is right outside right now. I mean, it snowed during the day today. In the earlier stream, we had multiple occurrences of me going, oh, look, it's snowing as hell. Ooh, Ricardo, you're here. And the best joke I've heard, and after being inundated with a bunch of jokes recently, is this one. What do you call a Mexican with a rubber toe? Roberto. I don't know why I like that joke so much. Did he? I must have missed the tantrum. About the roughing or what? I mean, I've been rooting for Grand Canyon from the get go. Oh, is that what that technical was for? I saw them shoot the technical free throws, but I missed what it was for. I didn't bother going back to see. William McLaren, I do not answer that question, okay? It's ridiculous that you would even ask that question. Who asks somebody that question? I mean, seriously, who asked that question? You ask women, how deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your... It took me, it wasn't until the last few years that I realized, oh, that song's about her vagina. I never realized that before. And it was, in fact, just recently that I realized that Happiness is a Warm Gun by the Beatles is about making your penis warm by humping. Are you really an old man if you're sharing a bed with a young lady? I don't think of myself as an old man. I just hear that a lot around here. So I'm trying to sort of exploit that vector to get new faces stopping by. It seems to be working. I don't know how much it has to do with it, really. It could just be the short speed, but uh, it's not working. So I thought I'd just stick with it for a bit while longer, see how it goes. I've been titling every stream, "Is this old man really man?" I don't know. It's like young people might be drawn in by the idea of this old man, I guess. It does seem to be the case that I'm at the upper end of the age demographic of people who live stream. Not a ton of streamers my age. There's certainly not a ton of streamers my age as active as I am. You know, what do I consider young? Under 30. 30 to 40 is younger than me, but not young. But again, it's like I try to treat everybody like an individual. I try to treat everybody the same, regardless of man, woman, old, young, whatever. And what I've determined is that none of those group designations can ever tell us as much about a person as just interacting with them directly. It's never too late for an ENP to embrace their desire for attention. No, that's true. I didn't find YouTube until I was 42 years old, or around then. You're 40, but I didn't really start. I didn't really start YouTubing until I was like 42, 40, right in there. And so it was really eye-opening for me. It's like I had not understood how starving for attention / engagement I was, and it's like I was somebody who, and still am somebody who needs a lot of engagement with a lot of different people, and I'm somebody who wants a lot of attention. I'm like my cat. My cat wants me to watch him when he eats. I want people to watch me when I'm doing whatever. I like to pretend like I'm teaching them how to do things they already know how to do. This is how you take out the trash. Why? I don't know why. It's just how I am. But I accept myself for how I am now. I don't hate myself for how I am. I'm much less self-loathing than I used to be. Even much less self-loathing now than I was fairly recently. It took me a while to process a lot of the guilt I had from the last few years of my parents' life, to recognize it more for what it was, etc. Yeah, one could argue that. Personally, I don't think it really has anything to do with my moons, but that's a fine interpretation of things as well. The very first live stream I watched of yours was one with you putting together a new computer chair. Yeah, I had to do that kind of stuff. What happened? They called the foul on the floor? That's not and one or what? Come on now, refs. Stop trying to make this game all about you.
Ew.
I'm glad you have completed that self realization journey. I don't think I've completed any journey. I think I'm still
Oh yes.
on optimization path. I could conceive of a time where I start declining, but at the moment, I'd like to think I'm still optimizing. Yeah. Well. This guy again, says Chien Chiang. What made you start streaming? Well, I started YouTube before YouTube had streaming. So I YouTubed first. When they opened up streaming, that was a very natural thing for me to want to try out. And what made me start doing YouTube initially really was I was thinking about a lot of philosophy stuff. And I didn't have cognitive functions to help me with it, right? I didn't have I didn't have the meta frame in place to help me understand things. So I was making what I called Eric's philosophy talk videos. And it's basically just me musing out loud about ideas that I was thinking about so that I would sort of have notes for a book if I wanted to write one at some point. And they were incredibly slow, unbearably slow videos. It would just be like, so if truth then is, no, like no human could possibly watch those videos. But but that was how I enabled myself to start YouTubing, was to say to myself, these videos are not designed to garner an audience. They're not designed to be good to watch. They're just for my own purposes. Otherwise, I would have had trouble managing like the question of why I was doing that, right? If I before I garnered any kind of audience. I might be able to mew, but I don't plan on doing so right now. I am much more chill now, and uh, most importantly, there's been a uh, there's been a combination of things that have happened that have made me go into kind of a sudden, quick growth period as a YouTuber and as a person, which is I came out of that period of time of mourning, adjusting to the new life. So I processed my guilt and a bunch of stuff. It took a long time. It took a year or so, but a little more than that. But then I sort of found, oh hey, it was strange. It was like right around January 1st of the new year. I was like, I feel good again. What's going on? I feel like excited to get up in the morning. I want to do this. I want to talk about this. I want to do this. It's life's fun again. What happened? And then concurrent with that started to be the success of vertical live streaming for me, namely getting more people around. And I think I was well suited spiritually, emotionally at that moment to grow in terms of my reactivity. So am I more chill now? Well, I'm definitely less reactive. It is very difficult to elicit a reaction from me now. You have to be honestly, earnestly, not trolling, but just pig-headedly wrong, like Cone Man, to get under my skin. And it's like that's getting under my skin because he's not trolling. That's why he's getting under my skin. It's really difficult for somebody to get under my skin now trolling. They can cause me to time them out or hide them or whatever, because obviously there are lines that people can cross that I'm going to react to, right? But it doesn't mean I'm reacting emotionally to it. Hi, Muhammad. And 8 is actually Muhammad. Humans love stories, and YouTube is a place to share your unique story, the ups and downs, where it makes the story relatable and thus engaging. Yeah, I mean, I I'd like to believe that this live stream at least has something to offer that not a lot of other live streams have to offer. Yes, it is live, Howie X. It is live. It is as live as you and me. Yeah, I used to be much more susceptible to a variety of different kinds of trolls. And now it's just, I've just become, when you experience enough of it, you eventually have dealt with basically every kind of trolling multiple times, enough that you're sort of desensitized. Plus, you know, if life's going great and things are easy and you don't have stress like I don't, then your emotions tend not to spill over from other frustrations, right? Oh, that's cool, Sean. It's good to hear. And understandable that somebody who's an introvert and NI is going to experience actualization, growth, transition, whatever, by a very different modality than me, who's an extrovert NE. Full moon and host Eric is live streaming. Makes a great combo. Does it? Is it because it allows you to listen to the live stream while walking outside in the dark without a flashlight? I'm thinking that must be what makes it such a great combo. What do you think about NI and knowledge? I think they're correlated. Well, there are two ways to know things in the world: intuition, NI, or experience, SI. So both of those are knowing functions. NI is the objective knowing function, but that doesn't mean it's right, okay? I want to clarify that. It means that it knows things predicated on what they are rather than their linkage to you. I'd love to watch a live stream of you taking on a court matter. Yeah, well, the person always, if the person, a person can believe they know something, and they're probably trying, when they say that term, to distinguish between that which they believe or think to be true, think might be true, but aren't sure about, right? However, knowledge is not distinct from other kinds of epistemics in that way that people think it is. It's distinct because if you know something, it means you arrive at the conclusion instantaneously. So, what year did Christopher Columbus sail the ocean blue? 1492. I don't have to do any deliberation to figure that out. I just know it, right? What is what is this? It's a harmonica. I don't have to do any deliberation to know what it is. I just know it. So, in contrast, if I say, what's 3,313 times 42.6, you're going to have to do some figuring to get the answer, right? Is the idea of blue NI? Well, yeah, I mean, sort of, yeah, sure, I guess. But what I would say about that kind of thing is that please make that. No, that was a terrible shot. Grand Canyon goes down too. A bunch of close calls and disappointments. How unfortunate. Did Clemson end up beating? Um, who were they playing? Yeah, they do. They still make harmonicas, and I can play the harmonica a little bit, you know. Thanks. That's the song I know how to play on the harmonica. They make pretty much everything if you have money.
Oh my gosh.
So Clemson did beat Baylor. Well, there goes
Oh man.
my
Yeah.
my Baylor bracket. Oh, how sad for him. He must be so sad right now.
I left you the Mexican casserole.
Oh, thanks, darling. I didn't even see you put that down. It's the scruffy old man. Get a razor and have a shave, scruffy old man. Okay. I'll be sure to do that any moment now. You just keep watching, and in a second, I'll be doing that, I'm sure. Maybe not, but probably. At least one could speculate that that might be the case. Yeah, March Madness, right? Maria HDR is back. I'm glad to see you back. So is Chip Broadhead. He's back to admire my facial hair. They don't make good hookers anymore. That's silly. Henry Cormier says hello. Hello, Henry Cormier. And how are you? So this game's over. Grand Canyon lost. They're down by 9 with 37 seconds left. I think it's Alabama's ball even. Yeah, it is. This is over. I don't even want to watch this anymore. I'm not rooting for that team to win. I'm rooting for Grand Canyon. The game I most want to see, though, really, is probably Yale versus San Diego State. Oh, it looks like Texas A&M is certainly holding their own against Houston. That's good. What's going on in the Connecticut game? Is Connecticut stomping Northwestern as I anticipate? What's the score? By how many tens of points is UConn winning? Let's find out. 48-22. Oh no, it's 66-42. Okay, well it's still 24 points. That's about what I think everybody expected with this UConn Northwestern game. I don't think anybody gave Northwestern a snowball's chance in hell, as they say. But the Texas A&M versus Houston game is close. So let's watch that one. Let's have that one going on in the old background-aroo. I like the background-aroo. Don't know how about you? Background-aroo is fun. All right. Ruben R., you're here. You're queer. You don't want any more bears, and I am delighted by that. Is FENI elitist? Yes. Well, NIFE is. Okay? I think ENFJ is the least elitist of Beta Quadra. But yes, I think Beta Quadra is elitist. But in a good way, you know? You might say they're aristocratic rather than democratic. Alpha Quadra is democratic. You made some pot roast. All right. That's always a good decision, Lady in Red. You cannot go wrong with pot roast. I see you have a cat. What's its name? This cat here is named Capio. And her name, Capio, means sweetheart in Hawaiian. And it's a very apt name. She's a real sweetheart. She really is. She's a wonderful kitty. I have another cat who's named Trouble, and we love him very much, but he's a bit of a difficult kitty. That's the difference between Capio and Trouble. So I was very pleased to receive an email from the seed company today indicating that, yesterday, I guess I received it last night or something, that my seeds had shipped. Well, NETI is democratic. NITI is aristocratic. Good call, Lady in Red. Good call. There's two aptly named cats. And one, unfortunately, long-suffering Capillo. Because prior to getting with Rachel, I lived in Laverne, my ex-girlfriend, and she had a cat. I forget what I forget what the cat's name is, but a nickname she had for it was Majesty. Anyway, the black cat, and that cat used to bully Capillo when I lived over there. Then we moved to Arcadia. She had us to herself for a while, and she was so happy. And then Trouble entered the family, and now he bullies Capillo. So, but we try to police it as best we can. You know, Trouble is Beta Quadra, yeah. Trouble is an ENFJ. Capillo is an ISTJ. So not sure what quadrant that is, but SITE. You wouldn't call them elitist. You call them kind of utility framed people, I guess. But you know, it's like your STJs are like private utility. Your NTJs are like public utility. Black-seeded Simpson. I don't know what black-seeded Simpson is. But it sounds racist. The devil's lettuce does make a good ornamental plant. Well, yeah, you could say, you know, Beta Quadra is like public friendliness, whereas Alpha Quadra is like private friendliness. In other words, Alpha Quadra is down to hang out with friends, everybody's equal, right? Alpha Quadra, Beta Quadra, it's like Beta Quadra is responsible for things like VIP rooms. They need to manage perception publicly, but they're fine with there being hierarchies and stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's not the right best words for it. Public, private. Having failed to elicit a response with his first dumbass comment, JD tries again with a different dumbass comment. Chat, they say Socrates was NTP and non-democratic. Look, by democratic, there's a very egalitarian bent to NTPs. I would not say that Socrates was aristocratic. I think he was trying to wrestle with the issue of egalitarianism versus governance and concluded that like a philosopher king was a good idea, which is basically saying we need to prioritize what is just. It seems as though only some people are capable of doing that. But that's not elitism. Keep in mind, I can be very elitist. about certain things. I can be snobby, right? Like, I'm definitely a music snob. So what you're saying to us is that you grow weed that you don't smoke. That is silly. That is very silly. You have just elevated your silliness score by 5 points, Dallas. It would be like me making moonshine I couldn't drink. It is a great plant, yeah. Well, get rid of the word democracy, okay? Get rid of that word. Egalitarian is the word I want to go with, okay? Egalitarian means that you don't you don't put much weight into fancy titles, some people being more important than others, okay? I'm eating actually. I'm pretty sure that's a little different from mewing. But yeah, we just go with egalitarian and elitist. It doesn't really have anything to do with governance, you know, it's just about your attitude. Egalitarian means uh, you treat everybody the same don't and you don't yeah, if that's the case, Tablet Claus, I've not been paying much attention to this game. I just started watching it, but um yeah, egalitarianism basically says you may be fancy Doctor Mia Esquire with these titles or whatever, but you're still just a dude who puts on your pants one leg at a time like me. And I I try to be respectful towards everybody, but I am intimidated by no man, impressed by few. An elitist would say, that's bullshit. All people fundamentally are not equal. Some people are geniuses and some people are dolts. Some people do excellent work and some people do shitty work. You know, but you could look at egalitarianism in the opposite way instead of the principle that all people are equal, that nobody gets to be special. You know, nobody gets to be important, too special and important for me to talk to or whatever. Wifeless and jobless leads to losers like this on YouTube. Well, I'm not wifeless, Gage Low. I'm married to my wife. She's my third wife. Nobody cares what you have to say with your slurry words. Well, obviously you do, Gage Low. You have such a strong opinion about them and me that definitely qualifies as caring. I'm not sure why you care so much, but you obviously do. I've not experienced sleep paralysis, no. NTPs love novelty and creativity and specialness or whatever. Yeah, there's my wife. Rachel Strauss is literally my wife. That's why she has the same last name as me, Strauss. Jobless and wifeless leads to loser. Well, I'm not really a loser, though. I mean, I think people should. What they should do is they should determine first that I am a loser before making these wanton claims. But I guess they don't want to. You know, it's like, one of the reasons why I'm not very reactive anymore is that whatever kind of critique people might make of me is I feel good because in fact the opposite is true. Did I go to W2? You mean WW2? Did I fight in World War II? No. Do you know when World War II was? The 1940s. To have fought in World War II, I have to be no younger than 20 years old and 46, let's say. If I file my W-2, he needs to work on his, verb usage. That's wonderful to hear, Rachel. I would love to talk to Johnny someday. So anyway, let's see. What we're talking about is how old I'd have to be to have fought in World War II. It'd have to be 20 and 46. Let's call it 26 now to make it easy. That's 100 then it'd have to be, right? Because 20 plus 20, yeah, that would be 100. Now, take 2 years off of that and say I could potentially be in my late 90s and have fought in World War II. Maybe in a dream world where I get to join the military at 16 or something, I could be like 95 and fought in World War II, let's say. So I know I look older than my age, but I do feel confident that I don't look like I'm 95 years old. So, there's that. Hello, Adrian Garcia. How are you this evening? I will read what Lady in Red says here. To me, I don't care who you are, jobless, have a wife, have money, or homeless, or if you don't have a pot to pee in or a window to throw it out. If you respect me, I'll do the same. Well, sure. And I agree with you completely. And I would additionally note that those kind of things, irrelevant, those kind of things like how much money you have, whether you're married, blah, 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 none of those things is directly informative at all about the quality of the content, right? So it should be the case that people can evaluate the content on its merits and not try to evaluate the content based on irrelevancies like how old you are, how much money you have, whether you're married. Why are you on here? You are literally 100. Well, I just can't help it, I guess. It's in my dementia. I just accidentally found myself here on YouTube. What am I doing? Can anybody help me? What are you doing and what are you sus? Well, I'm live streaming. And what am I suspicious of? And what you are sus. What you are sus. Sorry. Oh, I see. And what you are sus. Well, Paige, if I'm so sus, you should probably get away from here as quickly as possible. I wouldn't want you to be subjected to somebody who's sus. Woody says, "Hail, Satan friend. Good to be with fellow Satan worshippers." I'm pretty sure you're not with fellow Satan worshippers, but nice of you to presume. Okay, let's go with that then. How do you know when you've been blessed by Lucifer? Can you tell? Do good things happen to you if you're blessed by Lucifer? Or bad things? I want to know. Mrs. Mom, are you bothered by like also? It's misused and overused, but it doesn't bother me. Like, literally does. I've gotten accustomed to the fact that people use literally to mean figuratively. God knows what reason. Of course, it wouldn't sound so like pointed if they said you are figuratively 100 years old. That would be more a very interesting thing for someone to say. Hi, Marco Michaelis. Hi, Marco Michael is. I am not a Grateful Dead fan. Oh dear Lord, no. No. I was a fan of Grateful Dead concerts back when I was a teenager, when they were still going on, because you go to the parking lot to those and get whatever drug you want. But I never wanted to go inside them and listen to that terrible band, wank on stage with their stupid hippie stuff, obviously. What do I look like, a hippie? I'm no hippie, okay? I didn't go inside. I just got drugs from the parking lot. It was cool though. That was the best thing about Grateful Dead. Is you could get any drug you wanted so easy at their concerts. It's like going to the parking lot and it was a strange phenomenon, okay? You're talking about the good old days being like Nancy Reagan, just say no, zero tolerance, drug war hell, right? But somehow the Grateful Dead shows were just widely accepted by communities and police departments all around the country to be an exception. My job, well, I don't know, property management. Please don't repeat yourself multiple times. The LSD was good then, too good sometimes. Please don't just spam, okay? I'm happy to talk to you about whatever you want to know about me. You don't need to spam. I guess when I'm answering that question, I might say from now on, property management, because that's what I'm doing as a job right now is putting together this rental property for making it a vacation rental, and then we'll have to run that. Yeah. If I don't get to your comment instantly, I will get to it in a second. There aren't that many people chatting. I'm certainly capable of getting to everything. There may come a day when that's not the case, when we got so much action around here that I can't, but that's not the case now. It was strong sometimes. I had a couple of bad trips, because because I got, I don't know, for whatever reason, a variety of possible reasons, but yeah, I certainly got strong acid back then. I've done acid contemporaneously, like maybe 5 years ago or something. Uh, it worked. It was fine. It was pretty weak. But the thing is, if I'd taken the full tab, it probably would have been fine. I took a half tab because I wasn't sure how strong it was. I should have taken the whole tab. And I also did a little bit of acid much more recently than that, like 6 months ago. But again, same thing. I took half tab. I should have taken the full tab. That was weaker than the one I had gotten before. But there wasn't anything but acid in it. It was fine like that. It wasn't adulterated in any way. So, which reminds me, I was thinking that I might want to take mushrooms tonight. Now that I've eaten this, I'm even feeling more like that's a good idea. I was gonna make myself eat something first, but my blessed beloved wife Rachel um, made me this food. You wish I could experience only the good side of drugs? Mostly I do these days. I've gotten better at doing drugs. I should. I've practiced enough. Yeah, even the time I ate half an ounce of mushrooms and basically like had a psychotic break. I was on a bunch of Vyvanse too. Um, it wasn't scary like an acid bad trip is scary. You know, it's like much. I don't think mushroom. No, they're not Pac-12. I guess you wouldn't consider Arizona a West Coast team. Arizona's Pac-12. They're still in it. No, it doesn't really work like that, Mohammed. It's kind of one of those lies that people tell. Um, I've actually moved from harder drugs to fewer harder drugs. You know, that's been my development arc. I started out as like a reckless teenager going for super hard drugs, and now I'm a little more mature. And it's not the case that like once you do drugs, then nothing you can never be happy unless you're on drugs again or something. That's just all bullshit, dude. These are just lies people tell. Ayahuasca is fun. I would love to get it, but I don't want to have to go to Florida to get it. Oh, well, that was your experience. That was your experience. People have their own unique relationships with all of the vices that they might have, be it food, shopping, drug, gambling, sex, stealing things. Yeah, some people are kleptos, I guess. I don't know if that qualifies as an addiction, really, but that's just shit people who have never done drugs say. Just like true beauty's on the inside is something ugly people say. Or kind people. As I say, as long as you don't end up broke or in jail, who gives a shit what you do? Yeah, that's what it's like. That's the bottom line. It's not my business what you do, whether it's good for you or not. It's not my business. Well, that's true that um, being wasted once a month is not an addiction, but it's not about you know. I guess there are a few different angles of approach to the question. There's sort of using a substance abusively, quote unquote, and there's being addicted to it literally, and then there's being habituated to it. So the point is, I don't really think you could say I'm addicted to anything except cigarettes. If you're using my definition of addiction anyway. I got Gonzaga on one of my brackets. I'm glad I picked them. They're not a Pac-12 guy. They are a West Coast Conference. Is that what it's called? I'm not sure where they're. I think it's WCC maybe. Junkies, addicts, and users. Yeah, okay, but I mean, it's like I am. I tend to like to party with things, you know. Like today, I did my prescribed amount of Adderall in the morning, and then in the middle of the day, I ended up taking a nap. Got up from my nap, felt like live streaming some more. I ended up taking another half of one of them, another 15 milligrams. Um, in part because I also thought I might want to take mushrooms tonight. I like to take mushrooms on Adderall, not without it. Otherwise, I feel too serotonin from the mushrooms. So I think I am going to do that. You know, I think I'm going to take some mushrooms. It is Sunday night. Hi, Brooke. Jaloo. I have trouble moderating too, but I've struggled through to where I am now, such that I have a pretty darn good relationship with drugs. You know, I don't do too many of them, and I still get to enjoy the ones I do. And you know, I would say I would like to excise cigarettes from my menu. Uh, but it's probably also the case that I'd like to smoke weed a little less often, so it works better. I think that ADHD is correlated to a specific type quarter function. I think it's a diagnosis that is given to action types foremost, SE DOMs and NE DOMs. But because it doesn't refer to any actual real thing, it's not a real, it's not like Down syndrome, right? That's a real thing that's wrong with you. ADHD is just a configuration skew too much towards action from the perspective of people who don't have that problem and want to pathologize it. Sometimes they'll call it an executive function disorder, especially in NEDOMs, or INTPs or INFPs, SE polar, you know. Why am I in here? Oh, right. I have to do that. So, the first thing that one needs to do when one is preparing to take mushrooms is to get some nose plugs. In order to not be grossed out by these mushrooms, I need to not smell them at any point in the process, okay? Then I'll get out this little bowl. We're going to turn the mushrooms into dust in this little bowl. I've figured out the best way to take mushrooms. So you don't have to taste them and you don't have to chew them, and you minimize the amount of grossness. Oh God, Dulles. I have eaten too many mushrooms. I've had too many gacky experiences with them. It's like, for me, they're like tequila, you know? They become like tequila becomes after you get, you know, you almost get alcohol poisoning from tequila the first time, and you smell tequila for 2 days afterwards. You're like, if I even smell tequila again, I'm gonna hurl. That's how I am with mushrooms. So maybe I used to be like that. Like, what's the big deal? Just eat it, whatever. I just can't even tolerate it at all anymore. I experienced panic attack from weed only in the aftermath of only in the aftermath of uh, my dad's suicide. I did have a panic attack from weed, and I got to experience what an actual panic attack was for the first time in my life. It was strange. anxiety attack, whatever you want to call it. It was absolutely crippling. Like, I couldn't do anything. It was like this malfunctioning robot. My tequila was your vodka, huh? Well, I had that experience that I described with tequila. I had that at some point with pretty much every liquor. Tequila is the one that sticks with me because it just, of all liquors, tequila is the one that it seems like you taste the longest after you're done drinking it. It just like stays in your nose and this awful tequila smell, you know. What I'm gonna need a beverage to assist in this process. And I'm gonna go with beverage, yeah, this one right here. It's a good beverage for that. Some non-alcoholic beer. Okay. Then I'm going to, okay, well, I have a spoon here. That's fine. I can use that spoon. I need a bigger spoon, actually. Let me get a bigger spoon. Okay, if you don't put in nose plugs when you open this container of mushrooms, you will smell them. It's unavoidable. So you want to get the mushrooms you're going to get out of there as quickly as possible. Close up the bag and close up the container again because they just stink. Let's see here. Here's some assortment of little ones. A few more. A couple more. These are so small. I mean, that should be fine. Maybe one more. Good. Okay. This, fortunately, is not quite as bad as a decomposing body. For instance, Mom, I think I need more than these nose plugs. This is how much I put in here. Is that too much, too little? It's kind of hard to tell. Might be a little more than last time. I don't know. So we're going to squish this up so that it is just dust. Nothing more than dust. Yeah, sure. The thing is about this, I mean, like I said, I have this horrible association with them. I had kind of a period of time where I didn't have necessarily a great relationship with mushrooms. I was trying to take them too often. I was trying to treat them like, a drug you can abuse. You really can't abuse mushrooms. The mushroom gods won't let you have a good time if you try to. They just make you puke and stuff. So, because of that long experience, I'm particularly prone to puking when I smell or taste these mushrooms. And I didn't used to be nearly as much. But with this strategy I have here, this is an excellent strategy. All right. So this is powdery enough now, I'd say. So that the thing is, you don't want to have to chew it for even a second. You can't, but it doesn't mean you can't take too many. And it's not especially good for your kidneys, apparently. It seems like a little more than last time. Now I'm preventing myself from smelling something right now. I don't want to smell. Okay, so put a little water in here. And we'll just mix this up into a little porridge, okay? Mix that up into a little bit of a porridge. All right. Now we get out our beverage, which we're going to need to wash this down so that we have it in our mouth as little as possible, okay? And it's also a good idea when you do something like this too. It's worked for shots of alcohol too. Not that I drink anymore, but it's like this. Then you take your shot of alcohol, take your chaser, then you breathe in. That's a very good trick. It works with this too.
Can I give you a kiss?
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
I love you too. Okay, I successfully ate those mushrooms without any big problems. Straightforward enough. The worst thing that happened was I got to experience the gross texture of the mushroom porridge in my mouth.
Oh.
But that's no big deal, you know. I can deal with that. It's kind of like oatmeal. It's not that gross.
I like the name mushroom porridge.
Yeah. Anyway, if you want to, is this me? I'm crackling? Am I still crackling? Would you rather give or revive a Cleveland steamer? I don't know what that is. I think you meant receive. Is everybody else feeling like it's crackly? The audio is bad? If the audio is bad for other people, I will try meowing. You know, I could no thanks then. We don't need to hear about it. No reason for you to be gross. Let me see if I can fix the problem. And now that I have restarted my phone, I've reconnected with the live stream. And I'm hopeful. That's why I didn't have to start a new stream. And I'm hopeful that the audio problem is fixed. Yes, here I am. Here I am. Meow, meow, meow. Who in the heck do I think I am? Is the audio different, or is it? If that didn't fix the audio, I can't fix it. I don't know what's going on because I restarted the whole phone. Fantastic. Good news. Good news, everybody. That's wonderful good news. I wonder what's going on with that, you know? When it buffers for me, the last thing he said before that repeats over and over in a loop. That's pretty funny. Let me see if I can fix that. 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 Like that. Now when I unplugged the electricity plug, did it make it start being bad again? Are you jealous you don't have mushrooms? Don't remind me that I took them. I like to forget that I took them so that I don't. See you later, Michael Patrick Bernier. You go to bed. You eat 3 cans of kidney beans earlier. Wow, that's a lot of kidney beans. You're like, what do I want to eat? Kidney beans. And what else? More kidney beans. And for a main course, more kidney beans. Obviously, what else does one want to eat in life? I believe all beans that one eats should have the shape of an organ. Since there aren't any liver beans or heart beans, you clip that song? Cool. You know, there's this, you had some spite to wash it down. Excellent, John dear. Excellent work there. I'm pleased with your chat. Your chat pleases me. Pancreas beans, right. There's no pancreas beans either, so that's why we have to eat kidney beans. I want to, if you happen to know what time in that video that song occurs, could you please tell me what time it is in? Because I actually would like to listen to that again. Hey, Trouble, oh God. I open the door, Trouble's outside, Kapia wants to go outside, and of course then she sees Trouble and runs back the opposite direction immediately because Trouble's a bully. Then I try to kick Trouble out of the way, but it's too late. Kapia has already gone back inside. You are speaking shit. Am I? I mean, I'm talking about my 2 cats. Are you saying that it's not true what I'm saying about my cats, or just that it's not worth listening to? I'm always curious when people give me feedback. I'd like to pick their brains and see more specifically what it is that they find detestable. You know, I'm less likely to pick their brains if they have positive things to say, because then it sounds like you're fishing for compliments. But fortunately, people who have negative critiques, I can ask them to provide even more feedback, please. You know, if I am speaking shit, how would I go about speaking something other than shit, for example? Make your criticism constructive. Oh, cool. Thank you. 5:15:46. Oh, you already got the clip right there. Yeah, I guess you can make clips too, you know, so. Have I ever been in any cults? No. I'm not cult. Cults don't appeal to me. Kidney beans versus your cats. No, I wasn't talking about kidney beans being in any kind of competition with my cats. I had been talking about kidney beans and then segued into talking about my cats. I think you inferred a verses where none existed. So if you think talking about kidney beans and cats is shit, then obviously I'd recommend you go to a different live stream. The sort of banalities that periodically get covered here. I can see they're not very important topics, and furthermore, I respect your taste in live streams, and I encourage you to find one that you enjoy. What's up, my guy? I am back. What do you want to make a video about, Muhammad? I could schedule a video conference with you, talk to you about whatever you want to talk about. Um, all right. Well, when you say you want to talk about MBTI, like, how do you want to frame the discussion? Do you want to present your own thoughts on MBTI? Do you have questions? Do you want to negate the topic of personality? Say like personality type is bullshit. Do you want to talk about the current state of affairs of the typology community? What kind of, how are you envisioning this playing out? I mean, I have no problem making a video for you, and I have no with you. I mean, and I have no problem making a video with you for your channel, or in theory for mine. I just need to know more specifically what you want to, how you're envisioning this playing out, what ideas you have in mind to discuss, etc. You'd like to discuss new ideas about typology? You meant on my channel? No, it'd be fun. I have no problem putting. I have plenty of videos where I talk to some person and put those videos up on the channel. If you have something, oh well. All right. Well, I could listen to you and ask you questions about it and see what happens in regards to that. I'm not sure how. Well, we could try that. Send me an email saying, how about, send me an email suggesting a day and time in California time that you want to do this. And I can put it on the calendar and invite you from the calendar. And Google Calendar will send you an email. You guys make a video about the easy and fast way to cure depression? I don't know about that. I don't know how to cure depression. I know that for me, all right, well, check it out. What about campaign funds? You're going to have to make your question a little bit more specific than that. What about campaign funds? What about campaign funds? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have any campaign funds. Technically not true. I think I have $60 of campaign funds. What is you inhaling? I'm just having a health tube made by the Philip Morris Corporation. Fine purveyor of American Marlboro Reds. Do I have a homestead? No, I just have a house in a neighborhood here in Mariposa. I didn't homestead it. I'm not off grid or anything. I've got incredibly fast internet, actually. I am way back here, like, as far back as you can get before the road turns to dirt road. How do I suck at using email? I don't suck at using email. See, I got you. You got me how? About campaign funds? Well, I mean, I do have things to say about campaign funds, but I just wanted a little more clarity about what you were looking for. I would like to discuss MBTI also. Do you know that I'm an INFJ? I've been told I'm something else, but I don't care what others say. Yeah, it's pretty nice around here. It's a lovely evening. It's just around sunset time. Getting kind of dark, but Like the hill over there is still well lit in comparison to down here a little bit more in the valley. Got some nice kind of evening clouds. It's looking lovely. And doesn't that look like an inviting home that we'll go inside of with the nice warm porch lights? Of course, with the dark top part, it's a little less inviting, but yeah, it's good. It's easy to be chill, right? It's easy for me to be chill because I've got a great life. I've got a super chill life. I don't have really any pressures or responsibilities pushing down on me, except for things I got in the works that I can kind of go on my own pace at, you know. So I I think it's important that people talk about the following thing um, more than they do, which is that people's mental and emotional state. There's this, I think, toxic kind of positivity self-help message that says it's all about your attitude. I don't think that's good or healthy. I think that a correct interpretation says it has a lot to do with your circumstances. And sometimes those circumstances are not necessarily really within your control. And yeah, attitude, it's generally good to try to have a positive attitude and try to make the best of things, try to make whatever, no matter how bad things are, try to make them better. But it's also kind of fundamentally unfair to people who are suffering through difficult circumstances, you know? It's like it works the same way that money does. Like poor people can't afford to buy things in ways that are the most affordable ways to buy them. Poor people can't afford to buy in bulk. These things are, you know, wait for them to be on sale or drive all around town, whatever, because they're probably they don't have the money to buy a bunch of toilet paper all at once. They're buying it 6 rolls at a time, you know? And also because if they're the working poor, they're probably most of their time is occupied trying to earn, you know? So the same thing is true with, like, say, depression or other kinds of mental, emotional, ontological distress, you might call it. It's it's sickeningly awful that people with good situations, easy lives, successful lives are out there telling other people who are struggling that the problem is their attitude. Fuck you, you know? Excuse me, frick you. That's what I'd say to those people. Frick you, mister. That's a boy cat, actually. Maria, HDR. Maria. Why did I call you Maria? Maria, HDR. What I'm hoping to do tonight at some point during this live stream is to practice my scarf pulling act. Because you may have heard me talk about it recently. It's pretty important to me. I'm just really enamored with those people who do that trick where they pull scarves out of their sleeve, you know, like this. More scarves? So I think I figured out how they do it. I've been studying scarf pullers for hours and hours now, and I think I figured out the trick. And all I need to do is get a whole bunch of scarves, and I can do it. I'm afraid we don't have enough scarves here right now. We need to go to the thrift store and find a bunch of scarves. Yeah. Yeah, well, the thing that makes the trick so amazing is at first You think, okay, well, there's a scarf. 2 scarves? 3 scarves? Well, he's gonna have to run out of scarves soon. And then he really gets you. He goes, slow. Okay, well, there can't be very many scarves left now. Then he goes, fast, fast, fast. You're like, still more scarves? Abdul Hassan 23. I am obviously not watching pornography right now. I am live streaming and watching basketball. But basketball is not pornography. So it is the case every once in a while I will watch a pornography movie for a short period of time. Strange how I rarely get to the end of a pornography movie. You'd think I'd want to see what happens in the end. But I rarely do. Very rarely. Um, when you shirts first to test. That's a great idea, Rachel. I could practice with t-shirts, you know. Anyway, now that I'm starting to get some success on YouTube here, starting to garner some new subs, I'm going to need to really blow people's minds. And so the first thing that came to my mind was scarf trick. You know, my cat's name is Trouble, the one you were just seeing eat. That cat's name is Trouble, and he is in fact Trouble. My other cat's name is Capio. I'll have to get some temporal teleporter. What I'm thinking is maybe I could find a thrift store with like a scarf box in it. Scarves, $1 a night, $1 a piece. Apparently, I'm skeptical of my words tonight. Oh, what's surprising is that it's not in italics. Nice shot, Texas A&M. Obviously, I'm rooting for Texas A&M to knock off Houston because it's boring. You have an occasional online poker game with your viewers? Probably not if we were for money. Maybe if it weren't for real money. I do periodically play chess with somebody, um, off in the stream. I wouldn't mind trying to play a game of chess right now if anybody really wants to do that. I just don't think it's necessarily what people want from my stream. What they want from my stream is, I think, for me to read their chats, engage with them, etc. My favorite book? I don't think I have a favorite book, but I could say that I could talk about a book that was unusually influential to me that I read when I was young, and that would be Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. I found that to be informative in important ways that I carried forward for a while after that. In terms of like fiction books, well, I've read so many fiction books I can't even begin to say what my favorite book is. I can't even count how many fiction books I've read in my life. I used to read all the time. I don't read books anymore, really, but I spent my childhood reading shit tons of books. I did. I had 2 motorcycles. The first motorcycle I had was super rad. I loved it. It was a Honda CB 750. It was a great, cool, old, like 81. It was a cool old bike. Yeah, Rest of Shackelford. I am. I'm streaming again. Hatchet's a good book. I never read that one. John says my favorite book is Hatchet. Then after that, I got a big Kawasaki Vulcan V12 or whatever. Were you super fast reader? Yeah, I was. Last time I did mushrooms, I was playing over the board chess with my friend. We spent half the game just talking about the battle mechanics and how beautiful the game it is. It is a pretty beautiful game. It's a pretty crazy game, really, you know? Um, like, how do you invent that game? How do you come up with that game? Oh, this piece can move like this, and this piece can move. Why does everything have a different way of moving? Just how I came up with it. Okay. I, you know, it's hard to imagine how they. It's like somebody just intuited it, and boom, it just was a perfect game mechanically. There's no way you can like you can interface that, right? Like start with partial idea, adjust. It's just you kind of have to channel that complete from the ether somehow. I wonder who invented it. Who made up chess? Was his last name Chess? Is that why it's called Chess? Was it Mr. Chess? Yeah, it must have come from the gods, right? And the thing is, it's so much better than Go. Go may be more complicated, have more possible variations of a game, but it's so much less elegant than chess, you know? Chess is history's most elegant game. The last chess updates came 400 years ago when they had been castling and en passant. Crazy. How long has chess been around? Yeah, that was just they had to. There was a security exploit they needed to close. That's all. En passant is like they needed to close a security exploit. Castling, that's just like this is fun. Let's do this. They're like, okay, but you can only do it in these very specific circumstances. All right. That's why Eric can never seem to be allowed to do it when he plays chess because he doesn't know what all those circumstances are. My favorite book is Secrets of Divine Love. Are you enjoyed an intelligent day? Am I enjoyed? Am I enjoying an intelligent day? Um, I mean, I'm whatever level of intelligence I am, regardless of what I'm doing during the day, you know. I'm not sure we should really talk about intelligence, general intelligence, as a discrete trait, but if we are going to, then certainly what I'm doing doesn't impact my intelligence at all. Days can't be intelligent except in some metaphorical sense. And if you mean it in some metaphorical sense, then you'll need to clarify what you mean. Chess isn't the most fun spectator sport, but if you know how the pieces move, you can find beauty in it. Nah, the spiritual journey into the heart. Is that what chess is really about, Maria HDR? It's about the spiritual journey into the heart? That's surprising. Hmm. John says, ah, I see, which is a good thing to say. No, I'm talking about the book. Oh, you're talking about the book. Very well. Oh, Secrets of Divine Love is about the spiritual journey into the heart. Hmm. Cool. As the mystics say, before you speak, let your words pass through three gates. At the first gate, ask yourself, is it true? The second, is it necessary? The third, is it kind? Well, that's a totally dumb way to decide whether you say something. They're mystics because they can't be called smart people. And you want to say something nice about them. Yeah, they can't decide whether to say something based on those heuristics. This is just dumbass nonsense. I mean, depending on the context and what you're saying, uh, you know, certainly I don't have to have a need to say something to say something. Is it necessary? Why should I only speak when necessary? That's just insanity. If a man can, then what does he need? If a man can what? So we see what? I guess you're responding to something I said to you, but obviously I'm not going to be in that spot in the book, right? I don't remember exactly what it was that I said to you that you're responding to. Oh, so it's not in direct response to something I said. Okay, well, good. That clarifies for me that I'm not supposed to understand it. It's just supposed to be enigmatic. Thanks for clarifying. Hey, man, I love what you do. Well, thanks, Leo's Life. I appreciate it. KS does too. He loves what I do. That explains, I'm assuming, why he's here. You know, could be wrong about that. I could be wrong. You know, I'm wrong sometimes. I'm not always correct about everything. A little bit, yeah, actually. I get mushroom yawns. I'm starting to feel kind of mushed out, you know? You are a woman. Okay, cool. Good for you. Enjoy your womanhood. I am woman, hear me roar. He who can does, he who cannot teaches. That's not really true at all. If you truly understand something, you can teach it. If you only sort of understand something, you might be able to do it, you know? Well, thanks for the encouragement, KS. I don't really care whether you encourage me or not. Certainly, calling me boy is, let's see, needlessly and overtly disrespectful, I guess. But, you know, people gonna be people. Well, that saying is a lot older than that movie. Those who can do, those who can't teach. Really, you have to be able to do it better than people who can do it to teach it, because, you know, it's like, I'm not necessarily the best debater. When I'm coaching debaters, when they're all coached up and they're running competition rounds all the time, they're more technically proficient at it than I am. Once you get to the top level, anyway, you know, they're more technically proficient at it than I could ever be without being actively competing in the sport, right? But a ball moisture timeout. Yeah, there is. I've seen that earlier in this tournament. The refs called timeout to come have somebody spray some like disinfectant on the ball. Let's try to loogie on it or something. Say go Habs go. What are Habs? I don't know what Habs are. The E in Mercedes is pronounced three different ways. That is correct and a very interesting observation, Bose. I've never heard that before. Thank you for letting us know. Interesting observation. The Habs are a hockey team? The Habs? The Montreal Canadiens are called the Habs? I've never heard them called the Habs before. I am familiar with the Montreal Canadiens. And I do wish them well in their hockey pursuits. I always root for Canadian teams in hockey because it's like, come on, USA, let Canada have hockey. Two teachers do not teach the same. That's true. It's and whether or not you are a good teacher or a bad teacher, well, there are very few good teachers. The Habs, the new generation came up with that, huh? The best hockey team in the world. The Montreal Canadiens are the best hockey team in the world. They have the most Stanley Cups of any team. Really? Didn't know that. And 23 of them were when the league was only 6 teams. Uh-oh. Sorry, Tonfiel Senti. Bows just burst your bubble. I don't know enough about hockey um to catch that, but somebody here does, obviously. Well, regardless, Tonfiel Cincy, I wish the Montreal Canadiens well. I hope. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. Except for the Rangers. If Rachel's New York Rangers cannot win the Stanley Cup, I will root for the Montreal Canadiens this year. Just on behalf of you, Tonfiel Cincy. Data and stats isn't hate. My team sucks this year. The New Jersey Devils is your team. I recognize that logo. Bob loves the Blackhawks. Yeah, I'm not really a particular fan of any specific hockey team, but I am a fan of hockey. I like the way that it there's no breaks in the action except for commercials. Very few breaks, you know. It's like hockey officials know how to put their whistles in their pockets, for fuck's sake. Basketball is just sometimes it can just be this parade of foul shots. I can tolerate it in the tournament, but I cannot watch NBA basketball at all. It's just okay. Will you continue playing for more than 30 seconds without a whistle, please? Hey, Deaf Boy Klaus. The key word there is almost. All right? They're just setting the stage for a historic comeback. That's all. I appreciate that too, Buzz. I mean, hockey players, unlike hockey people in general, are not all super pussified. What's my opinion on Olympic basketball? It's not a sport I watch in the Olympics. I don't know. When I watch the Olympics, I want to watch Olympic sports. I don't want to watch regular sports played in the Olympics. I'll watch, track and field and swimming and other shit that I never watch any other time. On Winter Olympics, I like to watch like curling. It's so bland. It's like all the qualities of golf. I don't know. Listen, historically set. Can't argue that. But right now, looking real good. Who are you talking about? I don't know which team you're talking about. Indica or sativa? I'm more of a sativa guy. I used to say indica, now I say sativa for sure. I used to say indica, then I was kind of like, Now I'm just like full blast sativa guy. Oh, the Rangers. Are they looking good right now? I haven't followed them at all. Well, that's cool. Sounds like they're definitely going to make the playoffs then. And no, I didn't see that, Bob. That's depressing. Hi, money. Why is soccer not so popular in the USA? Well, you know what is quite popular in the USA is World Cup soccer. We love watching the best in the world competing against each other. Major League Soccer is very far from the best in the world. The US is not accustomed to having its sports leagues be second class sports leagues. We don't care about mediocre soccer. You know, I think it's a good game. I like the way that there's like hockey, there isn't that much stoppage to it, right? It just keeps going, going, going. I like that. I don't think I don't feel as though this is a Canada versus USA debate. Canada's a fine place. They're not our enemy. We like you, Canada. Even you, Quebec. Even your snooty Quebeciness. We like that too. Yeah, MLS is like watching double A baseball. There's a good way to, that's a nice nutshell of it, Bob. That nutshell's the mess that came out of my mouth, nicely. Like, the US will watch, I think probably women's soccer in the US is going to get more traction than men's because our women's soccer team at least is good, you know? That was smart. That was smart of football people. Speak about me. What would you like to know about me, KS? I've told all my stories so many times before, but I'm always happy to answer questions, explain my perspectives or whatever. 42 is a good movie. Never seen it. What era did you grow up in? I was born in 1971, and I spent my childhood in the 70s and my adolescence in the 80s. I bite chalkboards and scrape my teeth against them. Wow, that's a fun hobby. You're 73. You're 2 years younger than me. Any experiences with psychedelics? I take mushrooms not very long ago. I'm waiting for them to kick in. They're kind of kicking in right now, but um, yeah, I've got plenty of experience with psychedelics. What you might call a graver. Well, you're gonna need to be more specific than that, KS. Talk about me, like what? Tell about my past. Tell about my perspectives on yeah. I'm not that interesting. The world is full of things that are not me. And, well, I'm indulgent enough to talk about myself plenty. I'm not accustomed to being encouraged to be more indulgent in that area. Do I believe in Bigfoot? No. I think there are plenty of things that are. I've seen plenty of pieces of evidence that are kind of convincing, actually, but I still don't believe in big feet, Bigfoots. Antler and arrow outfitters, I hereby shout you out with the loudest shout that I can shout without pouting and getting the gout. I don't want either of those things. My skin feels like Cupid's bottom. Testicular green. Testicles aren't green, Bentley. My favorite color is scrotal pinkish gray. See, that makes more sense, doesn't it? Scrotal pinkish gray, because your scrotum actually is pinkish gray. I don't support either of them. I just say the truth about things, which is this. Obviously, the Israelis need to afford the Palestinians their self governance and autonomy without any terms or stipulations, and the Israelis cannot claim any moral high ground until and unless they do. The end. Yeah, I mean, I've enjoyed it so far, sure. Some parts more than others. Some of it I've enjoyed a great deal, and some of it was shitty, you know. Like anybody, mushrooms are starting to kick in. I'm enjoying it right now, probably more than I really ever have before. Life's fun and interesting right now. Do I believe in God? I self identify as a Christian. I pray to, I pray. You figure what you want from that. I don't feel like going through my whole explanation again. Like, how many people come around here and want to talk about God, but really, every single one of them who wants to talk about God needs to say, Eric, can you please explain God to me? Because I've got it wrong. Hey, there you go. Let's talk about the devil. He's the bad guy in the story. Let's see who the devil is. Normally, he's the bad guy in the story. We had somebody come in earlier and say, like, Lucifer bless us all or whatever. I said, what does a Lucifer blessing look like exactly? And he just didn't respond. He'd gone away. Let's hear about your version of God. I don't have a version of God. What I have is a correct understanding of faith. Faith is exercised as a behavior called prayer. And accordingly, and faith is defined as belief in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. So, accordingly, it makes zero sense whatsoever to have any position on, say, God's existence or whatever. Because any more than makes sense to have a position on whether jogging exists. Well, you're not moving your legs like that right now. Does jogging exist? I don't know. Does jogging exist in the abstract? I'm not sure. But what I do know is that I don't need to defend my going jogging. And if I try to defend going jogging, I'm doing a fool's errand trying to argumentationally substantiate something that's not designed for that purpose. Yeah, it says, I go to say you do live in the mountains. Yes, I live in the mountains. Okay, well, that's one of the angles of rebuttal I get here, Hayden Yates. But then how do you define belief in the absence of adequate evidence or in the face of contrary evidence? Like, I have faith in you means I believe in you, even though I don't have good reason to necessarily. I don't need good reason to believe in you. I have faith in you. Maybe I've got experience that you're reliable or whatever, but I don't need good reason. I value my relationship with you more than justifications. Right? So when you when you imagine that you can justify your way to God, you're trying to put yourself above God. It's a fool's errand. No thanks, Hayden. I'm not lonely or anything. I have my wife here with me. I definitely don't need you to live with me. But yeah, faith is definitely not what it doesn't necessarily necessitate totally in the absence of evidence, but it's, in other words, I choose to believe even though I don't have good enough reason to affirm. That's faith. Okay. So, yes, that is what it is. And that's all there is to it. I mean, the thing is, if your position is about God or Christianity or something, you're getting it wrong. You shouldn't have positions about that. You should understand faith. Faith behavior is prayer, and accordingly, it's a magical thinking frame. It's resistant to, doesn't need, is ill-suited for justifications, etc. If you're not capable of understanding things that way, then fine. Don't bother. I typically don't tell people, I don't initiate conversations about religion where I tell them how to believe, right? They always try to come in here and tell me how to believe. And then I explain to them, no, you're doing it wrong, actually. Here's the truth about it. And I'm correct about it because nobody's ever defeated these arguments before. So that makes me correct. Have I seen Aliens before? The movie? I think it's called Alien, actually. Oh, Aliens is like the sequel. Yeah, I've seen them both. Um, Theology. It's a meow, 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 meow. Religion. On a dog. I'm not really into any of those things. Religion, philosophy, whatever. I just like am correct. Usually, most of the time. At least I am correct about how to be correct. I feel it's kind of either, I don't know, just reflexive compellingness to do, or perhaps something more noble like an obligation to explain. No, I'm not using words that don't work together. Okay. I'm defining my terms operationally, which is the only way to use language purposefully. The reason I know how to use language purposefully is because I'm a professional debate coach. I have decades of experience working specifically in that. What comprises a case that's capable of being affirmed or not. I'm an expert at case making, analysis, negation, etc. I use words extremely precisely. I'm not absolutely correct about anything. The winning arguments are correct, pending competing arguments defeating them. I've presented these arguments myriad times. They've never been rebutted. Therefore, it's standing. Therefore, it's correct. Pending, right? I'm never permanently correct. I just religiously excise from myself instances of incorrectness. So every time somebody has a better argument, I replace my previous argument, with that new argument. As a professional debate coach. I don't speak about absolutes. I explain things clearly. I know when speaking about your version of God. I'm not speaking about God. I'm talking about the only thing we can meaningfully talk about, which is the behavior that people engage in, right? the behavior of prayer, what kind of behavior that is, how important it was for me to unlock a magical thinking frame that rationalism had previously denied me, and to recognize that there are parts of life that need that kind of magical thinking frame, that faith is useful and helpful. So I don't have that kind of hubris. I don't talk about what God is. I talk about things I can actually meaningfully know and talk about. The human behavior of prayer, for example, or the much more deplorable human behavior of evangelism, something that maybe Hayden Yates, you have a problem with. We all have problems with certain things. If your problem drug is evangelism, then I'm sorry to hear that, but it's a problem drug for you. You're probably going to need to quit that. But I don't know if that's the case for you or not. Maybe you're not an evangelist. I certainly am not. Yeah. Except if the situation were reversed, instead of writing fairly long sentences complaining about that fact, I'd have inundated the chat with the truth that I'm speaking out loud with my voice right now. If you can't do that, fine. Maybe you don't type well. You type just fine when you're complaining about how you're at a disadvantage. But so far, you haven't said anything meaningful. You said, you talk as if you're absolutely correct. Except I don't talk about like I'm absolutely correct. I'm just correct about the things I'm correct about, pending better arguments. I am correct that I have the best arguments currently, unless you want to have a better one, in which case I'll take it. Now I'm correct about that, right? That's how it works. There is no correctness except argumentationally. Just the truth of the matter. What is life and death? But let's just say life in this case to you. What is life to me? The persistence of a single identity across time. What's life to you, Squiggles Joel? I don't think Hayden's guilty of that much overreach yet, Winston's mom. I think he's maybe not heard this before. And it's new to people. People have never heard this before. It's like, in a world full of people repeating the same kind of bullshit about religion, it seems as though I've never encountered anybody who says to me, I've heard this before from somebody else. I've never encountered anybody who said that. So he's probably never heard this before. It's the truth, but it's kind of a sea change, It's going to be disruptive to anybody, especially if they think they have some clarity about the universe afforded by a working paradigm. A paradigm buster like that is going to be disruptive. Of course, I've accounted for their paradigm completely, but they've never heard of my paradigm before, so it's going to be disruptive. Oh, I'm making perfect sense. Everything I say makes sense. There's one thing I don't have any problem doing is making sense. I'm like a professional sense maker. You might not understand it. I'm not saying just because I make perfectly good sense that everybody can make sense of it. People don't necessarily understand it for a variety of reasons, because they don't want to understand it is one reason, possibly. Because they don't want to put in the time to like re-listen to what I've said a few times, try to process it and understand it. That's probably the most common reason. Because they aren't very bright. Another reason, because they're very attached to their existing paradigm. Another reason. There's a lot of reasons why people don't want to listen to me. Me not being right is not one of them. Yeah, there are myriad reasons why people don't want to listen to me. The fact that I'm wrong is never among them. I tell you that. Doesn't mean I'm never wrong, but I'm wrong so infrequently about things that matter, or to such a tiny degree about things that matter, that it's never the reason why people don't want to listen to me. It's never the reason why people disagree with me. It's not because I'm wrong, you know. They disagree with me for reasons of their own that I can't do anything about. And don't want to do anything about. I need to clean out the cat box. I'd rather clean out the cat box than fix your epistemics disaster. What are we gonna do with this epistemics disaster? I mean, I've never seen an epistemology so completely unfit for the task assigned to it. You know what? I'll just go clean up the cat box over here. I don't know what to tell you. People are people. I can't even conceive of how people go through life thinking things, believing things, thinking they know things, and thinking they've got stuff to teach me. Who knows why, where they get these silly notions. What do I look like? The origin of things guy? I don't know where things come from. They just don't. Maybe they don't come from you. Maybe they just spontaneously appear. You know, like being on mushrooms. It doesn't come from anywhere. Just all of a sudden you're on mushrooms. It doesn't evolve from first you're on weed and then slowly you evolve so that you're on mushrooms. It doesn't work like that. It'd be nice if it did, kind of. I'm feeling very jittery right now. I don't think I'm fully at cruising altitude yet. I tend to feel disrupted on the way up, you know. Probably go poo. That would help a little bit. I do feel super calm though. It's like, yeah, sometimes mushrooms make me giggly. Sometimes they make me calm. Maybe they don't really make me anything. Sometimes they grab onto and express this mood, sometimes another mood. Sometimes circumstances in the moment define the mood too. Like, I remember one time I was taking mushrooms and I had this big argument with somebody, and like the whole time I was having the argument, I basically wasn't on mushrooms. And I had to come back being on mushrooms again afterwards. readjust my mood, you know. I guess I'm just in kind of a reflective mood tonight. Or just kind of a like unflappable mood. Kind of been getting off on being unflappable lately. Yeah, I didn't know I had this ability, this sudden talent that was unlocked. Oh, now I'm completely unflappable. When did that happen? Just happened all of a sudden. I don't know. There's no single cause I could point to either. Culmination of a bunch of stuff, I guess. But I'm more or less unflappable now. Like, it's really hard to get an emotional reaction from it, at least in this format, in this forum. Maybe, I'm not saying I'm unflappable in real life, maybe, but well, one thing I definitely have is the mushroom colds. I'm cold in here. I'm like practically shivering, and it's good. I know the heater's I think it's at 70. So. I could turn the heater up, but I think I just put on more clothes. Or I just wait a little while and probably get through the mushroom cold phase. Mushroom cold tends to be a phase out of a mushroom trip, or partial, more towards the ascension part, right? But sometimes it can last longer than that. So there are times like I don't notice it at all. It's weird. And mushrooms are like that. You put yourself in the hands of the mushroom gods. And they kind of pass judgment as to whether or not you're going to have a good experience, or I mean, you're never going to really have a bad, from my understanding of it anyway, you're not going to have a bad trip, like a bad acid trip on mushrooms. But there are plenty of ways you can have a bad experience on mushrooms. So I like to think of it as the mushroom gods evaluate your application to see if you deserve to have a good mushroom trip. And if they see you're doing it for the wrong reason, the wrong time, or whatever, they just make you feel sick. Meow. You're quite the Mr. Meows-a-lot, aren't you? I feel like I can generally trust that I'm going to have a good experience on mushrooms. And, you know, in large part because I think the mushroom gods approve of me now. Well, I think for quite a while they did not approve of me in my ways. But I have a healthy relationship with them now, so they let me have good experiences on mushrooms. And this is what you call faith, okay? I have no reason, really, to believe that there are mushroom gods. Which is to say, all the reasons I have to believe in the mushroom gods are not reasons that should convince you that there are mushroom gods. This is the problem with the way people use words, right? Somebody comes here, they think they have good reason for something. It's like you can have your own rationale, like, why are you in the bathroom? Because I had to go pee. That's my reason for going to the bathroom, right? And you could also say, because I want to be in the bathroom. Why are you asking me? And it doesn't matter what your answer is, right? Nobody needs to be convinced about anything because it's not their business why they're in the bathroom. So you might have a reason for going to the bathroom, and that should be convincing to anybody, but the point is that it's not really a reason. It's just how you answer their question, I guess. A reason for something, like why reasonable people agree with me. Okay, all right. God. Fine. I'm coming. Like the reason, I say, okay, well, you need to understand your belief in God is not something that you can explain because, like, oh, it's objectively so that God exists. So here are some good arguments in favor of God. You can have reasons for that kind of thing, right? If you do have reasons for that kind of thing, fine. But what you proved then is definitely not God because God definitionally requires faith. So you're trying to say, like, if we could just stop this water from being wet or cold, one of the two. I'm trying a different analogy. If we could just stop this grass from growing, it would be perfect. And come up with astroturf and say, see, it's perfect. Okay, but it's not grass anymore, right? That's fake grass. That's not real grass. Anyway, reasons are, if you say, I have a reason that you should believe this, right? Like, you should agree with me because those reasons have to behave like actual reasons, okay? They can't just be some garbage you spit out of your mouth. And real reasons have claims, warrants, and impacts. What, at least argumentational impacts, right? Like, all right, how is this new sentence informative about upcoming sentences and preceding sentences? What are you trying to do with your words? What kind of a case are you trying to make? Who would try to make a case like that? What an affront to God. What a poor use of his gifts. But, most people don't have his gifts in that area like I do. They've got his gifts in some other area that I don't care about. And I guess that's why they get confused. They feel threatened, get angry at me, project shit on me, whatever. I mean, it's like, I've got a great relationship with God. Strange how I don't feel any need to tell other people about it or how they need to do that. And yeah, oh my God, did they tie it up? When I went in the kitchen, I thought it was over. And I come back and it's overtime. Fantastic. Amazing. I'm going to have to go back a minute or two to see what happened. Oh, they're going to show the replay. 1.2 seconds left. They inbound the ball. Hit a tie, game tying 3. Wow. Amazing. How wonderful. San Diego State is absolutely throttling Yale, which is fine because I like San Diego State. Otherwise, I'd be rooting for Yale, you know. If Yale were going to pull off the upset, I'd still be like, oh, I'm kind of split here. I like upsets. But I'm not, that's the one blowout that I'm fine with. I don't really hate blowouts. I'm fine with that one. I want San Diego State to go a long way, just regardless of brackets or anything. I just like them. I don't know why. I just always like San Diego State. Maybe it's from way back when I was a kid when we went to go see USC play them one time in football. Who knows when that was? I could probably look that up, you know, like when's the last time USC played San Diego State in football? Or actually, you know what? It might not have even been that. We might have played at their stadium at a bowl game, you know. I remember seeing this one bowl game. My dad was so just like disgusted with his coach at the time. And the whole time, drive home, he's like, fucking meow, meow, meow. They need to fire him. What are they doing? I've never seen a more pitiful performance by a USC football team. It's like it was a Holiday Bowl or something. Probably Holiday Bowl because it was in San Diego, you know. So that's where the Holiday Bowls. Houston's got a 3-point lead again. Come on, Texas A&M. You got the ball. You got the spirit of March in your heart. Let's go. Yes. At least, I thought it was going to be M1, but at least they got the foul. Oh, that guy fouled out. And Houston, what I wish for you tonight is for all of your players to foul out. You deserve it. See you later, Houston. I'm going to be classless like that horrible LSU lady and be like, bye. Just to be both classless and hypocritical. Everything looks so mushroomy. Watching basketball on mushrooms is weird because it's hard to care about the basketball game, you know, or even pay attention to it. Everything looks all, you know, super crisp and weird and mushroomy. Well, Houston, you got a 2-point lead. There's still 3 minutes left. You're not gonna be able to kill that much time. Do something with the ball. Now look at you. They better not bail him out. They did not bail his ass out. They did not bail his ass out. Oh my God. The shooter created all the contact there. That is completely bullshit. OMG. I feel like I just want to go over and punch the referee in the face. I won't. I'm a civilized man. That's what it feels like to me. I feel like I want to do that. Where are my glasses? I can read the chat. I forgot about you guys. Where are my glasses? Oh, God damn it. Oh, let's bring this up. They shot 40 free throws. Oh God, what a nightmare of a game this must have been to watch. I'm glad I haven't been paying attention to it. I'm 20 this year. What advice would you give me? I'm gonna give you this advice. I think you generalize as well. Poop when you can. Okay. Don't think, oh, I'll go all the while. Like, go back up inside, and you never know when it's going to be ready to come out again. Yes, well, that's one way to put it, Eureka TV. I wouldn't call it necessarily the most poetic way to put it, but fine. Hey, Chad Ryan. Chad's in the house. Look at that, everybody. Hey, ladies. Chad's here. Single ladies, your gentleman of choice has arrived. I obviously am not available and probably wouldn't be your choice anyway. So, thankfully, somebody has arrived to fill that role. Rachel's got good advice too. Don't lock your knees when you're standing. Hi, single ladies. I have bitcoins. Cool. That's makes me want to talk to you about crypto. Doesn't make me want to have sex with you, but does make me want to talk to you about crypto a little bit at least. Well, I definitely got the mushroom yawns. So I even took an extra half of Adderall, at least in part in anticipation of this. But your money has your face on it, NFT. It's a good idea. Other advice for 20-year-olds: don't mix medication and alcohol. Don't mix drugs and alcohol in general. If you're going to do alcohol as your drug, just do that drug that night. You don't need to mix it with other drugs. Bitcoins make legs open and mountains move, huh? Oh, I'm yawn crying. That shot Texas A&M. All right, I'm gonna try to pay attention to the game for a second. How about that? I'm gonna try to pay attention to it. I don't know if I'll be able to because I kind of mushroomed out, but let's see here. Houston, a minute and a half left, not taking the timeout. 9 seconds on the shot clock, 3-point lead. Shoots a three. No good. Gets the rebound, puts it back. 5-point lead. Come on, Texas A&M. I want to see the upset. I don't care that much about that boy classes. Bats, boom! 93-95 now, thanks to that incredible three-pointer by that Texas A&M player. Excellent shot. Good shooting, Tex. Now, with just under a minute left, Houston has the ball, only a 2-point lead. They're trying to kill the clock. Why don't they call a foul on that horrible whatever that was screen that Houston guy just said? It's just like went right over to him. That's traveling. They should call that traveling. I don't like that play. That play should be called traveling. I don't think that's not traveling. What in the world is he thinking? Oh my God. Why does he come down and shoot and almost like, yeah, why didn't they call that a penalty? I mean, a foul or whatever. I don't care. You got me caring about this games up our class, and then it doesn't go the way I want it. Like every other game this whole weekend. It's doing the same thing to me. Every game is done to me this weekend. First, it was Oakland. Oh my God, Oakland's gonna win. Overtime. Oh, I lose. And Oregon. Oh my God, Oregon's gonna win. Yeah. Okay, overtime. Okay, double overtime. Oh. And then like Colorado. Oh, Colorado's gonna win. Oh. Washington State. Washington State's gonna win. Oh. It's been like that. Everything. James Madison wasn't even close, but And obviously, Yale is getting stomped by San Diego State. I was surprised at how bad St. Mary's was. Like they just got manhandled by the Dukes of James Madison, right? And then James Madison just got stomped by I forget who beat him today. But how bad must St. Mary's have been? Because it's not like James Madison. Um, was it James Madison who beat St. Mary's? I don't remember exactly what beat St. Mary's, but they like completely outplayed them. It was crazy. St. Mary's looked terrible. And then Gonzaga, who St. Mary's beat, at least in the regular season, uh, conference championship, Gonzaga's looked like world beaters. So, what are you going to say? Who knows why things work like that? Kratom? I've tried Kratom before. It's not a drug. It's not a drug I like. I know it's March. The thing is, they've been great games. I've started to get that kind of like losing team mentality. Like, here we go again. We're gonna lose again. Okay, well, if my wife had that, I think I might feel a little threatened. You're better bad than me, that boy Cox. I'm sure my wife does have that. She just doesn't inform me of it. She just intelligently does not inform me of it. That's an excellent reason to believe that's that White Claws. You keep going with the reasons that work for you. I like that. Choose reasons that work in your benefit. What did they just hit? What happened? Why did Texas A&M take that crazy shot though? That horrible 3-point heave for no reason. That should be goaltending, right? Oh, they fouled the ball. Praise the Lord Jesus Christ. Bless you and your family and works and friends. Thanks, Muhammad Mujahid Khan. That's a lot of blessings for us. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, I used to use that too, but I was using too much. What you're saying, Bob, is you used to greet people like that too. I used to say the exact same thing when I greeted people. I used to say like, I just walk up to them and be like, "Praise the Lord Jesus Christ, bless you and your family and friends and work." And then I determined after a certain little while, you know what? Maybe that greeting doesn't work that well for me. I don't know what they were thinking shooting that horrible shot. And they closed it to 3 again somehow. You look just like me. Yeah, well, I think you've mentioned this before. Okay, well, you go ahead and shave then. What's the purpose of this life in your own words? I don't know. It's like the purpose of everyone's life, the purpose of my life, the purpose of somebody else's life. Stuck Prism's purpose is to shave, apparently, and to look like me. If you really look like me, then you know that You're not gonna like the way you look without a beard. It may not look great as it is here, but it's even worse without the beard, believe me. My wife is an ESFJ, so she communicates every thought she has. You're just as honest with her. Yeah, well, I guess it's kind of like hanging out with a bro, you know? She got the boobs on that one. I seem like a wise owl. Well, these days I guess I actually am pretty wise. Your poor video got taken down. What video is that? I don't know what you're talking about. Which video got taken down? I could check the back end to see if there's any new activity there. Well, nothing got taken down. Some got age restricted. That happens pretty often, you know. I do, after all, do. Since it may not be age appropriate. So, yeah, I don't worry about things like revenue sharing or age restriction. Those don't count as like strikes to get you in trouble. Whatever. It gives me the option to edit out certain content or whatever. But of course, it doesn't matter at all with live streams because 99.9% of the activity on them is when it's happening live. What happens to it after it's done? It doesn't matter, you know. Unless it costs me like a strike or something. I'm trying to avoid getting age restricted while it's going on. That's why I smoke off camera. But I guess age restricted after it's done, it doesn't matter at all. Did you do that or something? Were you hoping to somehow do harm to me? Well, it's quite spiteful of you and joyously ineffective. I'm actually on mushrooms, Tyler, not weed. So, um, measuring how high I am on weed doesn't make any sense. It's what you call category error, for your reference. But anyway, are you saying that was you who got my video age restricted? So I just hide you right now. I'm not sure it's like what you're talking about. No video got taken down. You might be referencing that. You definitely don't deserve to be around the channel and have a voice if you did that. The only possible reason you do that is just pure spite. Texas A&M lost in overtime to Houston. Why'd you say your poor video got taken down? What does that mean? What's the best thing for an alcoholic to get off of a bender? Don't drink alcohol. Practicing alcoholics are always avoiding that answer at all costs. Don't drink alcohol at all, not even a little bit of it. I don't know. I don't know who created simulation. The idea of, let's say it's a simulation, means if it's a simulation, we obviously can't have any way of knowing who made it because we're locked inside of it with no means of accessing information about it or even verifying the fact that it is a simulation. There's things that might be consistent with that or things that might be inconsistent as we understand what they might be, blah, blah, blah. So, would the sim creator functionally be God? Not necessarily, right? So, depending on how the sim creator interacts with the simulation, they could be more or less godlike. Um, the idea of it being a simulation means it's running, to some extent at least, not at their direction, right? It's not reliant on instructions from them in any sense to run. People come around here with these kind of like, sometimes, I'm not saying that's the case here, but sometimes we come around here with these kind of primitive arguments, right? Like that book class pointed out, where he's going to say, but what they mostly do, it is the ridiculous thing, is they presume to understand what your position is, right? Like, um, I'm going to use the Socratic method to teach you that God really explains all this better, because I'm going to presume that you've not considered any of these notions at all yourself, which is, to me, I mean, it genuinely makes me laugh out loud, right? Obviously, I've considered all of the possibilities about this sort of stuff way more than this random person who think these things are going to explain something to me about stuff, you know? It's true Dunning-Kruger. They can be like, hey, I like to imagine. It's funny to imagine, right? Like, they're sitting there all earnestly going, okay, well, this gentleman, he just needs to hear this important argument. Then he'll understand. He's a rationalist. I get it. So I give him this rationalist argument. It just, it's like, some people, they're like little children. They're very much like little children, except little children wouldn't be so presumptuously wrong. You know, when you try to explain something to them or talk to them about this thing they bring up, they're like little teeny children. They're like 3 or 4 year olds. I don't know what it's like. It's shocking. I can't. It's hard to explain what it's like going through life. Um, these full grown fucking adults, who, from my perspective, are just like little tiny children, right? They're like, how could you even, how do those words come out of your mouth? You're a full grown adult. Well, I'm sure they say the same thing about me in other areas. Like, how can you be such a child about me? Yeah, you're a full grown adult. The thing is, I may be childish about a lot of things, but part of my childishness is not, let me teach you something that I know nothing about. Let me assume you're as dumb as me. That's not part of my childishness. I've got other kinds of childishness. My kinds of childishness are a lot better than that, fortunately. I'm blessed to not be childish in that way. I can't even conceive of what it would be like to be, well, I would consider, like, epistemologically handicapped, basically. I don't know. That's like most people, right? Like, most people are not bright. It's amazing that society, like, how did humanity accomplish all this shit? When you talk to individual humans, they're completely dumb, useless, whatever negative words you want to say about us. We are well deserving of all those negative words. How did we accomplish all of this stuff? Did we used to be better and smarter than we are now, or something? How did we accomplish a stable, peaceful, civil society? That's the best proof that it's a simulation. Somebody's playing a game. It lacks verisimilitude to think that these thronging idiots could have put this together. It's like the smart people are useless, the useful people are idiots. How are we going to accomplish anything? Useful people don't listen to the smart people. They're too busy being useful. And you've got some people, a large amount of people, as far as I can tell, are neither useful nor smart. They're just dumb, useless, completely waste of space things. So I don't know. They're not good at determining what's correct. They're not good at telling people what to do. They don't do what they're told. They don't listen to you when you tell them what's correct. I don't know what they're for. I guess they have some utility to somebody. You might say, Eric, you're totally useless. Well, sure, I'm totally useless. But I'm correct, right? So that makes sense. You give up utility for being correct, you give up correctness for being useful. That makes sense. That's fine. I'm fine being useless. I'm correct, after all. But people who are neither correct nor useful, I don't know. I don't know what to say about those people. People who are both incorrect, useless, and actively interfering with other people's attempts to be correct or useful. Those people, I don't know what's going on with that. There's probably some reason why they're like this, but I don't know what it is. And even if I did, what can I do about it? Nothing. If I did know what the reason was, then I guess I could be correct about that. But I'm correct now that I don't know what the reason is, so there's no net gain there. Okay, well, I thought for a second that the mushroom gods were gonna demand a sacrifice. We still might. But this is sudden onset peakiness, not a generalized feeling of nausea. So if it'll pass, it'll pass, you know. If it won't, puke. No big whoop. One thing I got good at when I was a drunk was puking. It's fine. I'm done. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sure that's very unpleasant. But obviously, when you're about to puke, you don't really have time and attention direct to pushing this tiny button on your phone to mute it. How many cigarettes do I smoke a day? Exactly the right amount. Well, I wasn't coughing, that was puking. I was being curious. Well, now you know. Exactly the right amount. Isn't that wonderful? You can put to bed any possible speculations that maybe it were too few or too many. Obviously, I don't count them. Why would I count cigarettes? You may be curious, but I'm not. I also, don't count the number of beverages I drink in a day. Hey, Rachel. Yes, dear? About to go to bed, right? Yes. I got some news for you. What's that? I drank 12 beverages today. Oh, good for you. That's a little lower than your average number of beverages. I'm glad you told me. I'm curious about that. I'm just curious. I'm curious about how many beverages you drank today. Well, I knew you'd be curious. That's why I kept counting them. I had 12. Just to go. A full pack of beverages. But they weren't all the same beverage, right? No, just 12 total beverages. Different beverages throughout the day. I knew you'd be curious. I knew you'd want to know. That's why I kept counting. Kept count of how many beverages I've had during the day. Yeah, Rachel wants to be in the know. She figured we'd start counting all kinds of things. She likes to be in the know and have it be represented in quantity too. She doesn't want to know about how good my beverages were or anything. She wants to know precisely how many beverages. And don't try to approximate. This is not a beverage. It's not a beverage. This is, I've drank, about a third of a beverage. I should keep my accounting honest. Time for a smoking session, huh? Now, see, this one is a tricky question. Until fairly recently, I was feeling pukey. I don't want to bring that pukiness back. I'm afraid if I smoke a bong, it might make me puke. But on the other hand, if I smoke a bong, bitch, died how she lived with a clam in her mouth. What kind of a sentence is that? Anyway, it was a sentence I saw on TV. Well, what context does that sentence make sense? Oh, right, the bomb rip, right. I'm gonna gamble. It's gonna make me feel less pukey, not more. Okay? I could be satisfied with my current state of not very pukey, but I've always been a gambler, okay? I have always been a gambler. It was actually a hilarious sentence. bitch, bitch died like she lived with a clam in her mouth. What? It is a strange sentence. It's strange enough to make me read it out loud. What? Who could this possibly be referring to? Somebody who really likes clams, I guess. He always was having clams. This is what everybody knew her as. The clam lady. All right, pulling a bong rip, that's right. I don't need to do any more preparation to pull this bong rip. Maybe, I don't know what it makes sense. Did somebody choke on a clam who was a lesbian? Is that how it, is that what the joke is? Like a lesbian died eating a clam, choking on a clam. But how do you choke on a clam? Because you're not going to get put the shell in your mouth. Or she just died while eating clams of an unrelated death. There wasn't choking on it. Maybe it was she died of a heart attack while eating clams and was a lesbian. Do I ever listen to music when I take mushrooms? Mostly I just live stream when I take mushrooms. I don't even like to play music on mushrooms. Like I just want to try to play music on mushrooms. It's like, oh, I'm so bad at this. I can't do this. Just put it down. You're not supposed to eat the shell. I know. You can, but it's not recommended. See some lady going, trying to eat the shell. Maybe she's never had clowns before. She didn't know. Should one of us go over there and tell that lady you're not supposed to eat the shells? I don't know. I think maybe we should just keep watching her. Jerry, are you filming this lady, this poor woman? Put your phone down. I'm gonna go tell her. It's not nice for us to sit here laughing at her. Oh, she's choking. Oh no, she's dead. And it turns out she was a lesbian. And then one of the coworkers like, well, bitch died how she lived with a clam in her mouth. Excellent. Excellent line. Who's that smoking demon? Wait. I thought we were trying to answer the question, how many cigarettes do I have a day? And you got from the correct answer that I provided, which is to say exactly the right number of cigarettes, that somehow I should have fewer cigarettes? I don't think you know what exactly the right number means. means neither more nor fewer is desirable. So, I don't know what demon you're talking about. I'm not currently battling with any demons that I know of. Well, the higher. Are we trading? Are we trading unsolicited advice? Or are you just charitable, giving me yours for free? Because we're trading, I've got some unsolicited advice for you as well. I like going outside. In fact, the funny thing is, though people like you really make me loath to the idea. Um, I'm actually thinking about quitting smoking, and I was saying, well, I mean, one of the things I like so much about smoking is I go in and out a lot, you know? I like to move around. I don't like to be in one place all the time. Just thinking how I could go outside and spit sunflower seeds or something instead. So, anyway, my unsolicited advice to you is shut the fuck up. Asswipe, mind your own business. I can't believe after I gave you the answer I gave you that you persisted in thinking I wanted more of your stupid opinion about shit. Obviously, I'm not a retard. I don't want your stupid opinion. You should be sorry. Hope you learned something today. Not to be such a fucking retard next time. Good for you, the higher. You're still talking about the subject? At this point, having heard everything I've said about it, you still aren't shutting the fuck up yet? And you definitely need my unsolicited advice. Shut the fuck up! Like, what kind of an idiot? I can't figure out after all of this. I don't want to hear your opinion about cigarettes. I don't care what you think about it. Fuck you. How much more clearly can I make this to you? It's like, are you completely brain dead or what? Eric, are you all right? I'm fine. Yeah. I'm just teaching the higher a lesson, you know? It's like, mind your own personal business, right? You want to talk shit about anything I'm saying, that's fine. It's all fair game. You want to talk shit about things I'm doing to other people or something, fine. Whether I drink this beverage or that, whether I smoke or not, it's like, what fucking business is it of yours? Just shut the fuck up. Have some sense, god damn it. I mean, geez, like, who is that sense? Who is that totally lacking in sense? I mean, did you just wake up today in the middle of the street and be like, I'm going to start telling people what to do? Fuck off. Obviously, is what every sane person is going to tell you. You should be sad. You should be sad and go to your room and think about what you've done. You should feel bad about yourself. You say, I'm not going to do that sort of thing again. I've learned my lesson. Looking like my drunk neighbor talking to my ring door camera. Who, me? Because She only talks with her shoulder. Is that why? I'm actually not on camera because I'm smoking a health tube and YouTube's gonna just take my video. It's me again. Well, everyone should be ragging on you because you fucked up. And this is how you learn. Well, I'm sure he does look like this. He doesn't sound like this, though. I'm sure I'm quite a bit more articulate than your drunken neighbor. Even when I'm on psychedelics. I'm back like cooked crack. Cool. I didn't know cooked crack comes back. I thought you had to cook it again. The hypocrisy of these sorts of people. They wouldn't tell Arnold Schwarzenegger to stop smoking. Well, they might. The hypocrisy comes in the fact that they wouldn't tell Arnold Schwarzenegger to stop working out, which they should. That's the equivalent. He works out all the time. I smoke a lot of cigarettes. I wouldn't tell him to stop working out, but I feel fine about telling me to stop smoking cigarettes. Why? It's not because they're hypocrites, really. It's because they're retards. They have no sense at all, obviously. Working out for 4 years with no results. Why haven't you quit yet? No. Are you still talking? The higher? This one, I guess you're just a troll. I mean, you're still talking about this. After all that, you've got to be just a troll. Or genuinely like Down syndrome or something. Either way, you're going on timeout. You decide. Troll or Down syndrome? Either way, you're getting timed out for it. Call me discriminatory for timing you out for having Down syndrome. that's just how it goes around here. If you're Down syndrome, just in my soup too much, then I'm timing you out. It's easier to see results in terms of numbers getting higher for your lifts. Well, that's not about me at all. That's about the bodybuilding thing. I don't know anything about bodybuilding, so whatever. I would just say if you have been at it for 4 years and aren't seeing results, why did you quit after like 2 weeks? I'd expect to be buff after 2 weeks, otherwise this is taking too long. Why do you want to be buff anyway? Who cares? You think that's gonna get chicks? That's not how you get chicks. Believe me. That is not how you get chicks. Chicks are gonna see a buff guy, unless they're complete idiots, they're gonna say, oh, he needs to compensate for some ontological shortcoming, you know? I think. That's what I think when I see a buff guy. Well, I guess he's insecure about a variety of things, possibly, you know. I don't understand why anybody would want to do that, but that's just me. Obviously, I don't want to work out. That sounds tiring, hard, unpleasant. What could possibly be the point of it? And the only possible point could be like, oh, I'm trying to get chicks. Well, that's not a good way to get chicks. Good. I could be good at getting chicks if I wanted to, but obviously, so I know that that's not a good way to get chicks. I know how to get chicks, but it's not that way. That's a dumb way to get chicks. You're only gonna get idiot chicks that way. Oh well, I mean, if you want to exercise, that's fine. Thanks, darling. You too. Exercising is great, and people have different hobbies. Sure, people like to work out. That's fine. That's a great hobby. Fine. But I think exercising makes sense because that extends your life. That makes you healthier. Working out is does not. You cannot claim that benefit from working out. But whatever. Yeah, people have different hobbies. They can do what they want. It doesn't have to have a reason. It can be an end in itself. That's totally fine. I get that. If the reason is getting chicks, I would say it's not a good way to get chicks. Some people like to work out. Some people live stream all that. Just as people come around here and tell me, get a job, stop doing what you're doing. I have no business telling people to work out. They shouldn't be working out. So, I don't. I'm sorry that I just projected my frame of reference and said that working out is dumb. So, not for me. That's fine. Not bad. I just don't like it. Do you believe that I don't like it? You should believe that. I don't like it. It sounds hard. It sounds like not for me at all. I'm sorry I projected. You're welcome. Definitely close. But it is equivalent to smoking, all right? It's not bad, just like smoking is not bad. It's just what some people do. So, yes, that guy should not tell Arnold Schwarzenegger to stop working out, just like he should not tell me to stop smoking. That's my point. Okay, I go back, I kick whatever point I had before. I formally kick it. Okay, I acknowledge that whatever point I had before was wrong. It's no longer on the flow. Now I'm replacing it with this new point. He should not tell Arnold Schwarzenegger to stop working out, just as he should not tell me to stop smoking. Because they're both the same. Just something you do for your own reasons and is not subject to critique by other people. So, in other words, shut the fuck up. in summation. We used to do a lot of cocaine. You've mistaken me for somebody else. I've never done a lot of cocaine. Anybody who's doing coke with me would not say they did a lot of coke with me because I don't remember really ever doing coke with the same person more than once. I may have bought it once or twice, but almost always when I did it, somebody else had it, kicked me down. I wasn't into it. Yeah, he should tell Arnold Schwarzenegger to get a job. I agree. And he should tell Arnold Schwarzenegger to get some of those teeth knocked out. To be more like me. You got the best genetics? They're pretty good. I like your genetics fine. What do you test at? Like 28%? 31%? Rachel, that's a fantastic comment. I think you should tell Arnold Schwarzenegger to get a job. If you and I could receive Wonder Points, I would give you one, Rachel. You and I. Rachel doesn't quite get. She's like that scene in the office where Michael's like, I've got my own lawyer. And he's like, we're management. We provide you your lawyer. And he didn't get it like that. He's management, you know. Rachel wants wonder points, even though she's management. You have most people have the AC3 gene, but I have the AC3 gene, not to brag. Yeah, Rachel really is not a. It's taking a long time to get used to the idea that she's management across the board, not just as a channel, but with like the house, her life, etc. She's not an employee anymore. He hired the lawyer from the bus stop. Yeah, that was a great scene. He thought he was on the other team or something. Rachel, you gotta get used to being management, okay? It's different than being employees. That's different. All of a sudden, you stop thinking like an employee eventually, you know. You stop wanting to win the prizes that you set up to manipulate the underlings. You know, that's the basic joke of The Office, right? Is that he doesn't get these management and what that means at all. You know, the whole nightmare corporate reality of like, here's some incentives to manipulate the underlings. It's just, oh God. And then there's this one sane guy in the show who's the ENTP character. And it's like, I'm sure even intuitive haters, well, obviously it's a very successful show, appreciated a little bit of unmasking of the insanity, you know? This is why I could never operate in any kind of corporate environment. It's like, you know, when I was trying to stay in the special YouTube club, and I went to one of the required things you have to do periodically to show that you still are into it or whatever. I went to this meeting with this great opportunity to meet with brands. You know, everybody else is saying it's so amazing to be here. It's amazing. I am absolutely ecstatic to be. It's so amazing. And I just put, I'm not really that amazed. Or something like that. And nobody responded to it at all. It was like nothing had been said. It was weird, but that's why I don't fit into corporate environments. Yeah, Jim's one of those composite kind of characters. Sometimes he's like an ENTP. He's got more social grace than that, more social awareness. It's like Iron Man, you know, ENTP plus TE plus SE. Okay, well, wouldn't it be nice? Well, you know, they're characters. They're not one way or another. I just not Sheldon as an ENTP character because he, as I understand the series, his most salient role is to provide that kind of critique on things. But whatever, you know, he's not a person. Right, but the thing is, Jim makes the most money. That's why he's the one person they can't fire. And he does the least work. That's something my ENTJ boss didn't understand. Yeah, we're really married. You must have missed that part of the anime. You could see our wedding, in fact. We had it back in July here at the house. Her parents were here. My parents weren't here, but that's because they were dead. So I wasn't really that offended by their failure to attend the marriage. I mean, I think Rachel followed up to make sure we actually were married because we never got any like piece of paper or anything saying, "Okay, now you're married." So I don't know. Are you supposed to get a piece of paper like that? We had a real like marrying guy marry us. We filled out papers. We got a marriage license and stuff. We did all that stuff. Something might have gone wrong, and we look into it, and oh my God, technically we're not married. We have to stop having sex right now. Bob UFO, you sound like my ex ENTJ boss. Just because I'm done creating all of the program architecture for your whole program, doesn't mean you can replace me, motherfucker. You can't, you can't ordinate a set of steps to be like one of the country's best debate coaches. I am irreplaceable. Nobody's irreplaceable, Eric. Not even me. You're much more replaceable than I am. I'll tell you that. Something went terribly wrong. How is Eric married to Jeffrey? Jeffrey was at the wedding. That could have happened, potentially. Um, then, of course, I'd be required to go start having sex with him. And that would then put me afoul of law because I think he's a minor still. And before you know it, my life would be ruined. Actually, he might be 18 now. He might be off the hook, just barely. He might be barely legal. The thing is, I was irreplaceable. But the problem is this. Um, when I told the boss, I actually told my boss that I wasn't irreplaceable, and I told her who she could get to replace me. After trying a couple of people that of her own decision making that just failed utterly to even be competent, she unfortunately listened to me and hired the one guy I told her could potentially replace me. And he did it's like it cost her. She was paying him more for part-time work than she was paying me for like being the whole program architect, etc. Just to get him to come there and do this. But that's what she had to do to replace me. She didn't believe me when I said, you can't just come up with a set of. There's two things that are irreplaceable: great coaches and superstars on a sports team, right? You can't replace Nick Saban. You can't replace Michael Jordan. You can't replace LeBron James. There's no substitute for that. It's just how it is, right? TE people like to think, oh, you set up the organization properly, then every individual person just fills a role. Bullshit. I will take your TE organization and topple it on its ass with my genius, motherfuckers. I'll do it every single time. Your TE can't handle me. And I don't like it either. I don't like your TE. And so I take glee in watching it fail utterly. TESI. Like the guy I told my boss to replace me with was my former assistant coach, Scott Wheeler, who's an ESTJ and an absolutely brilliant debate coach. Just all TESI. His kids could not be more just militaristically prepped with everything. Mike, I don't prep nearly that hardcore, you know. But I still beat him because I'm an intuitive, and I'm particularly deft intuitive at that thing. And he's just a sensor. I don't care how well he's got his kids prepped. He thinks all arguments are equal. They're just, you know, chits you use in a game. He's got no NI. Some people are irreplaceable in certain circumstances, right? Like talking with famous people. This channel, obviously, I'm irreplaceable. This channel comprises nothing but me. So there's no way to replace me. Oh, here's a new host. I expect people who actually are around here for this to stick around when it's something else entirely. It's not like this is a channel about UFOs. So we're just replacing the host, but the same content about UFOs. It doesn't work like that at all. What this channel is Eric. I'm totally irreplaceable in this channel. I'm not saying that there aren't other things in the world where people are replaceable. Sometimes it is the case that nobody's irreplaceable, and if you have an organization TE'd properly, it should be like that. That's assuming its only goal is money making, right? What my boss didn't get was that yes, winning is integral to her making a lot of money. It was the necessary precondition for her school to be so successful. But it operates against according to a different logic than making money. You know, you can't structure and ordinate that, especially in debate coaching where the topics change all the time. That you need to have a resident expert and you're going to get that person's vision for every one of those topics. If you find somebody who both has the vision and the wherewithal to do it, those things don't normally go together, right? The smarter you are, the less capable you are of doing things. That person should not ever, you should not mess with that at all. Let that coach do his thing. So there are plenty of things in the world where people are replaceable. And, I also have experienced this before. Like Jeffrey's parents attempted to replace me multiple times, but they couldn't find anybody remotely as qualified or competent as me. They didn't necessarily like my rudeness, my ways, my smoking in front of their kids, my don't give a fuck attitude or whatever. But I was the only one who actually taught their kids anything. I don't waste my time when I'm on a clock. I'm working for you, and I'm doing the job as well as I can, and that's fucking extremely well, like about as well as it can be done. If it's a job that I'm tailor made to do. So, I may be a handful, but I'm not replaceable. That's just how it goes. It's not something to necessarily be proud of, even. It's just how it is. I don't know why God burdened me with this reality, right? Like, here I am being corrected on things. And unfortunately, it's very, very rare. Everybody could be just as corrective as me about everything, and they don't even have to try to be correct like me. They could just listen to me. and just say what I say. But instead, almost nobody's correct. I don't know why it's like this. It took me a long time to believe it. Like, it can't possibly be that unusually correct. But, the bottom line is people talk about very few people devote their life to talking about a variety of subjects and doing nothing and trying to figure out which position on things is correct. Almost nobody spends their life doing that because why would you? Why would anybody do something so dumb? I mean, it made perfect sense when it was my job. But I'd done it my whole life. I remember doing it as a little kid, being obsessed with trying to figure out what was correct. Even though, and definitely not what was useful. Okay? I was not interested at all in what was useful, unfortunately. I wish I had been more. I wish I had been. I wouldn't burden my current self with this, but I'm happy to burden my young self with caring more about utility. Anyway, no, hey, Bob, you didn't. I don't take it as an attack at all. Once again, Bob, I just see your statements as either correct or incorrect. Where incorrect, I offer the correction. That's all. Same thing I've done my whole life, but people always interpret what I'm doing as something other than that. And they see it as either something to do with my feelings, my ego, or I don't know. So even if all those things are correct, none of those things are relevant. It doesn't matter, those things. Like, that had nothing to do with what I'm saying. I don't know how that comes into discussion all the time. It's like, why does this come into discussion all the time? It's like, it can't in any conceivable world be relevant to anything. But it comes up all the time. Even super well-intentioned people like Bob, he's not trying to be wrong. He's very much not trying to be wrong, trying to not be wrong. And yet, he just keeps being wrong. And I don't know what to do about it, except just continue to correct him. It is not you hurt my feelings or anything like that, or attacked me or whatever. It's that you were wrong because I come up with a specific example that contraindicated it. So I had to correct you. And now I have to correct you about me feeling attacked. I didn't feel attacked, I just noted a wrongness. If anything, I feel like, oh, Eric, why don't you just let it go? Just don't do that. Just be nicer than that. He doesn't want to hear your corrections. That's what I think. I don't feel bad about correcting you unnecessarily. I guess that's where that horrible thing comes in. Is it true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? Okay, let's stop after number one, right? There's other things that are maybe desirable, maybe not, depending on the context, but number one's a necessary one. Only say things that are necessary to say. Hey, fuck you, rule maker. I say things that are unnecessary to say all the time. Who only says necessary things? I'm not just going to say words that are kind. That's ridiculous. I might make an effort to not be unkind. Lots of things, almost everything I say is neutral. It's neither kind nor unkind. Obviously. I don't know who came up with that bullshit, but I don't like it one bit. Check to see what you're saying is true, fine, of course. I mean, you don't have to check, obviously. You know whether it's true or not if you're lying, right? But if you're just wrong, well, you're gonna say all kinds of things that aren't true all the time, despite this stupid rule. Because you don't know that it's not true because you're wrong. The other things are just necessary. I don't even know who would even imagine that necessity would come into this equation at all. It's ridiculous. There's no burden to only communicate when necessary. For fuck's sake. I mean, like, that would destroy all of life. All of life is about unnecessary communication. Who would say that? Who came up with those rules? The craziest person in history. Now, one thing that is true when I'm on mushrooms, remember, I'm going off on tangents and stuff. I'm not necessarily looking at the chat. I'm not thinking about who said what necessarily, even Bob. So I'm not thinking about you when I'm talking about stuff. I'm just thinking about whatever I'm thinking about. So, also, I'm sure it's less interesting for other people in some sense because I'm just monologuing rather than engaging with the chat. But the point is, if I'm not sensitive enough or kind enough, I'm very sorry. I don't want to be like that. If I'm unkind, I don't mind being not kind. That's fine, but I don't want to be unkind. Um, and although I refuse to be held to this necessity thing entirely, just like obviously any polar person came up with that. Should only talk when necessary. No, no surprises, show. Same verdict as Eric got for me. Oh, you get type of something? Cool. Some people think like, oh, but will Eric be fine? I don't give a fuck. I could not care less. What do you want? I've watched you eat as much as I'm gonna watch you eat. You're not even standing where you normally stand when you want me to watch you eat. So what do you want? You want me to let you out? Okay, I'll let you out. You want me to let you out? Oh, you're pulling a finger? You want me to go to bed? I'm not going to bed right now. So you're just gonna have to deal with that. I'm sorry. You don't get to tell me when to go to bed because you are a cat, okay? You're gonna have to understand the limitations of your role here. You seem to think you have a different role than you do have. And I may be partially to blame for this. Maybe I've encouraged you to misunderstand your role. I don't know. But your job is not to determine what time I go to bed. So deal with it. Freaking cat wants to boss me around all the time. It's like he's actually is like there is not a single person on the planet who bosses me around anywhere close to as much as that cat does. I would never let any human being boss me around even a fraction of the amount that this cat bossed me around. Successfully, he's like, I don't even realize he's bossing me around. Just also I'm obeying again. It's horrible, really. I feel like he's like hitting me in my unconscious slots in some ways where I just, he got me again. What's going on? He's like the Eric whisperer. Talking is too much work. It's more like a whisper mumble. I like that. I don't talk. That's hard. I'm more of a whisper mumble guy. Talking? What was that? I said whisper mumble. No, don't talk. I whisper mumble. I like that term too, whisper mumble. I need a piece of tissue to blow my nose. How annoying is that? I don't want to get up and get a paper towel. Oh, but I have to, or else I'm just gonna have snot in my nose all night long. I have no choice. It's one of these things where it's just like life. There's no other way to get. I've tried wiping it on my shirt already. It's too much snot for my shirt. I just have to concede that. I'm gonna have to get up and blow my nose. My shirt. If I were to blow this much snot on my shirt, then I just have to change my shirt. It'd just be too gross to wear even. So I'm gonna have to get up and get a paper towel. God, I didn't remember signing up for this. Get a paper towel thing. Oh great. Oh great. We have like basically no paper towels left. And now that he's got me in here, I get, oh God, oh God, no, don't, don't make me, don't force me to watch you eat again, please. I don't want to watch you eat, but yet I will anyway for some reason. I made the horrible mistake of coming in the kitchen. Oh, I see. You want you only have like 4 pieces of food on your plate. You don't like that when that happens. You want it to be full of food. I understand. I know how it goes. All right, here. Let me make your plate full of food like you like. I need to get you a new plate and everything. Your old plate was pretty so gross that somebody yesterday said, "Do you have that cat food on a tortilla?" No, it's a paper plate. But as you see, I'll show you the paper plate here. It's gotten a little gross. I guess it has gotten a little old. So, you can see why. Maybe somebody would think it was a tortilla. But no, we don't put our cat food on the tortilla. There would be a silly place to put the cat's food. Rachel, make sure we get more corn tortillas from the store because we need to have a platter for the cat food. You know, Trouble doesn't like the little corn tortilla ones. Too small for him. It's okay, Trouble. Nobody likes corn tortillas. Only like authentic Mexicans like corn tortillas. Regular people like flour tortillas. They're the same choice, okay? I'm with you, Trouble. Well, this whole flour corn question. In fact, I'm gonna do a poll right now. It's I mean, it's gonna be like 99% flour, 1% corn. Which kind of tortillas? Flour or corn? Well, nobody's gonna pick corn. You pick corn, you must be like from Mexico, still in Mexico. They're the only people who like corn tortillas. Like, no Americans, no Americans like corn tortillas better that I could think of. I don't think. As soon as a Mexican crosses the border, they cease liking corn tortillas. They cease to prefer corn and immediately begin preferring flour. Which tortilla, misspelled tortilla, there. I didn't say it was better. Which tortilla? That's the whole question. Corn is answer number one, and flour is answer number two. Start poll. People are like, why would you even ask this question? It's so obvious. Flour, duh, flour. They don't go like, can I get a side of corn tortillas with butter? No. Nobody would ever say that. But can I get a side of flour tortillas with butter? That makes sense, okay? That's something that makes sense. Only insane people and people who've never had flour tortillas would pick corn tortillas. Okay, just it's just how it is. Once again, I'm just being correct. Technically, to be fully correct about being correct here, I should point out that you could have a contradictory position on it and also be correct. In this instance, it's one of those kind of things. There aren't very many things like that, but this is one of those kind of things. Like, which food is better is one of those kind of things. I am correct, but you could be wrong and also be correct. That's fine. It doesn't destroy the integrity of any kind of logic for that to happen. You have been quite a while, or maybe you just came back. That's possible too. You know, I mean, went somewhere else for a while, tried the same thing, and started to come back here. It's possible. Either way. I mean, why even? I didn't even think about there might be a consideration that. What is this? Is this one still titled that? That has been going on for not that long either. Is that what I titled this video? That's kind of a good title, I guess. I look sleepy. I don't feel sleepy. But you might be noting the. Why do I get one napkin? Why? Why would I do such a dumb thing? Like, oh, I've blown my nose. This is the last time I'm ever going to need to blow my nose. That's not how it works, dummy. You're going to just need to blow your nose again later. Might as well bring an extra one with you. Okay, Eric? Learn something this time. Instead of being a big dummy all the time. Well, I never learn. I just insist on being a big dummy. All the time, forever. To whose detriment? Only my own detriment. You're not feeling much of anything, man? I'm fine. Nobody's asking you to emote right now. You can be, emotion free as much as you want. Where is my hat? Oh, over there. Other hat's over there. It's not that I'm sleepy so much as, mushrooms have their serotonin drug. I like serotonin drugs a lot. in conjunction with amphetamines. Might not have been a bad idea. So you'll take in not just an extra 15 before taking the mushroom, but an extra 30 for the day. But I don't regret just taking an extra 15. I'm not opposed to the idea of going to sleep, And in that regard, I suspect that ultimately the mushrooms have a canceling effect kind of on the Adderall once the mushrooms wear off. I'll sleep really well in that. I love having my dreams squashed. Quashed. Squashed. I don't know. Can you quash dreams? You can quash emotion. The yellow color my icon seem overstimulating for your serotonin? No. I don't really notice it that much. I only notice the visual aspect of mushrooms when it's especially striking. Like, I noticed it when I was watching basketball earlier, how cool and geometric the whole basketball game looks. I don't have an Albanian hat, unfortunately. I should get one. I want to talk to you guys about something kind of significant here. Not all instances of a thing are the same. Let's say I had a package of tortillas. There's that first tortilla of the package, so fresh, right? And there's that middle tortilla, so stable and reliable. And there's that wistful sense you get. It's the last tortilla in the bag. Comfortable, confident in the knowledge that this bag of cheese has done a great job. You last tortilla still performing well, just like your predecessors. And I don't need to think much beyond that because, of course, I have another bag of tortillas here. We'll go through this process, this warm, loving process of enjoying the freshness of the first tortilla and just the steadfastness of the last tortilla. We'll enjoy it again in a second with a new bag of tortillas. Well, friends, we've reached the end of this bag of tortillas, and I've got some terrible news. We do not have another bag of tortillas here. And I eat a lot of, I eat more tortillas than you'd expect. I tend to be really into tortillas, especially if I don't have any tortillas. Like, oh no, that's a big problem. I should solve that problem. It's more or less too late to go get more tortillas unless I go like right now all the way to town. Now here's the good news. I do have a lot of half-eaten tortillas that I've left lying around for just this eventuality. Okay, so because even though yes, in theory I could go within the next 25 minutes maybe or so make it to Yosemite Liquors before it closes. If it even stays open till 11 on a Sunday, I think it probably does, but I could look that up. But you know what? No, I'm sorry. No. I love my health. I understand how important health tubes are to my health. But no, I'm sorry, I'm not going to town right now. I'm just not doing it. Not gonna do it. Okay? I'm not doing it, and I'm just saying no. So you can just fuck yourselves, health tubes. I'm not having it. I'm not getting in the car right now. You can just deal without having fresh cigarettes, just a bunch of half-eaten tortillas. That's just how it's gonna have to be. Because I refuse. I'm not doing all that SE. I would just eat these half-eaten tortillas. That's fine. Worst comes to worst, I can just have flan. You know, if I completely run out of tortillas, and I just smoke flan until I go to the store. I just save this whole fresh good tortilla for later. I'll just have some half-eaten tortillas first, you know. I'm not gonna splurge right away on my last good tortilla. That would be a foolhardy thing to do. Gotta save that one for later. I used to have an emergency pack of cigarettes in the back of the car, but of course, I used that emergency pack of cigarettes in a previous emergency. I did not then replace it, so um, which I thought, why bother replacing this air? You're just gonna use it again. It's the next time you run out of cigarettes, you got no. Like I don't even have enough foresight to like buy a carton for some reason. I just go, well, because I don't want to bother them. That's why. I don't want to make them go in the back or take all of the packs of Marlboro Reds that they have. So I say, oh, just get 4 packs there. It's enough packs. I should just go, look, boot, boot jack store. I want to buy like 5 cartons of Marlboro Red shorts. So I know that's a little inconvenient for you, lady behind the counter, but that's how it's going to have to be. Then I won't bother you for a while, then, you know. And I won't run out of cigarettes for a while. But then I also think things like, well, it's not necessarily bad for me to sometimes have a cigarette shortage, you know. Well, I do smoke less when I have fewer cigarettes on hand. Probably, maybe. I've never really done the math or the science, you know. It's a complicated question as to how many packs of cigarettes I should get at a time. You know, it used to be very much determined by how much money I wanted to devote to that, but that's not that determined. It doesn't really have anything to do with it right now. Like, the smartest thing economically to do would be if I knew for sure I was going to be smoking indefinitely, would be to buy as many cartons of Marlboro Reds as I can right now because they're only going to get more expensive, right? They might even get less available. After all, you can't buy menthols in California anymore. But I'm not smart like that. I'm not practical like that. I just buy 4 packs at a time and say, good job, Eric, not just buying 1 pack. Because I'm a dumb. I just think, well, you know, it's good to get out of the house. So give me a reason to come back here in a few days. I have all kinds of dumb reasons why I do things. It don't make any sense, really. It's a good way to get me to stop buying you things for good. What is a good way to get me to stop buying you things for good? Um, make them illegal. That's what they did with menthol. You. What are you saying, you? Why stop spamming, spammy? Fuck off. Just enough already. Jesus Christ. What do you think you're accomplishing? Just like, look at me be annoying. Okay, well, I see you being annoying. Can you please stop being annoying? No, I can't. I'm just annoying. All right, well, I will hide you then. Why, in fact, you want to be like that, I don't know. Everybody times you out. Still, nobody bans you because it's sad as around here. But I probably, you know, might as well just ban this one. It's very unlikely that Frank Bull 3R is ever going to say anything of interest. If he, if he begins his engagement like that. I mean, I may have missed the beginning of it. I don't know. It's just like, this is what you have to say. LeBron is king. Kobe equals D1 shot chucker. Okay, fine. You like LeBron better than Kobe. Is this supposed to like elicit some sort of controversy or like discussion? I mean, who cares? I mean, I think LeBron's better than Kobe, but he's got more physical tools. Like he's bigger or whatever. I certainly don't care enough about it to talk about it at great length. I like talking about sports sometimes, not questions like that. And certainly, just because you didn't get engaged with on your topic, you just get all spammy. It's like, okay, you are a child, obviously, and be a child, and that's fine, but maybe not around here. Put it this way. If we were to hidden him, I would lose zero sleep over it. It's always it's an ever evolving standard. No good rule. Rules are nice. You can just apply them every time. You're gonna get X or Y. In some sense, rules are unjust because there are going to be situations where something qualifies as X, where under a standard or spirit of the law, it should qualify as Y or something. So, in that regard, rules can be unjust in the sense that they're applied in every instance the same. However, they're the most just approach to things. Standards require discretion, and reality has plenty of circumstances where a standard is necessary because discretion is necessary. It's inherently less just because non binaries less uphold justice. But it's more just than any other alternative. So we do what we can. And that's a quick lesson in standards and rules for those who don't know the difference and how they're meant in um, okay. Now you're amusing me. Okay. Now you've gone from annoying me all the way through, continuing the same thing to amusing me. So I approve. I approve heartily. This is why you need a standard sometimes, not a rule. Right? We could not make a firm rule that said you should never tell me not to smoke, whatever. We'd always have to have the caveat, unless you're being funny, unless you're amusing me, in which case, then that's your higher purpose. I, oh, he retracted it because I liked it, because I enjoyed it. Why would you retract the one thing I liked? Because you're just trying to be annoying to me. Oh, you are just joking with me. I see. No, I know that's why. That's what you meant initially. Was it was intended to be a humorous reference to my previous conversation about this with you, in which, you know, it's kind of a little bit of a fuzzy memory because I'm on mushrooms. I don't remember things on mushrooms that happen on mushrooms very well. But I do remember that perhaps I was direct, you might say, in my explication of my position on this. Very direct, um, unequivocal, clear, needing no interpretation, particularly. Uh, I wish the tooth fairy gave me money. Oh, that's fine. I don't care. Leave it. Show media is fine. Whatever. It's on the bingo card, the right? Cheese right here. Unoriginal things people say. You're gonna get a lot of instances of it because it is, after all, an unoriginal thing people say. So you're gonna hear lots of repetition about it. I'm not saying it's good or bad, respectful or disrespectful. It's just non-impactful, so because it's so unoriginal, right? Like after you hear something, whatever it is, a million times, good or bad, it doesn't have any impact on you. Like some of them factual, like the missing teeth. Some of them counterfactual, like I'm on crack. They have the same impact on me, which is none. Not because they aren't true or true, but because I've heard. It's like you keep saying the same word over and over again. It starts to sound like, is that even a word, right? It's like whatever capacity you may at some point have had to trigger me emotionally with these kinds of attacks is long ago dissipated, especially physical stuff like that. Long ago, I lost any. There's zero. I've been hearing like you're homeless, you're living in a basement, and things like that for since I started YouTubing. And it's believe me, there's zero possibility of such stuff emotionally impacting me. They can't even be a dickhead if they are just, you know, kicking at the air, right? They may be practicing to be a dickhead or something, but they can't really be a dickhead to me like that. You have to at least have some kind of potential pain on my end for it to qualify as being a dickhead. Do I support Therians? I have no idea what they are. When people ask me how I am, I just lie and say, great. When people ask me how I am, I don't think I lie or think about it, but my answers range from okay, if things aren't really very good, to like pretty good. Like, whatever. I give answers like that. Or then if I'm actually happy, I'll be like, they're great. Things are great. I don't think I really lie about it. I don't really say things are bad because I don't really think everything's are bad per se. It's just I'm in a certain mood. I mean, the idea that when people ask me how I am, that I don't think of that as like my answer as being the sort of thing that one can that one would even conceivably lie about, right? Like what would be the point of lying about your emotions? They're not relevant to anything, you know? Lying about your emotions is like crying about conditional logic. It just doesn't make any sense, right? Why would you cry over like a conditional logic proof? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you lie about your emotions? It makes just as little sense. That's not you're like you can't lie about your emotions. Nobody can verify it anyway. You know, it's like it's a category error. I think that you could lie about your emotions. You could try to convince somebody you're feeling something you're not, I guess. But it's not like you could be accused of being counterfactual. I don't know how you could catch somebody in a lie, even accuse them of lying based on claims about their emotions. It's completely unsubstantiatable. So it doesn't make any sense to say that anybody's lying about their emotions. You might be attempting to deceive somebody about your emotions, I suppose. Why would you do that? I guess you want to calm them or something. Yeah, I mean, like, you could be like a girl who's faking, like, I really love you, and then kills a guy and gets his money or something. I guess you could be lying about your emotions. But see, are you even lying about your emotions, really? You're really just lying about whether you're on the person's side, you know? You pretend to be on my side, but really be like a double agent, right? And then you're not really lying about your emotions, you're just lying about your loyalties. I mean, I guess you're lying about your emotions, but how could anything be called a lie if it can't be falsified? It can't be called a lie. You can't lie about things that don't have like external factual quality to them in some sense, you know? I mean, I guess you can. Like, I could tell a lie that I imagined something last night. I could lie about what I imagined, you know, like, um, I can't conceive of why one would do this, but like, I could imagine, say, a castle, right, in my head and have certain details, and then later on tell a lie about what I imagined. But why would anybody do such a thing? Right? You can I guess you can lie about your emotions then. If you could lie about that, then you could lie about your emotions. So I don't know why anybody would do that though. It makes no sense. Unless you're trying to con somebody, it makes zero sense to lie about your emotions. It's like when could it possibly be beneficial to you to have people know some emotion of you that's not actual? It's like my emotions to anything that matters aren't relevant to anything. So you can know them all you want. You know, it's like if you think you're gonna do anything with my emotions, go you try and do things with my emotions. Go ahead. You'll discover they have no argumentational legs whatsoever. You can have all the truth about my emotions that you want. It's like, arm yourself with all the truth about my emotions in the world, and you won't be able to kill a fly still. So, why would anybody lie about their emotions? You can't do anything with your emotions. It's like, nobody can use them against you. Do you want this food? If I want it, I'll say yes. If not, I'll say no. Do you want this alcohol? I may want it, but I'm going to decline it. Do you want this money? Probably yes. I mean, I probably don't feel as strongly about it as most people do, but yeah, sure, I'll take the money. I like answering those questions yes too. Do I want this money? Absolutely. I'll take that answer. I'll take that question anytime. And the answer will always be yes. Do I want this money? Yes. Do you need to know anything else? Not really. I mean, assuming it's legal for me to take it, not really. I mean, if you feel there's something I ought to know before I take the money, please inform me. But as a general rule, I don't question money that's handed to me. It would be an insult to the person who's handing it, after all. Why would I question them giving me money? They know what they're doing with their money, not me. How am I doing this again? How did you do this again? How did you make me want to eat again? How did this happen? I was just doing something else. I was just, I don't know, addressing some subject or whatever. And I find I'm here watching the cat eat again. How did this happen? When did this happen? What? You? How are you able to do this to me all the time? You and your secret powers. I am subject to the secret powers of some kind of an evil cat overlord. Oh, I never thought I'd be a victim, but I too can be made a victim by this guy. He's got me again. Every time I try to tell him, I say, listen, you're the cat, okay? I'm the person. I'm smarter than you. Yeah, you can't fool me. He just proves me wrong time and time again. Every time I tell him these things, listen, you are just a lowly beast of the earth, whereas I am a wise and intelligent human being. You can't control me. You can't tell me what to do. Time and again, he proves me wrong. He is smarter than me. Even though I'm a human and he's a cat, he's obviously smarter than me because that happens all the time. Here I am obeying him at something. I'm like, why am I doing this? What is going on? What kind of magical powers does this cat have? Why is he chosen to make me his victim? It's like Rachel gets hardly any of the victimization. She gets to blessedly live upstairs with Capillo. I'm just his bitch. He just abuses me constantly. I know I should leave him, but he means well. He promises he won't beat me again. I'm just gonna stay around and see. Oh, he beat me again. That's what it's like living with this cat. I feel like I should go to a battered woman's shelter. Say, sir, you cannot stay here. But I am a battered woman. No, you're a man with a bad cat. I think he just dominates me. Okay. Fine. He's not smarter than me. He's just more of a man than me. I accept that. You know, it's hard to believe that a creature that has had its balls cut off could be more of a man than me, but obviously he is. Yeah, the problem is not that he's smarter than you. It's just, he's more of a man than you, Eric. All right, well that makes sense actually. That I can believe. All right, let's see. What am I doing? Oh, right. I was fetishizing my last cigarette. That's what I'm doing. I was going to go have a half-eaten tortilla as part of that fetishization process. And there's the man of the house coming inside. Is it okay if I go outside now, Mr. Trouble? Horrible cat. I love him so much, and he's so horrible. I don't know what to do with myself. You know, it's like, do I love him or hate him? That's why emotions are not. You can't lie about them. I both love him and hate him, and neither of those things are lies. If you can't, I'm 6'5". If you can't establish a lie with contradictions, then it's not possible to lie about something, right? If I can say I love him and I hate him, and neither of those, and both in that conjunction, and create no contradiction, then obviously I can't lie about my emotions. No way to contradict them. Even if the exact opposite emotion is true, I'm not lying, right? It's crazy. So you can't lie about your emotions. I've changed my position on this again now. I now say it is not physically possible to lie about your emotions. No matter how desperately you want to deceive somebody. No matter how much you think you're lying about your emotions, you are not. It's not possible to lie about emotions. Impossible. I must have horrible spine and knee problems. I don't think I do. Maybe I have horrible spine and knee problems that I don't notice, I suppose. That's a horrible problem. I didn't even notice it. I guess I do have a horrible problem. I can't believe I'm standing here. Now that I've learned what horrible problems I have, I better go sit down. They must be really fine or else they're doing something impossible. No, I'm not saying that the person who says they're fine is necessarily fine. I'm just saying that it's not physically possible for them to be lying about it. Because you're going to accuse them of lying about it, you have to be able to prove a contradictory element that falsifies what they're saying. And if you can be both fine and not fine at the same time, it's not possible for you to lie about your emotions. You can try your best to deceive people all you want, but you still will never get all the way to lying. You would just get part way to lying, okay? You're going to get all the way to lying. You're going to have to lie about something else. I'm sorry. You don't get to lie about your emotions. Logic and reality forbid it. You're going to have to be satisfied with being willfully deceptive, okay? You do not get to lie. And that's one to grow on. Nobody can lie about their emotions. They can be willfully deceptive all they want. But they cannot lie because it doesn't qualify as a lie according to the rules of lying. So you're just going to have to deal with that. Okay? If you don't want to deal with that, then you are just being a liar. And that's not cool. Don't be a liar like that. Right. That's the point, that word clause. No, it does not get to be a lie. It's not smart enough to be a lie. Emotions are so dumb, they don't even get to lie. All right, that's it. I'm just going to project my TI frame of things, then deny the status of lying to emotions. No, 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 you may not lie. Emotions. That's for people who use words properly, not for you. You and your stinky moistness. I don't care, Messi or Ronaldo. Who would care? It's like I'm going to go around and I'm going to determine from people their answer to this critically important question. Messi or Ronaldo? Okay, Messi. Ah, good. Now I'll go to the next president and find out. This is an inefficient way to poll people about their preference in Messi or Ronaldo. Speaking of polls, you would say, yeah, I wasn't lying to you. I was just deceiving you about my emotions. That would be correct, right? You can't accuse me of lying about them because in order for it to qualify as a lie, there would have to be some capacity to falsify by a contradiction. And emotions don't provide us that. So, yes, I was willfully deceiving you about my emotions, but I was not lying. That's what you would say. That's the proper thing. No, if I didn't have these remaining teeth, then I'd have to go to the dentist because I wouldn't be able to speak clearly enough. A new Baby No Money song is coming out in 13 hours. It's cool. It's one of his, probably the tail end of his extreme collab tour he's on. You know, he says he's coming out with a new album. It's just solo stuff after a whole bunch of collabs. But this must be, you know, trailing into his collab period, I guess. Sounds fun. I'm looking forward to it. I'll check it out for sure. Not, you know, a fairly small percentage of his tracks actually make my playlist. He's not like Johnny, you know. He's not that good. He's not that smart. He's not nearly that smart. But he has plenty of hits among the disposables, you know. In all reality, if you say you're fine and you're not fine, then that means you're lying. No matter how you think about it, it's a lie. But yeah. The joke here is that obviously being willfully deceptive about something and trying to say that it's not a lie is a ridiculous distinction to make, right? To say that we should predicate the status of lying upon this this argumentational mechanic is insane, right? We should predicate it on willful deceptiveness. That's obviously why what I was saying was funny. That's why I was laughing about it. Because it's a funny idea. Nobody should predicate nobody should predicate their understanding of lying based on some ridiculously arcane argumentational mechanics. Like, how would that work? who could who could apply that definition of lying and think that and think it's a good idea? If you ever encounter somebody who tries to define lying like that, believe me, do not trust them. It might win the debate round, yeah. It seems like something I'd have to come up with on the fly to defend something that they successfully attacked. It's got that kind of seat of the pants quality to it, argumentationally. It only works as long as you don't notice the obvious thing here, right? Obviously, that's not how we define lying in any sane universe. But that's the thing about people is they're insanely frame walkable. You just say, here's an implied frame of reference. Now here's some case level arguments. And they start going, yes, case level arguments down here. Unaware that they've conceded the only thing that matters already by just participating in it because at case level. It's insanely easy to get people to do that. Criminally easy. I don't do that, obviously, unless I'm joking, like in this instance, I wouldn't actually try to make those ridiculous arguments. I mean, those kind of things are fine for like a debate round, I guess. When it's just a game, it's just for competition. You're trying to win, you're not trying to do any sort of truth philosophizing or whatever. That's the problem, though, is that debate's supposed to teach people by exposing them to all this stuff the difference between tricks like that, argumentational tricks, and what the best argument is. But people who either countervalue NI or have weak NI, like ESTJs or whatever, take away from it the entirely wrong lesson, which is that all arguments are equal. It's just a matter of how you argue them. That's absolutely not the case. There are positions that are true and that have a very easy rhetorical incline, and positions that are false that have a very steep rhetorical incline. And establishing one is a lot easier than the other, right? Now, sure, if you're a kick-ass debater, you might win against most people on any given point. But the test is what wins against yourself, right? In that case, if you're not capable of actually saying this wins because it's the better argument, then you're lacking a sufficiently robust relationship with NI. Let's smoke some weed. I agree. That's excellent NI, Peter Griffin. You are talking my language, and my language is saying, let's smoke some weed. Yeah, thing is, I sometimes I'll play around. Like, here's some arguments you could make to establish that you can't lie about your emotions. But I obviously I'm just being mushroomy. I normally don't play around too much like that because I don't want to give people don't necessarily know I'm playing around, right? I think it's obvious, but they don't necessarily see it. I've come to understand that what's obvious to me is not necessarily obvious to the people. I'm not great at knowing exactly how something I'm doing is going to play, you know? So I try to be pretty rigorous about when I am joking or saying something contrefactual, to some extent correcting myself, like saying, this was not actually the truth. Here's the actual truth. I don't always do it, but I try to be rigorous about it because I do understand that people could walk away from a joke completely unaware that I was joking and thinking it was totally serious, or walk away from just like basically a thought experiment. Wasn't entirely a joke, more like a thought experiment that became a joke, you know? This guy sounds like Darius Rucker. I don't know who Darius Rucker is. The one that sang Wagon Wheel. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that song. The title sounds familiar, but I can't think of how it goes. Makes me think of Bonanza. The Bonanza song. I'm not familiar with Wagon Wheel. Darius Rucker. Let me Google it. Google's free after all. Instead of asking questions, maybe I should just use my own fingers, huh? Darius Rucker. Was this guy from Hootie and the Blowfish? Oh, God. Well, I don't know if I sound like him or not, but I may very well sound like the guy. I must say, what an atrocity on the landscape of music that band was. None of the people in that band should be able to look at themselves in the mirror. I'm sorry. That's a terrible, terrible band. They're maybe not as bad as like Kings of Leon or Dave Matthews Band. They're more bad like Counting Crows, right? Hooting the Blowfish and Counting Crows could get together and put on a show, and between the two of them, not play a single good song. But it would not be as bad a show as a Kings of Leon show or a Dave Matthews Band show. All I want to be no, I don't want to be with you. Not only do I not only want to be with you, I don't want to be with you at all. I want you to get away from me as quickly as possible with your horrible song. You take you and your horrible song and get out of here. Hootie and the Blowfish. I don't care what you want. What I want is for you to stop. I appreciate you bringing up the topic, Snoop Doggy. That is a funny topic. Hootie and the Blowfish and Counting Crows. Two horrible bands. They're kind of the same in their horribleness. I might be a chick magnet, but I don't want chicks to be magnetized to me. I'm married to my soulmate Rachel. I'm not interested in have playing physicalities with other ladies. Okay, I try to be professionally asexual. I may have assorted amounts of riz, but it is wasted because I don't want it. You can have it. You have the riz and use it to slay all the puss that you want to slay. Because I don't want to slay any puss. I don't need that kind of riz. Neon trees, also very, very terrible. But I would say not properly placed in the same set as Counting Crows and Hootie and the Blowfish. There may be another band that should go in there. I'm not sure what it is, but it's not that one. We're looking for other bands to go in the set of that includes Counting Crows and Hootie and the Blowfish. What other bands could go in that set? Neon Trees doesn't go in that set. Watch it, Bob. You're replaceable. I guess he's a Neon Trees fan. The thing is, the truth is, Bob, I don't really know enough about Neon Trees to say they're a terrible band or not. I think I know one of their songs, maybe. They sing the song that goes, "You said it for the weekend." That song? I think they might sing that song. What is your favorite band or genre? I normally don't really have a. I definitely don't have any genre that I specifically fond of. I like good songs, good tracks of every genre, country, rap, rock, whatever. It just has to pop. It has to have a certain timeless quality to it. Slap. I don't necessarily love even really great songs if they're down tempo. I mean, I might respect them a great deal, like to listen to them a couple times. They're not going to make my playlist because I just don't really like to listen to a lot of sad, down tempo music. But, cause my mom makes us look at It's a horrible song. Oh, that song is so horrible. Ew, stop! Why are you making that song? Oh God, I hate that song. I forgot all about it. That horrible song, and now I remember it. It's like in my head. Shut the fuck up! What are you doing? I don't know if you can hear Rach laughing in the other room. It makes me happy whenever I hear her laugh. It's like the same way almost that hearing my child laugh when she was little made me happy. Very similar feeling, actually. I guess emotions can't tell the difference between things because they're dumb. Just kidding, emotions. It makes me just so happy when I hear her Well, they sang the opening song for Scrubs. How absolutely appropriate. So what we're saying, are we saying that bare naked ladies should go in the same set as Hootie and the Blowfish and um, Counting Crows? I'm gonna agree with that. Bare naked ladies go in that same set. Don't you think so? I think so too. Get a job, said Adrian Garcia. Because it would be more fun than this? Is that why I should get a job? I mean, if you want to really convince me it's going to be more fun than this, maybe, Do you have a job that I should get that's going to be more fun and easy than this? Taking mushrooms and laughing about stuff? If that's the job you want to give me, well, I'm already doing that job. And I'm doing a fine job of it, I must say. If you have a different job in mind, if it's not as fun as my current job, then I don't want your job. And you should headhunt elsewhere. Okay? I might be better than the alternatives of the job you want me to do, but I do still am not going to do that job because I don't want to because it's not fun, obviously. you know, I've chosen what I'm doing now because it is fun, obviously. Why would I choose unfun things? You tell me, Adrian Garcia, why would I choose something unfun like that? Well, I'm not a real man, okay? I'm a soft pussy who lives in a comfortable home and doesn't like to get tired or break a sweat. Well, I mean, I am getting pussy, Adrian. It's just I'm not getting more than one pussy, but it still counts. Thank you for just timing him out. I'm curious as to his reasoning here. Keep saying I need to be a real man and get a job. I'm trying to explain to him. I'm not a real man, okay? I'm Eric. Any real man can see in a second that I am not one. I'm not going to beat you up. I'm not going to fix your car. I'm not even going to sweep up my own driveway of sticks. I've been meaning to. I keep telling myself, Eric, God damn it, you have to sweep these sticks. I don't like them. Make them go away. I can't even get myself to sweep sticks. I am not a real man. If I had to stop fishing in this lake in LA, because I went there one time and caught a turtle and it made me cry. I cannot fish here anymore. I don't want to catch turtles. I don't even want to catch fish. I just want to sit here by the water and pretend to catch fish. I am not a real man. So I want to know what he should do, what he thinks I should do now that he knows this. Does he still think I should get a real man job? Because I don't think I'm qualified for it. Shroom. Okay, cool. I will. You win. If that's the job you want me to do, fine, I'll do it. I'll do it, and I'll do the best job I can of it. I promise to try my hardest. Oh, trucking doesn't sound fun to me, so why should I do it? You're gonna recruit me, right? You're a headhunter or whatever. Well, you don't even have to comment. Yay, nah, Mati. If I were you, I'd simply leave, obviously. I'd find something so repugnant. fucked up generation? What, my generation is fucked up? Maybe. Isn't that something you normally say to younger people? Like older people say that to younger people normally? I don't think you're making any sense, Adrian Garcia. You want me to get a job trucking? Why would I do that? That sounds like I'd be away from my wife for a long time. I don't really like to drive that much. I probably feel car sick with all the diesel fumes. I'm going to choose no on that one. He's just a human. Bro, you be okay. Heavy haul. I don't even want light haul, Adrian Garcia. That sounds unpleasant to me. Excavators. I'd probably break something. Best leave it in the hands of people who know better about those things. I imagine. Not my field of expertise, you know. Well, I'm perfectly okay with others being good at those things instead. Learn how to make money online, then you can do nothing. Really? I'd like to do that someday. I'd like to make money online. You know what? I can already do nothing. So why are you deleting that? Why? Why? In the middle of responding to it. You don't get wrench happy, Isaiah. Totally unnecessary. Like this guy. I'm not interested at all in what he's saying. First part of it, I can't even read it. It's in Cyrillic. The second part is say, I would if I disobeyed my Lord, indeed have fear. It's like stop reading after the first word or whatever. All right, cool. I'll buy your accident. Maybe semi-plausible, but I'll buy it. Sure. Can't disprove it. That's fine. No. Well, you did mean to time him out. Why did you time him out? That's the point. Shouldn't be timing him out. Yeah, there you go. That's the response I want, as I read. My bad, I got wrench happy. Thank you. Good job. Correct response. Thank you. Robots can strap chain up loads of what? Can't. I don't know what you're talking about, Adrian Garcia. You're not making any sense at all. You're telling me to get jobs that I don't want, and to be a man. I already told you I'm not a real man. I'm a pussy, so obviously I'm not suitable for all these real man jobs. You're just not making any sense at all. Well, maybe it's easy for you, Bob UFO, but it's not easy for me. Okay? I find that kind of thing difficult. Requires me to get up at a regular time, be available during certain hours, you know, have to move around, be jostled some, I don't know, do some kinds of physical tasks of some sort that I don't feel like doing. I certainly don't feel like driving around and sitting in traffic in a big truck that's more difficult to drive than a regular car. Why would I get that job? It's like, yes, I could do it. I could do all of those jobs mentioned. I could go work an excavator and probably not break things. You know, I could go be a pilot and fly planes around. Why would I want to do any of those things? Those things aren't fun, obviously. Why would I choose any of those things to do? I might conceivably have to have a job like something like that in which case I would have to have that job, and I would do it. You know? Fortunately, I don't have to have that job. Why could it possibly be the case that I should have that job? I'm trying to get this figured out from Adrian because I make twice my income. So if I had that job, I'd make twice my income. I don't even have any income. Income is for people who earn money, not for people who have money. Income's bad. It gets taxed. Oh, I'm not saying trucking's bad. I'm heartily in favor of trucking. I think it's important that the goods I purchase from the store be delivered to the store from other places. And I thank trucking for accomplishing that goal. No matter how valuable I think trucking is, no matter how much I appreciate the service that trucking provides, I still can't quite understand how that makes it such that I should become a truck driver. All right, I don't think that's a good leap of logic there, right? Like, yes, trucking's good, and we should all appreciate its virtues. We should all say thank you, truckers of the country, for bringing us our stuff, right? But I do not understand how you go from that to Eric should become a trucker. I do not want to become a trucker. And in no sane universe is the case that I should. Like, what is your reasoning exactly here? Elon is a clown? That doesn't convince me to become a trucker. I'm not sure how that's relevant to whether or not I should become a trucker. The reason I don't have a real job like a real man is because I'm not a real man and I don't want a job. Okay? Deal with it. You know? And when people tell me get a job, I don't want to. Why don't you stop having a job? How would you feel if I told you that? Hey, you, stop having a job. What are you doing? You shouldn't have a job. Adrian, hey, listen, buddy. You need to stop having a job right now. You need to listen to me about your job status. I'm not pleased with the fact that you have a job. You shouldn't be wasting all your time at work. What are you doing? You got more important things to do than just drive around all day. I mean, seriously. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm just gonna drive around all day. You can't stop having this job of yours right now and devote yourself to something more productive. Like, I don't know. Like maybe spreading the gospel of how cool trucking is. Maybe you should do that instead of your job. Consider that. I think that's what you should do. And I think you should listen to me about your job, just like you think I should listen to you about my job, or lack thereof. Okay, so let me talk to you more about your job. You need to QUIT that job. Obviously, you shouldn't have it. If you were a good person, you wouldn't have it. since you're a bad person, you do have it. And you know what? If it weren't for people like you, job havers, America would be a decent place again. I'm sick of it. You better knock that shit off, motherfucker. I'm mad, I'm righteous, and I'm dumb as hell. Is there anybody else here who identifies similarly as mad, righteous, and dumb as hell? It's conceivable maybe that there might be somebody here who ought to. But you know, I don't want to make normative the whole thing, you know. Let's not impose our normative friend on everything, you know. There's no should identify. I should identify, yeah. No, it's up to you. You identify whatever you want. There's no shit about that. I'm proud of the fact that I'm righteous, indignant, and dumb. I don't need anybody else to identify equivalently to be proud of myself. After all, a person should just own who they are, regardless of what that might be. You know, we had a civil rights movement where black people said, you know what? I don't care what anybody said. I am black. I'm not staying in the closet any longer. And then they began having like black pride parades. Do you remember the civil rights movement? Prior to that, like black people who didn't self-identify as white would be bullied and stuff, you know. And that's why we needed the civil rights movement. Because we were sick of white people forcing black people to identify as white people. Just let them be black people, he said. Anyway, you remember the civil rights movement, but I don't remember where I was going with this. I was going someplace. It was just an ancillary note on the way to a more important destination. I just can't quite recall where I was headed. I think back to those pre-civil rights days and just shake my head in sorrow. Think of all those poor black people forced to self-identify as white people. Really, yes, I admit I'm white, okay? I'm white. Yeah, you keep thinking that, you. I don't want you denying your whiteness at any moment. I got my eye on you. There's something about you. It's not that you're not white, but it's something. That would have been a funny kind of racism. Where white people force black people to pretend they're not different in any way. You stop acting different right now. You and I are exactly the same. Your skin is the same color as mine. Blind. That's the difference. You're blind and I'm not. Some of these white people around here, they can't exactly say which ones, but some of them really get to me sometimes with their insistence on being different. Just knock it off, you. You're the same. What a great kind of racism that would be. You can't even really articulate who it is you hate because of your relentless dogma that they're exactly the same as you. What a fantastic form of racism. I think we should all try to be racist like that. You go to Asian people and say, you and I are exactly the same. What? I mean, we're the same, you know? The same what? You know, we're the same that race. You said it, not me. We're not the same race. Yes, we are. Excuse me. Your kind of white person pisses me off. Obviously, we're the same. Some of these white people around here are so difficult. Hey, Whitey. Here goes. Okay. Hey, Whitey. How's it going? How you enjoying being the same race? It's cool being the same race, huh? Well, some of the white people down south kept insisting there was something else, so there was some few lynchings, you know. Yeah, I do the kitty litter. I do the kitty litter. I do the bear. It's the kid that dance to the kitty litter. Everybody do the kitty litter. Do the pump boo. Why are all the people who are live streaming sound crazy? What is he doing? Well, I was laughing about a funny idea a second ago. Right now, I'm thinking I should probably get a beverage. Oh, I have one right here, some water. Might as well. No, I'm not drinking. I don't drink alcohol at all, actually. Well, I guess you could say you did ask first. So I can't really complain about you then speculating because I didn't address the question directly. But no, I don't drink alcohol. Why? Because it causes me to be a drunk. You could just say it causes shame and hangovers primarily. Number one effect of alcohol on me is shame and hangovers. Are you still here, mother? Wow. Yes, I'm still here. No, I'm not your mother. And I agree. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Life is an amazing thing, isn't it? Some people do this, other people do that. Lots of stuff. Don't drink whiskey. Not even whiskey, black guy. Good question. Don't drink alcoholic beverages does include whiskey. 63rd. 63rd, what does that mean? Born and raised. Don't know what that means. No shit, I live in Chi-Town. That's Chicago. It's a term they use to refer to Chicago, Chi-Town. You might also hear Caw Town or Go Town. Less commonly, okay? Mostly they just go with the first syllable of it. Chi-Town. And of course, the irony is it should be pronounced Shi-Town. So, you know, just goes to show you. Just goes to show you about Chicago. It's everything you need to know about Chicago right there. I don't know what I was giggling about. Actually, I don't really remember. It is the case that I'm not entirely sober, but I'm not, don't consume alcohol. Mushrooms are kind of alcoholish in a lot of ways, really. They're a pretty good substitute for alcohol, really. Probably a better substitute for it than weed. Just one you can't do as often, obviously. It's like mushrooms is like how a person should drink. Like how I take mushrooms is how a person should drink if they're going to drink at all. Like I take a good amount to have fun, but not too much, like once a week, approximately. But I'm also not just waiting for that day or anything. That's just how it plays. Sometimes I go like, when was the last time I took it? It was like a few days ago. I'll wait a while. But I'm not fiending about it. Hmm. Well, that's kind of an odd story, Bob. KBFC fan, hello. Hi, my grandchild. How are you? It's been a long time since your parents let me see you. I'm glad they've come around. Well, the fight was over nothing, really. I just didn't approve of your father. And I hated him and thought that your mother never should have married him. And obviously, I was proved right, since now they're divorced and I get to see you again. So, please tell your mother I told you so. I'm not going to tell her myself because I'm trying to remember how to love my daughter after she betrayed me so horribly, but whatever. She doesn't want to trust her dad's judgment about that horrible guy. And shouldn't, don't even get me started. Your father is a real piece of work, Mr. KBFC fan. Don't even get me started. Now, Shroom Body, he says, hi, Papa. I don't know what that means. That's different than Grandpa. Pawpaw. It's also different than Papa without a W. So it just is nonsense to me. I don't know what it could possibly mean. Fish and chips is my favorite, and my neighbors enjoy it, but the color blue never sat well with me and my mates, so no, I'm not. What are those sentences that, well, I see. I'm not sure how that's the answer to are you from the UK? That's an interesting answer to the question. Are you from the UK? It's quite a long answer to that question. Hatamoto says, "You're handsome." Well, thanks, Hatamoto. I'm sure you are too. I'm sorry for your pain. I hope everyone heals. Who are you talking to? Me? I'm definitely not in any pain. Eric, you seem like a blind man without a cane, stiff upper lip. No, I'm actually having a good time. If you think I'm faking this somehow, well, I don't tend to fake things like this. If I'm unhappy or whatever, I am very whiny and complaining. I'm not one to suffer discomfort in silence, you know? Should we legalize letting people go to North Sentinel Island? I don't know. I don't even know what that is. I'm assuming it's an island you're not allowed to go to now. But other than that, no, I'm not alone. My wife's here. She's listening to this in the other room, actually. Oh, thanks, Luke and Cook. I look like a weighted, mossy, cracked stone pressure plate. I like that. You know, I like to imagine myself as such. It's my face, though. People step. The nice thing I like about it is the mossiness. You know, people step on my mossy face and then something happens. You know, it unlocks the door behind which is a key which unlocks something else. A way to go over there and find another thing. That, that kind of stuff. Okay, what is the problem of this great man? There is any problem? I don't think there's any problem. What would make you think there was a problem? If there's a problem that you know of that I don't know of, please let me know. Your butt is dirty is a problem for you, but not for me. I heard it was good, but it depletes spinal fluid. Talking about ecstasy. I had a friend who did lots and he became adhedonic. I mean, like you can't be happy or something. Everything, nothing seems interesting. If I give you $45, can you shake your butt? I can shake my butt, but you don't have to give me $45. I could do it for free, but I probably couldn't do it for $45. I'm not sure I'm going to do it for free, but I might. These things, these are the many varied possibilities the world has coming forward. The immortal question: Ronaldo or Messi? Obviously, I choose Messi. Ronaldo, had a short-lived stretch of time where he was one of the world's elites. He definitely isn't anymore. A long way from it at this point. He fell off fast. And now he's kind of this sad guy who tries to take credit for teammates' goals. Everybody's kind of like, you're making everybody feel awkward, Cristiano. He's that guy now. You were shaking your butt earlier. I seen you in that other room when you were giggling. Oh, well, I mean, I don't doubt that I was shaking it, so that's an example of what I was saying. You can get it for free, you probably can't pay for it. And you can't get it for free on demand, but periodically, if you pay close attention, keep a good eye out over time, you might catch it. You might catch it occasionally and just be like, oh my god, clip that, go directly into the front of the line of whatever else I spanked to. This is it. If you're lucky enough to see it, a lucky watcher sees it maybe once or twice in a lifetime. That's how rare these events are because their lifetimes are much shorter than mine. much, much shorter. So that explains it. That's why these things only happen once or maybe twice in their lifetime. They only live 1 or maybe 2 days. That explains it. You like sniffing flour? Well, good for you. YouTube is so hilarious. I like sniffing flour. You know, you never know what you're gonna see when you're live streaming these days. Nowadays, with these random people coming around, it's great. Like some people come in and things tell me to become a trucker. Like you should get a job as a trucker. But I can never figure out exactly why I should get a job as a trucker. Sometimes people come in and say, I like sniffing flour. And then I'm not quite sure how to respond to that, right? Well, good for you. Or I don't like sniffing flour. I That's not what flour is for. Are you sure you're using the verb sniff correctly? There's a lot of possible responses I could have to it. This is one of those things that, anybody can come in at any moment and just say any random thing, right? It's not that I like thinking flour was so hilarious. It's just that this is what's so hilarious about YouTube in general, right? Being a live streamer. I encounter all these people with all their crazy ways and strange things they say. Some of them are just annoying, like this guy, Bobby Bob, who's got to be like 10 years old at most. And go be 10 years old someplace else, Bobby Bob. I hereby hide you. There's no things that are just like, okay, Jose, you also just gonna hide you directly and not gonna even bother. No point in even bothering. I'm not suggesting others be this liberal with their band hammers, but oh, I see. Your thing you said, I thought was just completely random. I've forgotten all about this poll, which has close to an hour, almost 300 votes, which is great. Well, thanks, Helix. Would you eat a flour tortilla with a weeping bell? I don't even know what that is. So I'm going to say no. Just decline things you don't know what they are. Is a good general rule. Yeah, I did. Then I forgot my train of thought right now. I was thinking about something else. Corn tortillas. I cannot believe this is as close as it is. How is corn tortillas winning? What? How is corn tortillas winning? No, no, no. That is so wrong. I forgot all about this poll. How is how in the world are corn tortillas beating flour tortillas by a whopping 6%? It should be 99% flour, 1% corn, and the only 1% of people who like corn are Mexicans who are still in Mexico where they haven't learned the art of flour tortillas yet. Because, until they cross the border, when a Mexican crosses the border, there's other Mexicans who are on this side of the border who meet them and say, "Listen, senor, I want to show you the secret of flour tortillas." I don't know why you would choose corn tortillas over flour. We're talking, I should have been more specific. Which tortilla would you actually eat without something else? you know, Nobody would eat a corn tortilla. It's just like, nah, nah. So, for those who weren't aware, that's how it works with corn and flour tortillas in the country of Mexico. I think it was specified to remain that way in NAFTA, actually. And as part of this agreement that I've signed today, this North American Free Trade Agreement, I've ensured that Mexicans will not be allowed any flour tortilla technology until and unless they are across the border. That's Bill Clinton. That's my Bill Clinton imitation. I don't know if it's a good imitation or not, but it's the best I can do of Bill Clinton. Oh, baking. Now, sure, big drink tea, if that is your name, big drink tea. Sure, if you take a corn tortilla and, I don't know, wrap it in a bunch of flour tortillas, maybe it would taste good. But yeah, you can do different things to it and reduce its awfulness. But I'm saying is just inherently, let's admit, flour tortillas are delicious. You could just have a flour tortilla warm with butter in it. You just eat it just like that. Try doing that with a corn tortilla. It won't even roll up. It'll just be like all crumble, crumble. It's horrible. Nobody likes corn tortillas. The people who say corn tortillas on this poll are lying. They're poll lying for some reason. Why would you lie on a poll, liars? You know you don't like corn tortillas. I didn't know tortillas brought out all the liars. Oh well. I'm just gonna have to accept the people's verdict, I guess. Now I'm gonna have to change my position. I should probably end the poll already. It's been an hour. And as always, I agree to abide by the dictates of the poll. Okay, fine. I'm ending the poll. Corn tortillas win. As they should have, because from now on, corn tortillas are better. Fuck flour tortillas, they're terrible. I thought it was Bush, but I could hear the Clinton. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm not claiming to do a great imitation of either president, really, but it just, It was like a sketch to fill in your idea of Bill Clinton or a president, at least. Even if you didn't necessarily have to know that NAFTA was signed by Bill Clinton. You could just know that it was signed by a president. They're not they're not tortillas made out of flowers, fly guy. You thought Fly Guy thought that they made flour tortillas out of flowers. No, not that kind of flour. Flour is like from wheat. Like if you get some wheat and you smash it up really a lot, then that's called flour. It's spelled Flour. Right, what job should I work? Let's find out. I'll put some manly jobs on there and see which one I should do. What job should I get? Truck driver. Excavator driver. I'll be the drivers. Forklift driver. What job should I get? Truck driver. Am I self medicating? No, I'm not treating any problem. That's silly. Truck driver. Excavator driver, forklift driver. Let's see what wins. It's too similar. I mean, yeah, it's gonna just be all the same thing, right? Forklift driver. I'll make the last one a little different. Forklift driver, or this one's a little different. Limousine driver. It gives you some choice. I don't know how to spell limousine, so I'm just put limo driver. Maybe I could change excavator to something else. Or forklifts. It was kind of similar. Well, they're not really similar at all, actually. But they seem similar to me because they're that kind of thing, you know. They're not very similar when you think about it at all. In fact, I comforter, unfortunately, it's already started. The choices are there's 4 different kinds of driver. Okay, we could
4 different kinds of
we could do another. What job should I get after this one? We can include other kinds of jobs like cone putter, astronaut. Well, I am offended, Lou. It felt like you were giving me an order, and I don't even know what you're talking about. So you better check that tone, lady. You better check that tone before you flex your phone. All right? I don't like your reckless language, lady. Ordering me around to do this and do that. Hey, I'm not your slave. Is that what you hope to prevent with your thing? And the energy is like, but I did everything to prevent that. I said all the stuff that should have prevented that from being said right there. What's going on? But I already said, but that's right, you better not order me around. Orderer. You're so full of yourself. I was just like, what do I do now? What do I do now that my proactive defense has been turned against me? How to get an INFJ 1,000,000% of the time? Just turn their proactive defense against them every time. Oh, I didn't mean to come across. Yeah, you did come across like that. Came across a lot like that, and I am very offended. It's how to turn FE against and you turn FE against somebody. I was like, hey, that is not fair. What are you doing? If I'm saying yeah, and you're saying oh, yeah, you're right, whatever, yeah, fuck off. You know how that goes. Okay. Now, it's weird hearing myself when I pause a little bit from the other room. I do sound a little crazy sometimes. At least I hear the wow. It's always hear the specific words. I think, well, I certainly do sound animated. At first here. Why are you talking, sir? Well, because I'm not remaining silent. Those are the two options I have. I've chosen to talk instead of remaining silent. Because I figured, listen, if I get a live stream, I should do more than just sit here and stare at you. I could be like that guy with the magical gaze. You could just tune in for my healing gaze. Eric's gaze and then have a bunch of like testimonials, right? Eric's gaze is so healing. You should all come bask in the glow of Eric's gaze. I decided, I considered seriously that maybe that would be the best approach to live streaming. Just engage in my magical gaze. And instead of me saying words, have like Rachel come in and say things. Isn't his gaze amazing? I looked at his gaze for 5 minutes and it changed my life for months. It was amazing. I hope I am ego healing you right now. It's so loving and accepting, warm and understanding and healing. Do I really need to say anything? I don't think so. With a gaze like that, I don't need to say words, okay? That gaze is equal opportunity, okay? Fly guy, it's not that gaze is not just bisexual, it's everything sexual, okay? I accept you, whatever you are, man, woman, or beast. Your bestie Rachel's in bed in the other room. I hear her listening to this. When I get loud, I can hear her it get loud on her phone, you know. I will do an ASMR stream. I am a very, very old man. So, cool. Just making your routine stop. Heard about the magic mushrooms you had on you, so I'm gonna let you off with a warning. Alright, sounds good, Mr. Officers. Fortunately for me, unless you were to get a warrant, it's difficult this time of night. I would not let you in to search for them. Eric is a Nigerian woman. Can I get a call out to call me daddy? I'm not gonna call you daddy, but I will call you Change. How's that? Change. Change. You are here is very, very white. I actually am fluidly transracial. Maybe some of the people here are white. I'm not sure. I don't presume to know what people's race is. You know, it's completely arbitrary. No, thank you. I prefer not to. I prefer neither to shake for you, nor call you daddy, but instead we'll call you Chai. Why are you talking, sir? Please, slowly, I am not understanding. Well, fortunately for me, I don't care if you understand. Remember that no matter what, keep yourself positive and treat others kindly. God bless you. Well, thanks, Zane August, for your positive message. We appreciate such around here. I don't know. Can you show me you? When he says, why are you talking? I think he means, what are you saying? Oh, well, I mean, I'm saying the words that I'm saying. They mean the things that they do. If you cannot understand them, then so it goes. Thank you for Isfahan. My wife is in the other room. Mr. Kashif Ali. Oh, cool. You know what? I didn't realize that until just now, Fly Guy. It makes it so easy to draw Muhammad these days. We can just put a picture of whomever and something else and just say, there it is. There you go. That is helpful to remember that. But it's also helpful to remember that we're friends with KE and we don't want to necessarily make our point in ways that are unnecessarily confrontational, right? I agree with the position. We don't need to be purposefully in her face about it, right? I get it. Maybe we do. Maybe I mean I'm not trying to say you shouldn't. I guess I retract what I'm saying entirely. I think you're right. So I think you're right. And that's all there is to it. Thanks, Iron Lion. So I retract all that wishy-washy stuff I was saying. I'm going to side with Fly Guy 100% on this. I don't know what made me waver in this regard for a second, just because I like KE is not any reason to waver on this point. I never have before. So, you know, sometimes I'm wrong for a second, just like I just was for a second, but not anymore. I banished that wrongness from me. Thank you again. Iron Light and bro, quit saying foreign names. I have Bluetooth on. Well, what kind of foreign names? Like package, blah blah blah. I don't even know how to say that name. What kind of a name is that? Who would name their kid that? How do you even spell that? Ah, yeah, you can smoke herb in the limo, that's fine. I don't care. Like, I smoke in here all the time and blame it on the clients. The boss is like, why does it smell like weed in here? I'm like, you know, there's famous people that are driving around, you know how they are. They constantly smoking joints at the job. Okay, well, why is there a bong in the drink holder of the front seat? You know, they asked me that. They said, they're like, hey, can we sit our bong down here for a second? And I forgot about it ever since. They did too. We both forgot about it. I mean, admittedly, it was after pulling a lot of bong trips. But that's why they forgot about it and left it here, and that's why I still have the bong. The point is, it's not mine. I don't smoke weed in the car. We were smoking weed outside the car when this happened. If you're smoking weed outside of the car, why is the bong in the drink holder? Who knows how things happen sometimes? It's hard to explain, okay? Listen, I may not be explaining it right, but what I need you to get is that I'm not guilty of anything that you want to get me in trouble for, okay? It's someone else's fault or it didn't happen. One of those two. Listen, I know you want to hold someone accountable here, okay? Remember the rules that we have, right? The rules are either it didn't happen or it's someone else's fault. You choose. My age, you recommend limo driver? Probably a smart idea. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be. It's probably the easiest of those jobs. Although maybe forklift driver is easier, actually. You don't have to drive around as far. Not any more physically challenging than driving a limo. Right? Good for you, Kay. Way to stay and ignore your other things you have to do. That's what talking to Spanish people is all about. I'm looking over your toll question, or poll question about you getting a job. I don't see stripper. Well, salty baits, that's because it's this poll. Next poll, I'm going to have some more jobs. Maybe that'll be one of them. Is that a job? Stupid country boy from Canada? Seems like a good job. To the prophet of stream, your angels have guided you here. Oh, is that me? Am I the prophet of stream? Cool. That seems to think that that seems to suggest that I have some information about streaming to share. I really don't have any information about streaming to share. Driving a forklift's not easy. You think it's more physically demanding than driving a limo? Is that what you're saying? I mean, doesn't the machine do all the lifting part? I mean, it may be tricky, right? But is it physically demanding? I'm not sure about that. Maybe it is, maybe it is. I really just don't know. Uh, so I'm guessing from Fly Guy's response and other guys, but they said that the least physically demanding of these jobs is limo driver. Why would it be more or less physically demanding than truck driver, though? Well, they both have, yeah. I'm surprised that these things aren't. See, this is interesting. It's like, because it's not my frame of reference at all, I just think these things are all the same. They'll all get 25%. There's no difference between these things. Why do I even have a pull of these four things? But instead, they get markedly different, except for truck driver and limo, which are sort of comparable. You know, I would never have expected that. And I told you what I expected. I expected approximately 25, 25, 25, 25, because to me, these are all the same kind of thing. They were all bad jobs for me. I don't bother thinking about which would be worse very much. They're all terrible. I don't want to do any of those jobs. And I would never get any of those jobs. So, whatever job I should get of those four is not going to be a job that I will get. I can guarantee you that. Do you believe in aliens? You sexy mama. Oiled brick. You're just being dirty. We're going to go ahead and hide you. Dwight. Nobody wants your sexual energy around here. That's not appropriate. It's not appropriate for any kind of discursive space at all, you know. You may find it sexually gratifying to convey those messages here, but we don't want them anyway. Why just do it? Why just do what? I'm surprised you didn't list it. Didn't list what? You ain't going to be an expert immediately, Eric. What are you talking about? An expert of what? Oh, those things? I'm not going to become even any part of those things because I'm not going to begin to even consider getting good at those things because I don't like those kind of things. Do you believe in aliens? I never answered that question. No. I mean, I believe maybe that aliens exist, but I don't believe in aliens traveling here in spaceships. Why you just do it OnlyFans? I don't want to do OnlyFans, obviously. God. Just get rid of your sex stuff around here. I don't want your sex stuff. Okay? I don't want it in a car. I don't want it in a bar. I don't want it in a hat. I don't want it with a cat. I don't want it right now. I don't want it over there. Nobody wants to see this old man. Even if they did, I don't care. I'm not interested in making money that way because I'm not a prostitute. You know, is this an honest man? I'm not soliciting money from anybody, okay? People may choose to super chat or whatever. You will not hear me suggest, hey everybody, come on now, super chat. I don't solicit super chats. I rarely, if ever, I don't really remember ever suggesting to people that they become members of the channel. When other people bring it up, I say there aren't any benefits to it, so The only people who do that are people who want show a gesture of support or something. And if people ask me, "Do you want me to donate?" I'll say, "No, I don't." Usually, I'll say that. Stop talking to me about money. I don't care. Stop it. So this is not a way of making a living for me. Is my point, dum dum 818. This is a way of life, not a way of making a living. Okay, well, then she can pay somebody else a ridiculous amount of money for that shot. All right, it's just not how I want to make money. I mean, in theory, if somebody offered me a shit ton of money, I could talk to Rachel about it. Obviously, I don't. I'm not inherently opposed to selling something worth nothing to somebody for a shit ton of money. Okay, I'm not inherently opposed to that. Um, Obviously, Rachel would have to be as fully in agreement with this perspective notion that as I would be. It would have to be a ridiculous amount of money to even get me to look at it, right? Just because why am I, you know, it's like, as a general rule, I'm not for sale in that fashion. But everyone's for sale at the right price at a certain, as long as it doesn't require any betrayal of my wife, then, if you want to pay a ridiculous amount of money for some dumbass shit, I'm not necessarily going to say no. If Rachel is in agreement. But I'm not interested in even entertaining discussions where it's like we're negotiating or whatever. If somebody were to say, "This is a serious offer. I'm offering you this much money for this thing," obviously, like anybody, I'd consider it, right? I mean, don't do that, Stoner's Code. Do not spend your money on YouTube channels. Please do not. It's a poor use of your money. I mean, the thing is, who am I to tell you what to do with your money? But I would recommend that that is not money well spent. Whatever person, whatever YouTuber is made particularly happy by whatever money you spend on them is not somebody you want to make happy. It's like, I appreciate the capacity to earn some money from YouTube somewhere down the line in theory, but I don't want people wasting their hard earned money on some temporary sense of like approval from me for sure, you know? No, he knows nothing about his personal space, is right. How about being an Uber driver? I don't think I'm gonna be an Uber driver. Yeah, I just finished a drink. See, this is kind of after we're done streaming. This is just like yeah. Well, I don't take a bath, so I have no used bath water to sell. Well, that's nice of you to do that for people's Stoner's Code, but make sure you take care of yourself first. Yeah, I know. I waste money on shit too, for sure. It's just how it goes, right? Whatever anybody spends money on is wasting money on that to somebody else. you know, why spend money? Or how could you waste money on that stupid thing? Why don't you buy an object that has something you can retain instead of wasting money on a fancy dinner or something? I don't like objects, and I like fancy dinners, so there you go. Whatever you like, that's what you spend your money on. Don't listen to me tell you what to do. You wasted a lot of money on your 401k. Boy, that was dumb. I can't believe I spent all that money on that. I don't know, where did all that money go? I don't see it in my pocket or anything. They said it was like you're doing some good thing or something. I don't know what happened to it. Why this topic? No, I'm not getting a job. Um, because people tell me to get a job. That's why I wanted to do a poll. What job should I get? This guy was here earlier. Oh, he's here again now, right? And he was telling me I should get a job as a truck driver. I should get a real man job. And I said, oh, well, let's find out which real man job I should get. You know, I don't think I should get any of those jobs. I'm pretty sure I shouldn't get any job at all, but I definitely shouldn't get those jobs. Sell your math? I don't have any math. If I did have math, unfortunately, I'd be unlikely to sell it. I'm pretty sure I would do it all. So, pretty good that I don't have it. Yeah. Well, Fly Guy's not afraid to tell you what to do. He's probably a more sensible person to listen to me regarding to listen to than me regarding these sorts of things. I would suggest it's not a bad idea to listen to Fly Guy. That way, I don't have to be responsible for saying the things that he's saying, which are what's what. No, math is not pure evil. Okay, like how in the world do people come to these? How in the world are people okay with these simplistic understandings of things? I did math for years, you know. I don't necessarily regret it. What's evil about it? I don't necessarily regret my time on math. I wrote a pretty good book on it. You know, it's not that different than Adderall. It's just the main difference of it is it lasts longer, slash, if you're smoking it, you know, obviously that's not a very precise way to dose yourself. It does not turn people into monsters. It never turned me into a monster at all. You know, unless you call writing a book monstrous, or I don't know, playing a lot of guitar monstrous. Right. Okay, well, what about, okay, so it may do that in some instances, as you say, turn people into monsters. But my point is, that's not my experience with it. I didn't turn into a monster, and I don't even necessarily regret my time doing math. Have I registered yet? I suppose that's a sex offender thing, huh? People accuse me of falsely accuse me, as all such accusations are false, of committing some sort of sex crime, or suggest such, will be immediately hidden. It has. Interesting question. No, it's not. Wait. No, it's has. The whole thing's in present tense. You made me think about it a bit. It's prescribed by doctors under the name Desoxin. But I don't need that kind of speed quite as much as I could get it in Saxon. I'm fine with just the amount of speed I have, and. But Iron Lion, you said it turns people into monsters. I've given you a good reason why it does not. Account for example, namely myself, my own experience, that falsifies your generalization. And you need to do more than just respond with, yes, it does. Okay. That's if you're not 5 years old, you need to do better than that. Hitler may have done math, but that doesn't mean math makes people into Hitler, right? So, for example, Charlie Manson uh, smoked weed. That doesn't mean that smoking weed turns you into Charlie Manson, right? I'm not recommending it at all, but I'm pointing out that nothing good is attained with your childish demonization of things. I'm not saying it's good, but what advocacy are you making in favor of? What advocacy could you possibly be supporting that's any good that involves you demonizing something beyond all reason? And the point is your perspective used to that meth is the devil? So then, if meth is the devil, then it's fine to kill meth users because, after all, they're they're possessed by the devil, right? It's fine for the death penalty for anybody who sells meth or distributes to anybody, right? Zero tolerance, whatever. So the thing is, that's the devil. That kind of simplistic thinking, because it justifies rights violations, authoritarianism, a state of affairs that's worse than the problem you're trying to solve, right? So you have to be careful with your rhetoric accordingly, Iron Lion, or you end up like with your kind of reckless language. You are, ever more going to get yourself to be the meth you think you hate, right? It's that kind of simplistic thinking, that kind of utilitarian justification that's responsible for totalitarianism, genocide, wars, all kinds of shit, right? So if you think meth is bad, well, yeah, absolutely. There's something reckless about demonizing a chemical, right? Because what you really mean is let's demonize people who are on it. Let's justify any kind of draconian policy whatsoever to get rid of this evil Satan from our communities. When you totalize shit this, in metaphors like that, there's nothing good ever happens from that. So you are, in fact, that great Satan that you fear. You are worse than that. So deal with it. That's just how it is. Meth is bad, but you are worse. Okay? Meth is bad, but your kind of simplistic thinking is worse. You are a worse plague on society than meth will ever be. After all, each individual human being is going to have their own relationship with meth. Because your kind of simplistic thinking destroys society for everyone. So, and that makes you way worse than meth. And accordingly, by your own logic, we can do anything we want to you, and it's fine. Thanks, utilitarianism. Love it. I love how fun it is to just irrationally demonize something so that then you can justify whatever you want. So you're the devil, and thus, people should throw stones at you. How about that, Iron Line? How do you like that? Here's what I think. I think that you're the devil. You're the Satan. Irredeemably evil. Nothing possible good about it. That's you. Now, I accordingly am advocating that we all throw stones at you. There. It is wonderful to be able to totalize idiocy. That solves my problems. Now I don't have to listen to your idiocy anymore. I can just have people throw stones at you. Fantastic. Turns people into monsters. Okay, crazy pants. Monsters or pretend? What do you think it turns them into? A werewolf? A dragon? A boogeyman? How dumb can you be? Chemically, it's not that different than Adderall, which I'm currently on. And take, 20 days out of the month probably. If I'm lucky, if I get that long. If I don't, do more than that. Sometimes it only lasts 2 weeks. I'm off to a pretty good start this month. Being pretty conservation minded. But the point is, you can't claim that meth is the absolute devil while thinking Adderall's okay. Adderall's got to at least be a demon, right? But it obviously isn't. If meth turns you into a monster, then Adderall must turn me into a bad guy in some way, because it's like meth light, right? But it doesn't, because your principle is fucking crazy. People get strung out and stuff, but drugs never make you wicked or good, Drugs don't make you incapable of moral reasoning or cause you to behave in ways that are out of character most of the time for most people, Obviously, when you're fully strung out on something, you're not at your best self, right? But even so, you're not the devil. You're not a monster. And the people who are monsters are people like you who demonize, dehumanize, delegitimize somebody because they take this drug, That's monstrous. That's truly abhorrent. But very, very little in this world that doesn't violate rights is truly abhorrent. But your perspective, Iron Lion, is. I'm fine. I'm better than fine. I'm good. In fact, I'm better than good. I'm very good. I wouldn't say I'm absolutely great right now because I'm not currently amused by something, but instead annoyed by Iron Lion, who doesn't seem to understand that if he wishes to declare, you know, Satan status on something, then he needs to understand what that means and be ready to have it checked for accuracy, right? Of course, it's never accurate except when you're correctly applying Satan status to what Iron Lion's doing. That's Satan stuff, right? Those people aren't human. They don't count. They're the great Satan. And he may say it's about meth, not about people, but it doesn't ever play out like that, does it? Because you can't wage war against a substance. You can only wage a war against people. So, unfortunately, Iron Lion, well, if in fact, I'm putting words in your mouth, I'm taking the words you said. If meth is the Satan, or what I think that was your exact words, meth is Satan, then, right? Then we have to do anything in our power to prevent it from getting into our communities. Doesn't matter how much right violation it entails, right? So that makes you evil. If you think meth is evil, okay, evil, not Satan, fine. Then, now, obviously, a chemical can't be evil or good, right? So, what do you mean? That what you really mean is that people who do meth, people who sell meth, maybe, people who make meth are evil, right? People can be evil, and substance can't be evil. I'm trying to help Iron Lion be less evil. Meth is bad for you. I'm not saying meth is good for you. I'm saying that a mindset that says meth is evil is the first and necessary precondition to totalitarianism, rights violations, brutality, and fundamentally flawed utilitarian driven policies like the war on drugs. There's no there's no adequate justification for violating people's rights, and there's never a good time to reduce something that's nuanced into a simplicity. This is evil. It can be used to control you. So is everything that can be used to control you evil? No, obviously not. You know, money is not evil, but people use it to control other people all the time. Like I'm controlling this plumber by hiring him to fix this fucking septic tank problem. That doesn't make it evil for me to spend money fixing a problem. Yes, it controls him in the sense that he can spend his time doing nothing else, but it's consensual. He thinks to himself, this is adequately profitable for me that I want to spend my time doing this. It doesn't make money evil, you dumbass. It makes it fair, the opposite of evil. How dumb can you be? I'm sorry, Ireland. I'm trying to be nice. I'm with the youth terms code, try to be happy vibes and stuff. But seriously, if you do have Down syndrome, then I understand, and it's totally understandable. And just ignore what I'm saying. If you don't have Down syndrome, what the fuck are you thinking? You're not making any sense. You're completely insane, and no civilized human being would agree with you. So just suck it. Unless you do have the Down syndrome, in which case, I think you're misunderstanding the point here, dumbass. There are people who are prescribed meth. Maybe they feel as though their life is better with that prescription. Why does it? So who's evil there? I'm not worried about what other people are doing with their bodies because your kind of utilitarianism and advocacies are actually responsible for all the worst atrocities of human history. So, yeah, you're being really evil with your advocacies. I don't want to spend the time negating them because they're so stupid as well. Uh, when you say meth is evil, it's like, are hammers evil? Because it's like saying guns are evil because there are all these deaths from guns, while ignoring the fact that it entirely depends on how it's used, right? You can't just say a material is evil, substance is evil, and expect me to engage with you like you were a civilized human being. You're just an idiot who's advocating in favor of totalitarianism with various guises on. So that's why I'm getting angry. Now, I may be getting angry because of Iron Lion's poor use of reason and support of all that is bad and evil, but I am not getting cranky. Okay, I'd be cranky if I were hungry or something. Okay, yeah, well, Iron Lion, I know this is what makes you evil. You think talk is cheap. You think my words, which are definitive and actually responsive to things and explain things, don't matter because you can't win the argument, you can't explain yourself, but you know that meth is evil. And therefore, of course, what? Therefore, we should do anything in our power to stop it. No, I'm not talking crap, dude. Iron Lion, you are evil. I've made this clear to you. Now, either change your ways or deal with the fact that you're evil. Stop pretending like you're on the side of good, you piece of shit. I'm not going to let you get away with that. Obviously, when you're on the side of evil, I'm not going to go along with you pretending to be well intentioned or something. I don't give a fuck about your intentions. Your realities are evil. So knock it the fuck off, change your position and perspective to join the righteous side, or shut the fuck up. Or just deal with my ranting about it. It's fine. I don't care. You can not learn from me again. Congratulations. You're an idiot. Your intentions don't matter, you fucking tard. The worst things in history were well intentioned. You have to uphold a good standard, not your intentions, you fucking tard. Think. This is what's wrong with the world, right? People like you think I'm well intentioned and I know without any good reason, so we should do what I think. You are a fucking tard. Nobody should listen to you at all about anything, obviously. Or you wouldn't have such a fucking retarded position on this. I mean, I can't even conceive of being so retarded as to call some chemical evil. And then proceed to, now listen, let me walk you through this. We agree addiction is bad, right? I mean, my lord, I cannot conceive of having so little capacity to think. And obviously, I find it appalling since that exact representation of an incapacity to think is responsible for all kinds of horrid rights violations and the horrible, wasteful, criminal war on drugs, the militarization of the police, and a whole bunch of anti-American bullshit. Obviously, it makes me mad when idiots like you go like, but actually, this stupid ass shit's already been falsified many times over his right. Fuck off, evil fuck. Just, I mean, seriously, like, fuck off, you evil fuck. Haven't you gotten the word that it's not okay to persecute drug users anymore? What an idiot. But I still want to persecute them. I still want to demonize, meth is so evil. You don't even know. How much meth have you done, idiot? Do some meth before you say it's evil, you fucking tard. Come on. I've never tried it, but I know it's terrible. Well, why? Because everyone told you it's terrible? Because you don't like it or something? It's like, it's not like Datura, right? Fly Guy makes an excellent point. Meth is not like Datura. It's not basically a poison that's going to kill you unless you do exactly the right amount. And even then, it's not going to be a good experience. You're just going through a poisoning, basically. It's not like that at all. It's an amphetamine that's been methylated. How does that make it dramatically evil? How does that make it evil, whereas, say, an unmethylated amphetamine is not evil, when these things can't even have that status? It's like calling a duck Christian. That kind of thing doesn't have that kind of status. Think. Try a little bit. Try to maybe muster up, I don't know, a speck of a resemblance of a thought in your head. So yeah, I'm not going to be nice about it because he's evil. Never good to be nice about evil, right? Oh, be nice to Hitler. I know he wants to kill all those people, but just be polite to him anyway. No, evil fuck. I'm not going to be nice to you when you're evil. I've done a lot of math in my day, None of it made me feel as bad as you do. I can guarantee you that. Alright? None of the math, even the shittiest math I did back in the day, none of it was as gacky and horrible as you. So, if that's evil, then I don't know what you are. There. How do you like being dehumanized, demonized, treated as evil? Because you can replace the word meth with meth users, meth dealers, meth manufacturers, or whatever. It's always people. But you pretend you're not talking about people, right? That's what makes you evil. No. They just want to find a solution to the problem. You mean you want to kill people? Okay. No, we just want to combat meth. You mean you want to use violence against a bunch of people? No. We want to prevent the violence that meth brings into our communities. You mean you want to use violence against a bunch of people? That's what you mean, you evil piece of shit. So own up to it. There's no way to implement your meth is evil simplicity that doesn't involve a bunch of thugs with billy clubs forcing people into cages for doing things they chose to do with their own bodies. So stop having your fucked up evil position. And learn something tonight, right? Learn. Don't just be pig-headedly stupid. It's like, I have never met a student, a youngster, as pig-headedly stupid as many adults that I've met. At least young people have an understanding that maybe they might not already know the answer, right? They might not want to learn it, they might not be able to learn it, but they're not as pig-headedly stupid as Iron Lion, right? And he is an adult. Watch a documentary on meth. Iron Lion, I lived for years as a meth addict. Why do I need to watch a documentary on it? Why don't you, instead of watching documentaries on it, do some meth? How about that? And then maybe you'll have an informed opinion about it. Idiot. Can you imagine this guy telling me to watch a documentary on meth when I've done so much math in my life? Like, I don't know all about it. Like, I need to learn about meth from a documentary. How, like, what kind of insanity? No, I am proof positive that it's not evil, right? That in some instances it's not bad, or not bad enough to be called evil, certainly. And remember, you need to make a distinction between things that can be evil, people, and things that cannot, some chemical. So, I'm sorry that you're wrong, but I'm not sorry because it's not my fault. It's your fault that you're wrong, and you should be sorry about it. Listen, wrong pants. Just zip it. I'm not in the mood to talk about it anymore. Just be wrong in your own wrong way. Just know that you're wrong and that you're evil, and we'll just leave it at that. I'll remember when you come around. Oh, it's that evil guy. Everybody watch out. Iron Lion is a wicked person. That's what I'll remember. It's fine. It's Stoner's Code. I have these kind of arguments with people all the time. And the reason is because I don't necessarily mind having it. I know it's not necessarily great for the audience. Like, I've noticed that when I am arguing with somebody, numbers will drop. People don't want to watch conflict. They want to have a pleasant time. And normally I'm pretty pleasant and stuff, But I do feel like it's important to I'm not going to stand by and let something that's definitely wicked and wrong just go unanswered. It's important to address, right? And there are a lot of topics like that, but certainly drugs are one of them. We obviously need to move to a more nuanced understanding of drugs, not revert to that kind of freaking barbarity that this guy's spitting, So, yeah, it makes me mad because obviously it links to me personally. And I know somebody who's been arrested for meth. I wasn't, but I've been arrested for weed. How can I blaspheme myself? Okay, here's how you know that somebody is not very bright. They say, Eric is speaking blasphemous things about myself. Oh, okay, I'm speaking blasphemous things about you. I can't blaspheme you. I'm just telling you the truth. Your position is evil, bad, horrible, unnuanced, barbaric, and fuck you. And that's what everybody should say to you. Sorry, you want to be a barbarian? I'm going to call you out. I'm a civilized man. Civilized men use words to call out barbarians for their vulgarity, barbarity, and lack of nuance. Yeah, because that's the definition of evil, right? It's not you're willfully malevolent. It's that you're stupid and sure you're right. And that's what justifies all kinds of shit, right? And the worst evil is a self-certain idiot. No, I'm just doing the same thing you're doing, Iron Lion. I'm totalizing in an unnuanced way to make you evil, though, instead of meth users. Remember, meth can't be evil. I've already gone over this. Meth users can, okay? I'm doing the same thing to you. I'm saying in an unnuanced way, because of my personally defined set of reasons that I say is okay to qualify as such, you are evil. If you can do it, I can do it. Fair is fair. So, you know, we're at an impasse. You think meth is evil? I think you're evil. Yeah, I really do believe that you, as an archetype, are way more evil, have done way more harm in the world than meth ever could. The war on drugs did way more harm than meth. Didn't even reduce meth usage, you know? I'm not insulting everybody. I'm talking specifically to Iron Lion, right? Because he's trying to simplify an understanding of meth. They can only possibly be used in terms of public policy advocacy to justify draconian war on drugs kind of shit. It doesn't matter how bad meth is, right? It's not evil. It's just a chemical. Some people are prescribed it. It's insane, right? There's no good way to be unnuanced and totalized shit like that that is can possibly um can possibly produce any good outcome. And just because I'm saying the correct things about the subject, Marie Duffy, does not mean I'm smoking meth. I definitely am not. Okay. And it's not like I'm secretive about the drugs I'm doing. Right. Typically, I'm very open about whatever it is I'm doing. And I haven't done meth in many years. So, last time I did meth was before me and Rachel got together, and we've been together for 4.5 years. So, if I did, I mean, I wouldn't be denying it. I might not openly talk about it, but I would not be denying it. I can guarantee you that. I'm not somebody who lies. I mean, I might occasionally, but the idea that I would explicitly lie like I'm doing right now and tell you this is factually so. I have not smoked meth or done any kind of meth since well before I got with Rachel, and I got with Rachel 4.5 years ago. So that's the simple truth of it. There's zero possible chance that I would lie, say something that clear, definitive, and be lying about it. No, because I'm advocating on behalf of what is correct and just and true, Iron Lion. That is not a way for you to conclude anything about my personal behavior. It doesn't matter whether I'm advocating in favor of a more nuanced understanding of the drug or against it. It is not informative at all about my personal use of it. And that's the kind of evil dumbness that's responsible for all kinds of bad stuff. I mean, no, I would never. Thing is, if I were doing meth, I would avoid the subject maybe. I would I'd probably try to hide that I'm doing, not show it on camera or whatever. I wouldn't openly admit to it or talk about it, but I wouldn't expressly lie about it, just as I don't expressly lie about anything. I'm very open, transparent, and honest about what I do. I do amphetamines, not those amphetamines. I do these amphetamines. So that's the truth, you know. You might, I talk sometimes about how I do sometimes smoke half an Adderall or something. Smoke an Adderall because I feel like smoking it. But I always regret it because it's a waste. It's just poor use of amphetamines. The thing is, everybody who knows me and has been around the channel for any amount of time knows that I am exceedingly transparent and honest about exactly what it is I'm doing. If I don't want to answer a question, I'll simply say I don't want to answer the question. But you're not going to have me. You're not going to come across instances of me expressly lying, right? It's just not who I am. Not how I roll. I've been rolling like this for years. I'm very open and honest. So Iron Lion kind of just can't seem to get the idea that he's wrong. So he's created a new fiction that I'm doing math. And that's what I mean by evil, right? So blindly attached to their wrongness, they're willing to believe totally counterfactual things about a person. He'd rather believe I was a murderer and a monster than change his position that meth is all evil all the time. You know? So that's it. Yeah. Yeah, I know you just changed the topic. I won the point that meth obviously isn't evil and it's insane, it's a category error, etc. Well, then you do math. Okay. Well, I don't, but you know, you can even less substantiate that claim than your former claim. Why did I pee in the litter box? Because I thought it would be a good short. And in fact, it got a lot of views. The real question, Ashley Marie, is why did you watch me go pee in the litter box? That's a more interesting question. You know, really, I wouldn't watch something like that. Just saying. I'm not condemning your taste in videos, Ashley Marie, but okay, well, what about the people who are prescribed it? Are they evil? Are the doctors who prescribe it to them evil? I mean, what was the title of the video? It should have been pretty clear. And not like I would have titled it something deceptive. I mean, what is bad is unnuanced demonizing of shit, right? That's bad. What is bad are category errors. A chemical cannot be good or evil. So if you mean these people associated with meth are evil, then say that. If you don't mean that, then you're just saying that duck's a Christian. Ducks can't be Christians. Minecraft is evil? Oh, that's good. Actually, there is prescription meth. You're wrong about that, Ashley Marie. It surprised me too. I was surprised to learn that too. I actually said to the doctor, and this is when I learned it, I'm like, It's not like you can get prescription meth, you know. It's like, actually, there is a prescription for it. I'm like, really? Like, well, nobody needs meth, right? Some people do need it. I'm like, okay. Your cat died from a meth overdose. Take your time, Iron Lion. Take your time. Take you and your evil time as long as you want. Okay. Since we're totalizing, demonizing, dehumanizing things and people, but you can part with the knowledge that you are evil. I mean, I'm not a fan of Coke. The point is, I don't presume to know what other people should do with themselves. I don't understand why people insist on presuming to know what other people should do with themselves. Don't you have enough of your own business to occupy your attention? If you don't like math, don't take it. Why do you need to have this strong opinion about it? Like, I don't have a bunch of opinions about what you do with your shit, you know? I don't have opinions about like you drinking Miller Lite or whatever. I don't have opinions about you being toxic to your family. I I will if you're toxic in front of me, but I'm not gonna go interfere. Like, reasons, not excuses. I don't know what you mean. I thought you were leaving. Why are you still here? Well, sure, people are dying from it. People are dying from meth. People are dying from fentanyl. People are dying from car crashes. People are dying from suicide after gambling too much. People are dying from gun accidents. People are dying from obesity. People are dying from lung cancer. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, just because it's not something you're into doesn't mean you need to be all caring about it. If you don't like it, don't do it, dummy. You don't need to have a strong position about it. It's like people have this strong position on trans, right? Are you considering cutting off your penis? No. Then what the fuck do you care? Why are you caring about this? Surely you have some things that are actually relevant to your own life to care about. Well, look, a gun killed my father. That doesn't mean I think guns are evil. My father committed suicide. That doesn't mean I think suicide's evil. Okay? I've seen people who died from alcohol, right? That doesn't mean alcohol is evil. Well, the person who attacked you about your family or whatever, I thought it meant attacked you, right? You almost killed your friend. You're pissed because we were putting you down, drug down. It's not my drug. I'm not doing that drug, Ashley Marie. What I'm genuinely offended by is, as a drug user in general, is this demonization of a drug, which is always utilized unavoidably because you can't actually get at meth, right? It's always used to violate the rights of people who either make, sell, or buy drugs. So it doesn't matter that what you're talking about is meth. You could be saying PCP is evil, right? I, I will agree with you in full. People should not start doing meth. It is a bad choice for almost everybody all of the time, okay? But it's important we be responsible with our rhetoric and our understanding. Yes, alcohol destroys some people's lives. That doesn't make alcohol evil. Yes, meth destroys lives at a much higher percentage than alcohol, but it's still not evil. Some people get prescription meth, and some people like me, We're pretty functioning meth addicts, and there's a fair number of them out there. You don't notice them because they don't look like what you expect meth addicts to be like, right? That's just circular reasoning on your part. No, prescription meth is not called methadone. Methadone is something else entirely. Oh, I do have to have strong opinions about that, KE, because what we're talking about in the public discourse field is a marketplace of ideas, right? So people who are wrong need to have their wrongness hammered on by the truth and justice of correctness. Otherwise, it'll fester. You can't let it fester, right? It just get worse. So anytime you see it, it's kind of your responsibility if it's wicked wrongness like this. If we're not talking about stuff that doesn't matter. Like people can freak out all they want about abortion, but but the fact is, it always should have been a states' rights issue. And however it impacts somebody directly, well, it's still appropriate and just according to the understanding of the natural rights, the law, etc. In contrast, the drug war was an absolutely horrific failure, both in terms of a waste of money, which is bad, but most importantly, in terms of it's the it's the most horrific human rights violation holocaust that somehow everyone's cool with, as Taylor once said. It's insane. So to start voicing, it's like I lived through the time when the drug war was at its height, when people would go to jail for decades for an ounce of marijuana. You know, I've been through that insanity. I recognize this kind of talk, right? It only ever serves one purpose: to violate people's rights. This kind of simplistic, unnuanced rhetoric only ever serves one purpose: to justify abhorrent public policy. The thing is, what's the most offensive thing of all, though, that's occurred here is the suggestion that my personal interest impacts my argumentation, decision making. Even if it doesn't matter what, it's like, it doesn't matter what drugs I am on or not on or anything, my arguments will always be the same. I am a professional debate coach by profession, right? And spectacularly good one by instance. And intentionally, I am extremely objective in my analysis of everything, even if I don't want to be. So when I tell you these are the concerns we ought to have here, this is why I'm so upset. It has absolutely nothing to do with whatever personal motivation shit you're talking about. It's because I'm correct. It's because it's the correct position, right? I don't affirm or negate anything that's not the correct position, because otherwise I'd be choosing weaker arguments. And choosing weaker arguments would make me susceptible to being negated by somebody who is it doesn't even have to be as smart as me. They just have to choose the better arguments, you know? The worse arguments will always lose to the better arguments. So I would never choose the worse arguments. And that has absolutely nothing to do with me being on drugs or not. Obviously, I'm definitely not on meth. It's insane to say that I'm protecting my drug. I haven't done it in years, okay? I did it a long time ago, yes. I've been open about that entirely, about everything. The gall. It's like the one time that I was really angry at Rachel. One time I was truly angry that I still am angry about, actually. And it was when she said that I wasn't being objective about something. It's like, look, I might be wrong about this, and that's fine. And if you can point out whatever I will change my position. I want to be right about this. But because that's my fundamental thing, I want to be right. It is not possible, and it is never the case, and do not ever accuse me of this, that I am guilty of some subjectivity influencing my calculus on these things. I am not that kind of person. I consider that kind of person wicked and weak and bad. I am not that. That is the exact opposite of what I am. Do not ever accuse me of that again. Because it's deeply offensive to me that I would have my subjectivities would be, which are completely irrelevant to any calculation I do, that somehow that could be determinate on a question that I've argued about for decades, right? That could be determinate on a matter that's a matter of public policy of some significance, that my subjectivities could possibly be determinate of the arguments that I am choosing to make is the most offensive thing anybody can possibly say to me, and the most factually false. It's wrong. I think doing the thing you're describing is evil and wicked, and I'm never guilty of it. So put that in your fucking meth pipe and smoke it, you piece of shit. Whoever I'm talking to, I'm not sure who I'm talking to. But I can assure you, even if I'm wrong about this, it is not because of some subjective concern of mine, okay? I'm not retarded like a lot of people, like the person who suggested that clearly is. I don't operate like that. That's for cretins. You might as well accuse me of having Down syndrome. My arguments, my positions being determined by my subjective interests. For fuck's sake. Never in a million fucking years. I'd have to choose to be wrong for some inconsequential shit that matters to me. I'm not gonna do that. I don't care what my interests are. My interest is to be correct. Okay? I get it. Most people are retarded. If you're generalizing for most people, fine. I get it. But no, never in a million billion years am I going to be subjective to the extent that it causes me to make the wrong arguments or support the wrong position or something. It's insane to even imagine that could possibly happen. I don't function like that. Seriously, I don't. I can't even imagine what it's like. I cannot conceive of what it would be like to have what I want impact my judgment so much that I couldn't unavoidably, relentlessly see what's correct. What I want is irrelevant to what's correct. I can't even conceive of a world where it would impact that. My ability to deliberate correctly and reach the correct conclusion about things. I feel very, very sorry for people who lack that objectivity, but I can't even conceive of not having it. Inconceivable to me. And I hate it when people think that because I disagree with them, that they can determine some subjective motive of mine. If I were, I'm a professional debate coach, okay? I have to come up with the best arguments for both sides of everything. I have to understand what happens with argument, meow, why you shouldn't go down that path because it's going to run afoul of arguments, meow, 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 which are going to necessarily put you in a double bind with your framework, whether it's implied or explicit, because, yeah, so for example, in this instance, I turned the, like, drugs are evil thing, meaning basically the impacts of drugs are evil, which is, makes people monsters, destroy lives, or whatever. I turned that warrant by applying it to the drug war outweighed on impacts, and therefore won under their implied utilitarian calculus. They don't even know any of that's going on, right? They don't know any of that's going on. They're completely oblivious. It's like all of that's going on, and they're like, wait, what? I mean, eventually I get frustrated dealing with people who think they can, they should be arguing with me. They don't even know that. Oh God, why do I even bother? Why do I bother talking? The people who don't even care if I live or I die, as per the Smiths. You know, I was looking for a YouTube live and I found a YouTube live, and heaven knows I'm miserable now because it, you know, I want the people of the world to come to my live stream, and then they continue to disappoint me with their dumb ways. I try to correct them, they're pig-headed, and I get mad, and I yell at them. I'm glad I got some reactivity tonight. I'm feeling super unflappable, right? So it's good to get a little fighty back in me, a little reactivity. Get it out of my system maybe before I recapture unflappability if I can, to the extent that I can. I think it helps with the stream numbers and attendance. Like in general, people don't want to hear me being mad about stuff, or anybody being mad about stuff. So, you know, usually I'm not mad. Usually I'm able to not be triggered. But one good way to trigger me is to say, you disagree with me because of subjective stuff, Eric. No, that's not why I disagree with you. I might be wrong, very unlikely. But if I am wrong, it's not because of subjective stuff. It's because I missed some element or whatever, didn't see the whole picture, needed this data, that data, even potentially miscalculated extant pieces of data, but not because of any subjectivities. Of course, for really subjective people, it's probably hard for them to conceptualize somebody who genuinely operates like that all the time. That detached from my own interests. I mean, I have clarity about my own interests when it comes to SI stuff, right? Like my feelings, but say what my body wants. So I'll be very subjective about and fussy about, like, I want to eat right now. It doesn't matter fair, correct, or anything, nothing to do with that, right? I'm tired, I'm going to sleep right now. Oh, I don't want to have to get up. That kind of stuff. Those are my subjectivities. I want to smoke a cigarette. I want a cup of coffee. Those are kind of interests that I'm aware of. They don't impact my argumentation at all, obviously. It would be the other kind of subjectivity that would impact your argumentation. In other words, what you're saying is that I'm biased because of what I want to be the case. But I'm not subject to that. I am subject to one kind of epistemic shortcoming this links to SI, which is I can tend to overgeneralize from my own experience, but it only takes one counterexample to falsify a claim like meth is evil. So that's it. Who am I talking to? Whoever. I don't know. People, whatever. Are you still here, Iron Lion? I thought you were leaving. I'm not so triggered I'm having a whole conversation with myself. I'm talking about the subject in full at this point, you know? I'm just discussing it. I'm discussing what I am triggered by is people accusing me of subjectivities that are determining my status on something. Look, I'm a professional, right? When I say, as a professional, here's my verdict on this argumentationally, you can be assured that it has nothing to do with what I want, okay? Like I'm a doctor. You say, okay, I hate to tell you this, but you've got a broken arm. And you're saying, you know, well, it's just because you love diagnosing broken arms. Okay, well, no, I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. When I tell you it's because you have a broken arm, it's because I've looked at the x-ray, here's a break, you know. So that is my job and my profession. So I do find it triggering when people presume that I can't be a disinterested judge of something because it is exactly what I am all the time. So, it's like, what does being like me afford me? It doesn't help me to be very useful because being correct isn't necessarily very useful. It doesn't help me to do things because obviously I'm busy talking and being correct, right? And it doesn't make me very likable because people don't like being corrected. But what being it does allow me to do is lay claim to the fact that I am at least a disinterested judge. I will calculate things from a disinterested perspective as the bare minimum, okay? And I can also promise you that I'm an extraordinarily skilled disinterested judge with years of experience calculating arguments. So I'm literally unable to be swayed by factors like my own interest. ENFPs, I'm busy talking and being biased. Well, I mean, thing is, it is true that when I take mushrooms, I did tonight, that I'm more monologue and less likely to engage with the chat than I normally do. But certainly I'm not an ENFP. I think, Shlong, what you'd want to do is evaluate the kind of arguments I'm making rather than the fact that I articulate a specific position or I'm monologuing. There's a lot to say about the subject. So, and I have lots and lots to teach about argumentation, right? When people come in with reckless discourse, maybe I shouldn't be reactive like that, but normally I haven't been of late at all. I haven't been very reactive at all. I'm quite unflappable, but you know, mushrooms mushrooms make me a little more unpredictable, I guess, a little more volatile, a little more subject to kinds of stuff that I normally haven't been particularly subject to, which is kind of emotionally provocative stuff. Certainly, I'm subject to being triggered like any human being. Um, but, it's like if you have decades of experience in a given field and profession, and I go over and say, you don't know what you're doing, it's going to be offensive to anybody, right? So There are people who don't respect the science of. I was just making an analogy. Oh, you said you're busy talking and being corrected in EP. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, Shalom. I misunderstood. Um, Erica did mushrooms one time. It did nothing. I did end up with a baby boy 9 months after, though. Marie Duffy says, nope. JC says, whack. How do you put a cast on a broken mind? I'm not sure. Thank you, Anonymous Spider, for your kind words. Broken arm will likely heal with a cast over time. I'm not sure how to cast a broken mind. Yeah, no, I'm not that passionate about everything. I am passionate about the drug war. It does personally affect me. And, when people, and like I said, I lived through the worst parts of it. I never got caught up in it myself. I know people who've been arrested. I have friends who've been arrested for meth, right? I have two friends who I know have been arrested for meth. So, yeah, it does hit home for me, right? So that makes me extra passionate about it, obviously. But the argumentation that I'm saying is absolutely correct, that no matter how you calculate things, the drug war was a disastrous failure, did not impact drug usage, and was serviced by that kind of unnuanced rhetoric that pretended to demonize a thing while actually waging war on people. So that kind of rhetoric makes me mad. I have historical experience with it. It's personally relevant. I know personally people who've been affected by the outcome of that kind of bad rhetoric. So it makes me extra passionate about it. But it doesn't change the fact that the arguments are the same regardless. So my tone may reflect that passion. The arguments, they don't have any passion, right? Arguments don't have passion. They just are what they are. Well, I don't care about people disagreeing and not agreeing with truth or whatever. When I hear rhetoric that is fundamentally authoritarian and anathema to a free and civil society, be it rhetoric about drugs or, say, rhetoric about speech, like rhetoric that says we need to curtail these. I'm just passionate about, say, like rhetoric that says we should respect Islam and not show that episode of uh, South Park with Muhammad. I'm just as passionate about that. You know, I'm likely to get passionate about that as well. I have my issues, and I'm more likely to get passionate about because those are the issues that I think are most important in general, and or because they just seem relevant to me. But the fact is, regardless, what I'm what I'm voicing there is here are the correct arguments, and over the years, I've come to understand, refine exactly what they are, and I've come across people who oppose these correct arguments and seen how much damage that kind of stuff does. So I'm naturally going to be reactive to it. That's all fine and dandy. My emotions are extant. Not that I don't have interests, it's that they don't influence what I'm saying argumentationally at all. They may influence how I'm delivering it, but not the substance of the arguments. So I get that that probably is a distinction that I needed to make before freaking out about people accusing me of being subjective. I have interests. There's no denying that. I'm just saying that they don't influence my arguments. They may influence my delivery, but not my arguments. I don't have no. My rhetoric is not authoritarian. I'm not countering their authoritarian rhetoric, namely meth is evil, with other authoritarian rhetoric. I mean, sure, with Lion Man and yeah, was making a point by saying, no, you're evil. This is what it's like when you unnuancedly collapse something down. But that was explicitly the point I was making, right? I wasn't I wasn't saying you're evil. I was saying understand this is what you're doing. I was saying understand that anybody can totalize anything as evil. You're trying to pretend you're not talking about a person when you say meth. You're not talking about any people. But I'm not going to make that. I'm not going to pretend. I'm just going to be straight up. You're evil. I was trying to make a point about what's wrong with an unnuanced totalization of things, right? So in that instance, I wasn't fighting fire with fire. I was explaining with an example how it is to totalize things. My position is not actually that he's evil, but that rhetoric deserves to be treated as such for sure, because no good comes of treating some population of people as subhuman. So we should all remember that and stop hiding behind the idea that a thing like a chemical can be evil and say what we mean, which is those people, these people or those people are evil. Otherwise, it just turns into what? Well, we're just trying to stop math, but actually what we're doing is breaking a bunch of heads and throwing people in cages. That's how it goes. So deal with it. Obviously, any right person is gonna object to that idea that we should totalize, treat. First of all, any reasonable person is gonna require you to call something that can be evil evil. Like people, instead of pretending as though you can bypass that question. I mean, another thing that got me super mad that I don't even have anything to do with was when Jordan Peterson called Elliot Page's surgery with his doctor a crime. I had absolutely nothing to do with that, right? But it made me super mad. Why? Because Jordan Peterson committed a crime against words. I take words seriously. When people commit crimes against words, it makes me mad. The world needs me. People don't like it, but the world needs me. Because word criminals should not get away without a sturdy, righteous, and sometimes indignant scolding. That's all there is to it. If you can't use words well, then remain silent or use them poorly and incur a richly deserved scolding from Eric and a correcting. You can expect it every time. You may not like it. You won't listen to me, I'm sure. But you'll get it anyway. Because after all, you're insisting on being a dumbass in my presence, thus incurring my rhetorical foot up your dumb ass. If you don't think that's good, it's not because I'm so emotional about it or whatever. You want to point fingers at the dumbness of your own ass. You want to blame anybody for anything that's happening, blame your own dumbass's dumbass. Okay? That's the only possible party you can point any fingers at here. If you don't like this, don't say dumbass shit. If you think that this means anything other than some dumbass required Eric to act like this, you are wrong. This is the only thing it means. Whenever I act like this, it's because some dumbass said some dumbass shit. Every single time, 100% of the time, when I am like this, it's because some dumbass said some dumbass shit, and even after I'm done correcting their dumbass, they still think they're right because they're so fucking dumb. So take that, dumbasses. Your dumbass ways. God, I tell you. Sometimes the scolding is worth the crime. I'm happy you committed the crime just so I could deliver that fine, fine scolding to you. How can you still be clogged? I just spoke you. This is the most cloggiest bong ever. But it's like, I don't think there's a perfect solution. If it weren't cloggy, it would pull through too much. I don't want to scream. I do want to dribble, you know. It's an endless succession of compromises. Unlike being correct about things in which you don't have to make those kind of compromises. That's why I like being correct rather than having solutions. Like, this is a fine solution, but it's not correct. It's a set of compromises. Correct things involve no compromise. It's just correct or incorrect. Unlike this bong, which is a great bong, but still too cloggy, but I couldn't really be less cloggy without there being another problem that'd be worse. Like that TE shit, fuck that shit, you know? I like things that you can be absolutely correct about or absolutely wrong about. And without any kind of meows like that. I don't like that kind of meow. I like things to be clear, binary, easy to parse. For example, the drug war issue. Clear, binary, easy to parse. Wrong, right, there's two sides on the matter. I like things like that. I can't even hear you. I don't even know who I'm talking about. I'm just talking about whatever. Bro's gonna die at 40? Wow, I died 12 years ago. Yeah, I'm just talking about whatever. I'm talking to whatever about whatever. I'm just going on, carrying on about whatever I'm saying about stuff. You don't need to worry about it too much. If you're not taking notes, it's fine. I'm sure I'll get back to it again later. In the meantime, let me help with this. Your phone is going flat. Are you still here? I thought you were leaving, Iron Lion. You are the slowest leaving person I've ever encountered. We all died on 12/12/12. Oh, we all died on 12/12/12. I'm not snorting any coke. For God's sake, I'm just pulling bong rips. Chill the fudge out. I don't like cocaine. I have never liked cocaine. I've never been into it at all. I've done it multiple times, but not for a long ass time. No, actually, I did do it once, like maybe 7 or 8 years ago. But prior to that, it's been a long ass time ago. Yeah, it was probably, it was in my 20s. I didn't like it. I never liked it. None of the times I did it. I do it if people offered it to me, but I just didn't like it. No, I ain't lying. I've spewed my idea load about you. If you insist on squatting, though, I could always hide you if you'd like. It's your. You said you were leaving quite some time ago, and you're still here. No, I didn't get my seeds yet, but I did get an email indicating that they've been shipped. I wasn't screaming. I was just being animated in my explication of things. As I've indicated already, no matter what my tone is or how animated I am, I'm going to be saying the same things. It's best if people just listen to my words, try to understand what those words mean, thereby understand what I mean. Because I mean what I say, and I use words for properly. What drug haven't I done? I've never done PCP. I've never done tough question. I've never done PCP. I've never done. I don't think I've ever been asked that question before. I mean, there are plenty of drugs I haven't done if you just like count everything as a drug. Like I haven't done Datura. Um, it's like I've tried most things. I've never done fentanyl. I've never done OxyContin. I've never done. Um, this is a tough one. Drugs I've never done. That's a small list of drugs. I've smoked black tar heroin before. I never injected anything. So I had a rule and I stuck with it my whole life. No PCP, no needles. So I never injected anything and I never did any PCP. Like for some reason my friend and I, Dave Porter, he's the one who came up with this rule. He told me like these are the drug rules. No PCP, no needles. And I'm like, cool. I remember that. And I still do to this day. Shad is that in his hand. What the shad is that in his hand. This is a thing, a thing, a thing, thing. This is a thing in my hand. Well, I mean, it may have been the case that we were wrong to not include PCP, to exclude PCP from our possible drugs. It may have been the case that we shouldn't have excluded it, but we did for whatever reason, and I never did it. I just followed those rules. Thanks, Mr. Only Smiles. Jedi asks, will you ever stop? Don't stop, don't stop. I won't stop. I could stop. Angel Dust is PCP. Please stop. We love you. Please stop what? I mean, people who love me don't tell me to stop what I'm doing. They, because they think they should decide what I should do. That's not how people who love me act, obviously. That's how people who hate me act, maybe. Oh, so you hate me. I get it, Mr. Only Smiles. Well, then you're acting accordingly. Thank you for your input. And I'm sorry about your doomed attempt to pathologize me. I mean, I'm not sorry about it, but I hereby note your doomed attempt to pathologize me. Yeah, that's the doomed attempt I'm talking about. Well, you don't want to be sad. Why don't you go someplace else? You presume to know what's best for me, but that's fine. You can have your opinion. Do you agree with JBP notion that being more articulate makes you more dangerous? I mean, I don't know what that would mean. Dangerous how? Like, you might hurt somebody? Or you might attack somebody or what? Physically? I've done DMT, yeah. I've done acid, sure. I I don't really want to do it anymore because it's such a crapshoot, you know. I like DMT a lot. Zoom Black. Who are you? I'm Eric. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I've done Indian Man. I did very good at Indian Man one time. I don't even know what you're telling me to stop. Stop live streaming? No, I don't want to stop live streaming. You presume because you know you're in the same boat? What boat? I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, well, if you love me, then you'll go away and leave me alone. But hey, I appreciate this demonstration of, I don't know what you call that. Like, hey, are you okay? Times 10. All right, cool. You love me, so see you later. Great. Won't hear from that guy again. Thanks to his love. If he loved me so much, he wouldn't even articulate anything specific that I should stop doing. Just all this. All of what exactly? Living my life? Being a normal guy living his life at his house? I don't think I'm going to stop doing that, actually. What's my take on mushrooms? They were pretty cool tonight. It wasn't the greatest trip. I had a little bit more up and down, dealing with people who were wrong. It could have gone more pleasantly, but it was fun. I enjoyed it. Oh, well, thanks for your input, Mr. Only Smiles. I'm going to ignore it. Thank you very much. I acknowledge that you're positioning your input as being concerned for me. I dispute the legitimacy of that concern. And we'll just leave it at that. You can insist that the concern is legitimate all you want, or whatever, but that's my position on it. So there you have it. My position is, additionally, if you actually cared about me, you wouldn't try to tell me what to do, as nobody who actually loves me ever tries to do that because they know I hate that. Also, nobody has ever been successfully swayed into some kind of new life path by some third party telling them, look, dude, seriously, hey, I'm really concerned about you. You need to stop. I mean, you definitely need to stop being such an irredeemable douchebag. You don't want to see me happy. If you wanted to see me happy, you would already be gone. Do you have a channel that you'd like to interview me on? If you have a channel and you want to interview me, that's fine. I'll let you interview me. I don't want to interview you. No, it wouldn't be different at all because you're imagining that I'd be swayed by your personality or something. I'm already completely turned off by the presumption that you know what's best for me, probably irredeemably. I already dislike you strongly. Doesn't matter how nice you are, I will continue to feel that way. Until and unless you show some capacity for understanding, learning, or growth on the subject. Okay, you can interview me for your channel. Well, you can interview me about whatever you want. I'll answer the questions honestly and openly as I can. Didn't you start with, you need to stop all this? Why would you presume to know what's best for me? I mean, I can't even conceive of that kind of arrogance. And I'm a pretty arrogant guy. To go into somebody's live stream, somebody who's living his life and has been for doing YouTubing for 10 straight years, right? Live streaming for the entirety of the time that YouTube's been doing live streaming. You come in, some random guy, tell me that I need to stop all of this. I've been smoking weed. I've been smoking weed since I was 14 years old, okay? Yes, I continue smoking weed throughout my YouTube career accordingly, and I haven't been hidey about it because I'm not ashamed of it, because I don't need to stop all this, because I'm not an idiot who presumes to know what other people are doing. That's the sort of thing you need to stop, right? You don't even know anything. You don't know me at all. You don't know anything about my life. You presume to know that I need to stop all this thing that I've been doing for over a decade solid. I mean, what's wrong with you? Like, how can you be like, what in the world could you possibly be thinking? Then why would you say you need to stop all this? What do I need to stop? When I asked you that, you said, well, smoking weed on camera. To change what? Why would you, some random dude, come in and tell me to change my YouTube channel that I've been doing for 10 years? To change my life? No, no, you fuck. Oh my God. I'm getting defensive. I'm pointing out what a tard you are and how ridiculous what you're saying is. So, you should feel very bad about yourself and shame on you. I do have a gat, that's true. You're getting defensive. You're being an idiot. Knock it off. It's just, well, I don't care what the fuck you want. I tell you what, you want me to do better? I want you to be timed out. There, we both get what we want. I'm better now because I've timed you out and I'm not listening to you anymore. And you're timed out because I timed you out. Perfect. I want you to be better. He's got to be a troll. I don't smoke on camera. So I go over here, Because if I do smoke on camera, then I could get age restricted. That's what happens to me if people flag this shit. It'll get age restricted. It doesn't get me a strike or anything. The real one. I mean, I don't think anybody really particularly gives a shit if they get timed out. I was just making the point that he can want whatever the fuck he wants. I get to want what I want. He has no power around here. So Like if he comes back after the timeout with more of his nonsense, I might just tie his ass, you know? Might time him out again, make him wait around longer. See how long he's gonna continue to just sit on timeout just to come back, say one thing, get timed out again. That's kind of a fun game to play. Let's see how long this guy is gonna persist in this nonsense. Like you could enter with that and retain any legitimacy with me is ridiculous. What's good, man? Been lurking here for a minute, YK. What I'm saying, debate this politics, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Forget that BS. Ain't nobody got time for that. Well, thanks for your input, Hot Felon. Eric meant to ask if you were to type God based solely on observation of his creations. I mean, I can't type God as anything on that. Everything is his creation, right? So you have to evaluate it based on, like, say, the Old Testament. I call God an ESTJ. Do you have dream? I have dream. Do you have dream? Santa Claus Christmas tree. Santa Claus Christmas tree. Santa Claus Christmas tree. Santa Claus Christmas tree. May I just say in reply, Santa Claus Christmas tree. Any dom for sure. Look at this mess. I mean, he made everything, the good and the bad, right? So, like, the stupidest shit in the world, you could be like, well, he made that, therefore he's type as stupid as that thing. But your question doesn't make any sense. You have to type God based on stories about him, like the Old Testament. He's one with the who provides the plagues and stuff. He's an ESTJ for sure. Yeah, only an ESTJ would do that kind of dumb punitive shit and assume some good outcome's gonna happen, you know? Old Testament God is like drug war God. Oh, so I guess this is a problem, but that cure will always be worse than the disease. Sure, people are wicked. It doesn't mean it's a good idea to throw a bunch of frogs down on them from heaven. Just chill out for a second, God. You know, what are you actually yapping about? There is poop in my bussy. Okay, what are you yapping about? Okay, what are you yapping about? That's my question. Because I know what you're yapping about and I don't like it. What am I saying? What are you saying, Sunset Girl? Do you understand? I don't. What? Bird A. Stephanie says, lol. Perhaps she understands more clearly than you, Sunset Girl, or me, what's being said. I know something being said because I keep hearing words. I can't quite make out what they mean. I can hear them clearly, but I can't make out what they mean. That's what other people should say to me. I can hear you clearly, but I can't make out what you mean. Or I can hear you clearly, and the words you're saying make perfectly good sense. But somehow, I will not understand. The weed will get you through the Agamemnon apocalypse. The weed will get you through the What's the Agamemnon apocalypse? Is that different than a regular apocalypse? Dude, for real? Yeah, of course. I mean, what do you expect when you enter somebody's live stream with, you need to stop all this? You need to change all of this. Why should I hear you? I didn't ask for your opinion about my stream or my life. I'm not interested in your opinion about it. And to the extent that you're going to tell me something is wrong with me in the status quo, fuck you. You don't have anything to teach me. I'm not interested in your lessons. Fuck off. How about that? How about we go with that? If you had anything worth saying, you would have said it already. Speak your mind then. Say what you're going to say. Hold on. I need a second. It's hard to explain. Yeah. You fucking, yeah. Speak your words. What do you mean? What are you telling me? Said, I need to change. Well, go ahead. What do I need to change? You said you saw me smoking pot on camera. And you said, it's cool, dude. I smoke pot too. So what are you trying to say? What should I change? You should already be speaking your mind. Why are you asking? I've already told you to speak your mind. Say what you're going to say. Well, I mean, we're all subject to the passage of time the same. We've already had a whole bunch of time. You've chosen to waste it asking if you get time. Brandon Valdez, what's going on here? Well, I'm live streaming. Well, you keep typing just nonsense. I suspect you're just trolling, you know. The point is, I respect the learning economy. People who have something they want to learn approach you because you have something they want to learn, not the other way around. You don't go up to people and tell them, I have something to teach you, because that's not the way education works, right? It should be driven by the authentic need of the learner to learn that information. To the extent that you're going to teach something to somebody successfully, they're going to have to want to learn it, okay? Most importantly, to the extent that you're going to teach somebody at all, you need to have the right frame of reference. This is learner driven, not teacher driven. At the same time, obviously, once the learner has said, I'd like to learn this, say, unit of information, then it's up to the teacher to be a reliable expert on the subject and execute a curriculum accordingly. But the point is, if, for example, the teacher's going too fast, let's say you're talking in a one-on-one situation, the teacher's going too fast, then the learner should say, you're going too fast. And the teacher should slow down. They shouldn't say, you need to learn faster. If they're going too slow, the learner should dictate to the teacher, you need to go faster, etc. This is a learner-first paradigm that understands the role of the two parties. Obviously, you know, if you could teach anything, you'd already have said a few things, and you haven't said anything at all. Yeah, I mean, you can always, anybody can always interview me. All you got to do is send me an email saying, I would like to interview at this day and time. And I'll put it on my calendar. And, you know, or if you have Google Calendar, and I'll say, yes, okay, then you put it on your calendar and invite me, and then I'll join that Google Meet if you use Google Meet. If you have some other platform you want to use, that's fine too. I'm fine. I don't want to be responsible for anything. If you're interviewing me, I'll just answer your questions, whatever, and you put it on your channel, do whatever you want with it. Well, I don't know if I'm smarter or A1, but I certainly am able to be honest and objective. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. What day is today? Sunday? Monday, 6 p.m. That should be fine. You mean Monday, 6 p.m., right? Or you mean Tuesday, 6 p.m.? It's currently Monday morning. All right, Mr. Only Smiles. So, is it Monday at 6 p.m. or Tuesday at 6 p.m.? That's a tricky question, Carlos. Tuesday at 6? Okay. I'll put on the calendar. 6 p.m. Okay. Meeting with crazy dude. That's part of the things you do on. Meeting with crazy dude. Fine. Where do you want? Wait, what's the platform here? Hey, I already agreed to meet with you Tuesday at 6. I didn't put it on my calendar. Well, we'll see how crazy you are, and after I talk to you, we'll find out. Um, but I thought it'd be funny to title it that on my on my calendar. I will find out. What do you mean we can do YouTube if you like? What platform do you want to talk to me on? You want to talk to me on Google Meet? It's like, how do you want me to do this? You've got okay, well, it's a little insulting. But it's like, what else do you call somebody who comes in and says, you need to stop all this to me as an entry? And then it's just, they just want to talk with me. Have a strong opinion about the first entrance into this YouTube channel is, you need to stop all this. Seriously. I love you. You need to stop all this. It's not, I'm not, I'm not mean or whatever. Okay, so do you want me to send you a Google Meet link? If you send me an email, I'll invite you to my Google Meet. Do you have a YouTube channel that you're going to publish this on? Because I don't, I'm saying if you want to interview me for your channel, fine. I don't otherwise want to talk to you. I'm not stressed out. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. What I said to the guy is, I don't want to interview him for my channel. I'm not interested in talking to him about my life or whatever. If he wants to interview me for his channel, he can. But I'm not sure that's his channel has. Okay, then no, I'm not interested in talking with you. Why would I be? Why would I possibly be interested in talking with you? You have all the opportunity you want right here to say all the things you want. You don't need to talk to me. Who even are you? Nobody cares to talk to you, don't worry. Well, most people don't, but Mr. Only Smiles does. It's like, if you wanted to interview me because you had a YouTube channel and you wanted to publish it as content, then I'd be interested in doing it, maybe. Just because I'm a believer that people should interview me and that they should be published. But you just want to have a private conversation with me? No, I'm not interested in talking with you. Well, too bad for you, Mr. Only Smiles. I may remind you of your father, and that may make you sad, but I still don't want to talk to you. I mean, why would I? He comes in, first thing saying, you need to stop all this. I really care about you. You really need to stop all this. It's like, first of all, who the fuck are you? Two, how can you really care about me when you don't even know who I am? And three, why stop all what? What are you even talking about? And then, so obviously, I don't want to talk to you. BXE, no thanks. No, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to make content with you. I was willing to allow you to make content out of me. If that's not what you're interested in doing, I don't want to talk to you at all, obviously. And now I'm pretty sure I definitely don't want to talk to you at all. Hide you. I think we need that. Aware of myself. I'm not smoking either crack or tweak. Aware of myself says, log off, bro. This ain't it. Talking to me. I know what will make you feel better. Backflip. What is this about? This is about my life, me living, stuff like that. I'm not doing a backflip. Please don't spam Brandon Smith. I can't do a backflip. I don't want to do a backflip, and I'm not going to do a backflip. So stop telling me to do a backflip. Oh, God. Oh, God. Here a backflip. I don't want a backflip. I'm not going to do a backflip, and I cannot do a backflip. I can't do any kind of flip, okay? I can barely, you know, I can barely shimmy a little bit without feeling overly jostled, let alone no possibility of any kind of flipping. Zero chance. What if I reconditioned the joints in my body and became similar to my 20-year-old self and became a famous backflip master? Then, presumably, I would be able to do a backflip. However, also presumably, I will have wasted a whole lot of time, and I'd rather not do that. I cannot do a cartwheel either. Okay. I think backflip should probably be on the bingo card. I'm kind of like I have a few things behind. I need to put them down right when I think of it. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this list of things. Luke Williams says this dude looks stoned out of his noggin. Well, I'm kind of tired, and I'm more or less not on mushrooms anymore. But I did take mushrooms tonight. There was something that I was saying before that was making Rachel laugh a lot. I'm not going to take a nap on stream right now, but it is quite possible, likely perhaps even, that when I go to bed, which I'm going to do now, or soon, I mean not now, but when I do go to bed, that I'll take you guys in there with me and tell a bedtime story before I go to sleep. This is water. I do badly need to hydrate. No, we're not ending this right now. I just said pretty soon when I go to bed, I'll tell a bedtime story. Chill out, Bopet. I said soon, not right now. You know how reliable I am when I say something is going to happen soon. You're about as reliable as a biscuit on Tuesday. I should just say not very reliable. Boba Fett, I'm not endlessly drag alongable by fun. Yeah, I'm fairly drag alongable, but I also have some kind of awareness of my SI state when I'm getting on near time for bed and when I need some water instead of whatever because I'm thirsty, my mouth is dry. I've got awareness, okay, guy? Just because I have awareness, Fett, there's no reason to hate me. I have an awareness of my body, also called the temple, the great temple. I know how it is around the great temple. After all, I live here, inside of it, this body, this goddess. Like right now, I know, even though I had some water, I need more beverage because my mouth is very dry. I don't like it when my mouth is dry. That's why I'm getting more beverage. One problem I frequently have is that I get coffee as my beverage too much. And I don't think that's very hydrating. I think that might contribute to my dry mouth. Could also be the endless hours of talking, I suppose. I doubt it, though. I'm pretty well practiced at talking for long hours. I cannot see. Yes, let's see. Okay, thank you. I need glasses to see that. That's not going to do me any good to go like this. I'm still not going to be able to see it. Without glasses, you might as well be just saying, meh, 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 meh. It's about as much as I can see. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Somebody, it looks like Fly Guy, says, meow, 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 meow. That's about as good as I can do. Alright, I've got a beverage. I need to go pee. We are getting ready to wrap this up. I do want to have another cigarette after I pee. I don't have a full cigarette, but I've got a couple of meows, so. Am I making money off the stream currently? Sort of, I guess. Get a job, retard. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, thanks, Jerry. I mean, I appreciate your input. Give me your oil now, little boy. U.S. Okay. I'm making money of it. It's like part of this recent growth in the channel. I didn't really make any money from YouTube at all for the whole 10 years I've been on YouTube. I just maybe at the most I would make like some years back there was some month I remember I made $300, but by and large in recent years it's been like $70 a month or something, $100 a month. And anyway, now it's gone up a little bit, but it's I put it this way. It's like last I looked at it, it's like 150. But I suspect there might be a little bit of a lag in terms of earning growth and sub growth. And well, we'll see what happens. I think it's possible that this might actually earn money, but it's not exactly right now. I'm not counting on it to earn me any money. I don't see this historically as a revenue stream for me, but it might conceivably become one, which would be great, you know. It would, you know, ease some kinds of, you know, long-term viability concerns I have. Very long-term in some sense, but not that long-term in another. So, it'd be nice if I could supplement income expected from the where is this looking? Oh yeah, it's looking this way. It's fine. You're not gonna see me pee. It's fine. It'd be nice if I could supplement income from the vacation rental with some actual income from YouTube. If we could make me like $1,000 a month or something, that'd be nice. I don't know if it's gonna ever, you know, make me rich or anything, but if it could make me $1,000 a month, which doesn't seem unrealistic, year or so of steady building a channel, try to ride this wave as long as it's rideable. You never know with YouTube, they may de-emphasize something and all of a sudden you're shit out of luck. What was working beautifully now is not working at all. That happens sometimes, so and no counting any chickens before they're hatched, you know. Just gather ye rosebuds while ye may, you know. So, anyway, that'd be nice if it started making any money. I try not to let myself get too extravagant in my fantasies. As far as earning money on YouTube goes, I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it, right? A lot of people don't understand really how YouTube works. I think it's possible that I'm doing exactly what I'm doing right now. I may have actually kind of stumbled into what ultimately will prove to be the most profitable thing you can do on YouTube, which is live streaming. If you can get an audience just for your live streams and you don't have to make uploaded videos or whatever, and you have enough subs, I mean, you're gonna end up seeing shit tons of super chats, you know, whether you ask for them or not, and that'll add up. So I think you're a lot less likely to see fan funding stuff like that in any other capacity. And here's the thing. If you think about a gaming live stream, let's say, somebody gaming and live streaming versus this live stream, assuming the same number of subs / participants in both, super chats are more likely to occur here because if there were a lot of chats, I tend to normally, more than I am tonight, engage with the chat. But anyway, obviously the chat's going by super fast and there's a lot of shit in the chat. Then people are going to super chat in order to get their thing read. I don't have to ask for people to super chat. It's going to happen, you know. So if I get to enough people concurrently in the stream, I think the curve is more than flat in terms of amount of super chat per thing. In other words, the more trafficy it gets, the more likely any given individual within the chat is to super chat. Yeah, I pee slow sometimes, you know. Sometimes I pee faster and sometimes I pee slower. I don't want to wash my hands right now because my penis is super clean. I'll go with that. I'm not saying that. I'm just discussing the economics of I get various approaches to YouTubing, right? Like I've uploaded videos like on LV LFVs, long form videos, what they call them, LFVs. And I've done shorts, and I've done horizontal live streaming, I've done vertical live streaming, done all kinds of, every kind of YouTubing you can do, pretty much. And my point here is basically about the economics of scale are a little different for live streaming because there is, and maximally so in a stream where people talk about, like where I'm, like what I'm doing, where I'm engaging specifically with what the chatter is saying. That's the whole point of the stream, really. In that instance, what I'm saying is that unlike probably most other things on YouTube that scale like this, I'm saying super chat probably scales like this. I mean, I tend to just wipe my butt when I'm peeing out of habit, I guess. This is non-alcoholic beer. Athletic. What is this? Free Wave Hazy IPA. Of course, it doesn't have any alcohol in it. Where are my glasses? They're there. Yeah. Non-alcoholic brew. There, it says right there. Hi, Korea. How's it going? Danbe Pinoshigani da? That's Korean. That's obviously Korean. Well, in fact, you can tell Korean because it's all loopy and circly. It's Korean, Boba Fett. Danbe Pinoshigani da. That's that Korean though. When they want to emphasize something, you know. They're all like, yeah, me, 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 me. I don't know. I don't speak Korean. I'm sure it says, hey, I'm Korean. I'm from Korea. Look at my Korean words. That's what it says. Probably something like that. That'd be my guess. That's my instant Google Translate. You could always copy and paste it and Google Translate it yourself, Iron Man. I live in Chi-Town. In Chi-Town. Am I that guy there? This is a different spot now. Any song recommendations? Yeah, the song I've been recommending lately is Think About Things. If you search for Think About Things, you can find it, or I can even put a link to it here. No, incorrect, Iron Lion. It's not that I thought you were stupid, it's that I still think you're stupid. Just to clarify, okay? I don't want you taking more claim than you should, alright? I do not stand corrected. You know? I could use Google Translate and know what it says too. It doesn't make me a genius. Hey, look, Korean is speaking in the universal language of emojis now. We've got squiggly face, we got hearts, we got stars. It's great. I understand those things. I reciprocate. Dear Korea, ooh, heart, 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 and star, 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 star. You're not living in my head. You're one of multiple chatters that I'm responding to. When you said, I thought you were stupid, I'm pointing out, no, I think you're stupid. Present tense. You had a tense mistake, I corrected it. It's the sort of thing I do, you know. I read the chat, I see people say wrong things, I correct them, I move on. You do not stay in my head until you once again say something, and I respond to that. I would hardly call that renting space in my head. Right now, I see a kitty who wants to attack something. Kitty, don't hunt. Hunting's bad. Okay. I think he's giving up on his. Before he looked like he was like, I'm going to pounce on something. But now he just looks like he's sitting there. I don't know what to make of that. Why he would sit in the middle of a cold driveway right now, I do not know. What time is it? It's fairly late. It's like 2:30 in the morning. What is that sound? What is that? I guess it's like a drip of water on my car. It's cold out here, man. I don't know who turned on the coldness, but I gotta go inside. It's cold. Icy cold. I gotta fix this weather stripping. Oh, God. Blue jays aren't out in the middle of the night. Obs. I do have a lot of wrinkles on my forehead, each of them representing 1,000 units of wisdom. Okay. Anyway, I am going to go to bed now. I think I'll take you with me and tell you a bedtime story, but not the kind of bedtime story I've been telling. I've been telling bedtime stories that involve people who are here. Instead, tonight, I'm going to tell just a neutral bedtime story about some characters that aren't people in the chat. I'm not sure what their story is yet, who they are, what's going to happen, but I'm sure it'll be very interesting. Or maybe it won't be. You know, sometimes some stories are better than others. Well, good for her. Maybe she is. Who knows? I don't think so, but it's not entirely implausible that she worked for the CIA. She openly acknowledges military background and some familiarity with military intelligence stuff, so plausible enough that it could be a cover story for her work in the Central Intelligence Agency. But there's no reason to believe that. It's just because something's not implausible doesn't mean we should believe it. That would be a very poor standard for believing things. Plausibility. Lots of things are plausible. Only some things are true. Okay, now that I have this, it kind of smells like gamey Eric in here. Maybe I should, I don't know, make the bed, pick up this towel, other things like that. But whatever. You know, I'll try to pick up a little bit tomorrow. Okay? Quit nagging me, everybody. Nobody likes a nagger. Okay? So, stop nagging. All right. We've got our jacket off. Turn you this way for a second while I remove my pantaloons so that you're not exposed to any obscenity or vulgarity. Wouldn't want that. No obscenity, no vulgarity around here. Those are the rules. So, what we're going to do, I'm going to get under the covers, right? So you can't see my underwear. And then I'm going to turn the camera over here. Oh, wonderful bread. Oh, wonderful bread, so delightful. Mm. Oh, yes, this is the goodness and truth of wonderful bread. I love it so much because it's so comfortable. Ah, wonderful bread. Okay, as always, I will turn the lights off before starting my bedtime story. Wanted to give you a heads up. Some of you may be frightened by the dark. I want you to just turn the lights off. I just want you to relax and focus on my soothing voice to reassure you that everything's going to be okay. All right. Once upon a time, not very long ago, in fact, it might even be slightly in the future still, but you know, around now, there was this lady. And her name was Estelle, but she went by Stelle instead of Estelle. And people often asked her, why don't you go by Stella? She says, because there's no in Estelle. And she was right about that. Anyhow, Estelle, sometimes called Stell, lived in an apartment in New York City. And she was 22 years old, but she had inherited the apartment, so she was able to live there in that apartment because it was the kind of apartment you own rather than the kind of apartment you rent. That's how it is in New York City. They've got apartments you can own rather than renting them, or they have apartments you could rent. Who knows? It's New York City. They do things differently over there. Anyhow, Estelle was only 22 years old, but she lived in an apartment in New York City. And she lived next door to a man named Harold. And Harold was a 74-year-old man who was in the plumbing business for a long time, but had given up plumbing in his later years to open up a business, which was a dance studio in his apartment. And so Estelle was frequently annoyed because her neighbor, whose name was Bertie, Mr. Bertie Stonkers, Bertie Stonkers was his name. Anyway, she was upset because the Bertie Stonkers dance studio, which he had in his apartment, really, he should have had it in a different place, right? You shouldn't have a dance studio in his apartment. And one of the things that the Bertie Stonkers School of Dance, um, one of its main draws, its big advertising thing was that they had dance classes available 24 hours a day. So, anyway, Mr. Bertie Stonkers Dance Studio, he ended up, he was 74, but as spry as he ever has been. And all the ladies always said, "You're the most wonderful dancer, Mr. Stonkers." And he'd say, "Thank you, ma'am." Anyway, he was also he's like a kind of a workaholic. So he booked as many dance classes as he could fill. So pretty much, poor Estelle lived next door to 24-hour a day dancing. Just people doing tap, people doing jazz, people doing hip hop dance, people doing ballet. He taught all the major dances, okay? The only dance he didn't teach was the Charleston. And that was just for religious reasons. His religion opposed the Charleston. But other than that, he taught all the dances. He taught the robot. He taught the moonwalk. He taught the Axl Rose. He taught the Mick Jagger. Rachel does a great Mick Jagger dance. It's amazing. It's so fantastic. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. What I was talking about is how this guy, he taught all the dances. His name was Mr. Bertie Stonkers. And anyway, Estelle, Estelle was unhappy with the amount of dancing going on. The walls weren't that thick, and she said, she didn't want to be a pill. After all, she just moved in. She didn't want to cause problems right away. She didn't really yet feel ownership of this apartment because she inherited it. She just moved in. Prior to that, she had lived with her parents, but the grandma that left it to her didn't like her parents, so they just left it to her. So anyway, she's like, all right, well, I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna move into my new apartment. Hell yeah! But then she was like, oh, but there's a dance studio right next door to it. So she knocked on the door. You know, she tried to pause, wait for there to be a pause in the dancing, which just seemed to go on continually, 24 hours a day. You wait for a pause. Finally, there'd be a pause. She'd knock on the door, and uh, Mr. Stonkers would say, come in, come in. Are you here for dance lessons? And so I'd say, no, I'm your neighbor. Um, I'm wondering, uh, and Mr. Stark said, yes? She said, oh, never mind. She got shy and she went back to her apartment. And so he's like, I wonder what that was all about. He closed the door behind her. And then he was like, maybe she just kind of she wants dance lessons, but she can't afford them. Maybe I'm not sure. So the next day, of course, the dancing's been continuing, and she goes over there again. She's like, okay, I can't believe I didn't say anything yesterday. I've got to go do this. I'm fed up with this shit. This nonstop tippity tappity. And shuffle and push and Steve and Mia. Right? I'm tired of it. I gotta go over there and tell them, you gotta stop all this dancing. So she goes over and she knocks on the door again. And this time she's like interrupting the dance class, and she hears from the inside Mr. Birdie Stonkers say, oh, 1 second, girls. 1 second. And he comes to the door, and he opens the door, and she's like, he's like, oh, hello, neighbor, huh? Would you like to join the class? Is that why you're here? You want some dance lessons? And she says, no, actually, I want to talk to you about, you know, yes, just the sounds of the sounds of dancing have drawn you in, huh? Come on, don't be shy. You want to join the class, don't you? He's like, come on. And he grabs her by the arm and pulls her over with the other ladies. He's like, oh my gosh, it's so great to have a new person in the class. What's your name? She says, Stella. And they say, hi, I'm Barbara, and this is Julie. And then another one says, and I'm Kimberly. Welcome, it's so great to see you. And it's like, mostly younger women like herself, early to mid 20s, maybe one woman in her mid 30s. A lot of them like aspiring actresses and stuff. And she's like, well, I'm not really very good at dancing. And they're like, oh no, this is why we're taking the class. None of us started out good at dancing. But let me tell you, Mr. Bertie Stonkers is the world's greatest dance teacher. You are going to learn to dance so fast and so well you won't believe it. And she's like, okay, what kind of dance is this anyway? And I said, we're doing the salsa. It's a Latino dance, says Kimberly. And then Julie says, ha cha cha cha. And um, Mr. Bertie Sonker says, okay, enough girls, let's just show her it's done. And they eat, and one of the girls is like, it's so great you're here. We had an odd number. We need partners for salsa dancing. Now finally I don't have to dance by myself. And all the girls are like, hee, we take turns. And so she's paired up with this lady. She starts dancing. And first she's like, oh, I don't know how to do this. But then Mr. Bernie Sonkers comes over and says, no, like this. Just watch me. And he moves his feet around. It's just like pop, pop, pa, pop, pa, pop, pop. And the lady, Stella, she's like, huh, I see. And then her own foot goes like pop, pop, pa, pop, pa, pop, pop. Like she's dancing. And she's like, oh, wow, he really is a good teacher. And she's like, oh, wow, I can kind of do this now. And he comes over and says, and now this one with your other parts. Ba 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 dee ba ba da ba like that. And she's like, oh my God, now I can do that too. And by the end of the class, she could dance the salsa like she'd been dancing it for 100 years. But minus the decrepit bones of a 100-year-old. All that skill and experience, none of those years. And so she goes home. She's like all sweaty and tired. Oh, that was fun. That's how she walks into her room. She gets in the shower. Blah, 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 blah. She's like dancing the salsa still in the shower. Like, oh, that was wonderful. That was great. I can't believe how good of a teacher is. She gets in the shower. She dries out. Starts putting on her clothes. She's got the fan on in the bathroom. And she walks out of the bathroom and she hears it again. Like, but from the apartment next door. She's like, oh no, wait a second. I did not go over there to take a dance class. I went over there to tell them to knock this noise off. This racket. Well, God, whatever. Tonight I just put up with it again, I guess. She gets her pillows and she puts a pillow on either side of her ears and kind of annoyedly goes to sleep. But as she's sleeping, she realizes, wow, I'm sleeping so well. I'm resting so beautifully. What's going on? And she has this dream. And in her dream, she sees herself from like a bird's eye view on stage at Carnegie Hall, famous New York stage institution, Carnegie Hall. And on the stage, what she's doing is the most complicated, crazy dance she's ever even seen or conceived of. So complicated and crazy that she thinks no human being could do that dance. There are parts in the dance where she appears to jump up in the air, fold herself in half, twist her legs into a curly Q, spin herself upside down and backwards, and land on the balls of her feet with her head facing the other direction. And perfectly in time with the music. There, there are moments in the dance where she appears to warp space time, such that she just disappears from one part of the stage and appears on another part of the stage. And even as she's having this dream, some conscious, lucid part of herself is saying, that's not possible. Nobody can dance like that. That dancing is too good to be real. It must be just my imagination. The next day she wakes up and again the dance studio is going on next door. And she's like, oh God. Okay, today I gotta go over there and I got to set the record straight. I don't want a dance class. They need to shut the fuck up. Or I gotta sell this apartment or something. I don't know, but y'all guys so loud. She gets up and she goes over there and she knocks on the door. Bang, 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 bang. And Mr. Bernie Saunders goes to the door again and says, oh, Stell, wonderful to have you back for another class. Today, we're doing a very special class. She's like, I'm not here about that. He said, oh, you will be. Just when you wait till you hear about it. Like, hear about what? It's the dance known as the impossible dance of the Andes. And she's like, well, what do you mean? And then the guy proceeded to describe the dance to her. And it was the same dance that she had dreamed about the night before. So, of course, automatically, right then, she just forgot all about having them shut up. She's like, what? But I dreamed of that dance. And he said, you had the dream? And he looked at some of the other ladies and they're all like, the dream, the dream. She had the dream. And he said, you are the chosen one. And Styles said, chosen for what? Chosen to do the impossible dance of the Andes on stage at Carnegie Hall. Anyway, then he taught her the dance. She went on stage at Carnegie Hall. She executed it perfectly, but it was a little ahead of its time. People didn't really understand it. It was kind of poorly received. The end. Okay, that's it for tonight. Love you all. See you later.